Welcome, friends and former slash future lovers. Welcome to the stream. I'm doing really good. I feel great. Guys, hello, good morning. Conduit Jaji, Martok, Deceit, Hippie, Narrow, Fishing Fan, Nincompoop, J, Pluska, DG, Hippie, Jaji, Narrow, Chop, 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 Ryan, DW, Opno, LeCourier, Led Icarus, Gabriel, Dave, Revtop, Walter, Freddie, Nick, Fusey, Bean, Tim, Everest, Badly Mad, Bro, Atlas, Rain, Chameleon to Farmer, Jeremy, Deadly, Zebra, Star Wars and Bacon, Samo. Good morning, guys. We had an emergency live and learn session last night. Are dems really cooked? This feels like a different flavor of doomerism. I don't know. I really don't know. As for what it portends for now, the DSA's numbers are still going to be quite limited in the Congress. They went from 2 to roughly 8 or 9 by the time we get to the next Congress. But I don't know about the Congress after that. I have no idea where this story goes. Feels like it's a good day to remind you to donate $50 directly to any DSA candidate rather than the Democratic Party itself. All right, Smudge. I don't know what your fucking problem is. Is your food not opening? Our feisty little girl. Either it's lib-sock internal conflict or the socialists play ball with the establishment. The latter is unlikely. I'm going to say it's very unlikely. This is DSA chanting "You're next" when Hakeem Jeffries showed up on their screen. That is exactly how I imagined a room full of DSA people would look. I mean, it's a small little chant. It's whatever, you know. It's like a few people in a room, you know, but like... Ace with $5. The party isn't so much cooked as it is a boiling frog. And Hutch, you need to apologize for Richie Torres, one of the few moderate Dems left in New York City. I'm not going to apologize for Richie Torres. I don't know how I feel about that guy. Clementine, what's the problem? Your mother's not here. It's just me. She's like, where's mom? Where the fuck is mom? She's usually in her office by now. Crockett needs to support Tallarico for sure. Of course. I think what she's doing is quite cringe. This is how lefties reacted to Lander winning. What is this? eventually take these people out too. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. The chat, I think, is a little too big. Gotta cut you down a size. Would you say that these DSA members are as bad as a MAGA politician? No, I mean, I wouldn't say that. No, I don't think they're as bad as MAGA politicians. But I had to think about it for a second. The badness takes a different form, I think, with these types. Like, their badness is more about, like, number one, they're fighting a battle. They're fighting a decades-old battle that they think is still raging, which puts them into a certain mindset that is problematic and causes trouble. They're very, very angry. They seem to back a lot of really bad policy. And they're convinced that they can win like everywhere running on this message. So it's like, it's a different kind of bad, you know, I would say. You know, if I really try to find the silver lining, you know, like, I think it's good that people want, you know, other people to have basic services and healthcare and stuff like that. Like, that's a good instinct, I would say. But they're very much like in-group, out-group, fiercely tribalistic. That is very similar to MAGA, I would say. They're fiercely tribalistic. Used to like Connor streams, went in for a couple minutes, and he's calling everyone a pedo. Man, I remember when we could just hate each other for being jerks. He's down a dark path right now, let me tell you what. This feels like a kettle calling the pot moment. Am I tribalistic? I try not to be. America is dealing with a swing toward populism. It is the reaction to right-wing power. Don't overhype one election in New York City. We see across the country smart moderates winning. It's, again, for what it portends for the immediate future, they're not going to, like, take over the party. Not even fucking close. But it is concerning for 2028. Very concerning. It should concern you. Very concerning. We still have 2 more years of Trump, and these guys thrive when Trump is in power. Wow, they thrive by their standards when Trump is in power. Did you watch the Wick panel and Soy Pill and Loner Box on populism the other day? What did you think? I think that was last night, and I caught the tail end of it. Maybe we can watch some of that today. Dude, you are supporting a literal Nazi over a nice old woman who has been in the Senate for like 40 years just to help your tribe. How are you not tribalistic? Well, if me strategically supporting the Democrat because I want to prevent Republicans from having a Senate majority, if that's tribalism, then all politics is tribalism. I don't know what to tell you. To me, that's not what tribalism means. It would be tribalism if I was running the kind of defense for Plattner that I'm seeing other people do. Tribalism to me implies like some kind of tribalism to me implies like blind spots because of your tribe allegiance, your tribal allegiance. It implies a kind of delusion, I guess. I think there's a populist swing for sure. This election really underlines that. The fact of the matter is the swing isn't as big as it seems. The median voter, the median won't be these guys. It's the fringes. Yeah, I mean, they went from like 2 DSA members in the Congress to like 9, you know? And I think we can reasonably expect them to expand a bit more in 2028. The question is, by how much? That's the big question. Let's watch some of the coverage of last night, shall we?
Voters made their voices heard across the country, but in New York's primary elections last night, with New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani's slate of progressive candidates sweeping establishment-backed Democrats and ousting 2 incumbent congressmen. In the city's 10th district, former city comptroller and mayoral candidate Brad Lander defeated incumbent Congressman Dan.
He got smoked, you guys.
Was a top issue. Then in the third,
he got absolutely smoked, you guys.
Defeated incumbent Congressman Adriano Espaillat. He's the powerful head of the Hispanic caucus back in Washington.
Actually, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'm going to put it on the speakers and listen along with you guys.
And former aide to New York Governor Kathy Hochul, Michael Lasher, came out on top of
Give me just a minute.
a race that saw artificial.
Ace with $5. Why are you not being based and being pro Richie Torres? The dude wasn't that wrong about Mamdani in light of all these commies winning. I just don't know enough about him. And to be honest with you, I feel like he is a little too pro-Israel for my comfort.
Giants spend tens of millions of dollars.
All right, give me just a minute.
Influence the outcome. Then in the 17th district, my home district, national security expert and combat veteran Kate Conley won the Democratic nomination for a key swing seat that could help determine control of the House in November. Her victory sets up a showdown with Hudson Valley Republican Congressman Mike Lawler, who's tried to balance moderate policy positions while also defending President Trump. I want to bring in MS Now reporter Will McDuffie. He was up late at one of the election parties, so thank you for being here. I hope you've had your Celsius or whatever your caffeine of choice is. Let's just start with the Mamdani of it all, because yesterday, as I was talking to sources, it was clear that they saw what Mamdani was doing as taking a risk. No one was asking the New York City mayor to start remaking who was on these congressional ballots and who was going to win in them. And yet, he had what seems like a good night.
He had a great night. I had a Democratic source text me even before they called New York 13, saying that Mamdani couldn't have dreamed of a better night. And it was a risk. He didn't have to endorse any of these candidates. I mean, none of these district alley were going to fall to Republicans. I mean, Democrats had them in the bag. But he endorsed these 3 candidates who have stood by him for a long time, even when he was, little known in his race for mayor. And 2 of them were Democratic socialists like him. And he was able to help get them over the line, because I talked to voters, especially in the 13th district, which is Harlem and the Bronx, and voters who supported the socialist candidate there, Darialisa Avila Chevalier. A lot of them said they did it because of Mamdani's support. And I want to play a bite for you from yesterday morning when Mamdani appeared with her outside a polling site, where he talked about why he supported these 3 congressional candidates. Let's take a listen.
I've spoken again, time and again, about the fact that we need to have a Democratic Party that isn't just willing to stand up, but also to stand for something. And too often we have to look at the history books to find that. We need to have a Democratic Party where working people can look at it and they can see themselves. And in Darialisa, in Claire, in Brad, what we see are candidates who understand that it's not just enough to fight back against the cruelty of the federal government's positions and its policies. We also have to have a vision that goes beyond 2028 and that looks at the struggles of working people and says, I don't just see you. Here's my answer for how to actually make your life easier.
Okay, so if you are Hakeem Jeffries, fellow New Yorker, who is listening to that and saying, this is not just a moment right now, I am going to keep making moves like this, and it's a sign of a larger progressive thread in the party, what is the reaction you have as you see 2 of your incumbents knocked off?
I'd love to know what he's thinking today. And he dodged a bullet himself, because he was almost challenged by Democratic socialists. And Mamdani actually helped quash that, because I think he was worried about ruffling feathers with someone who could potentially be the next Speaker of the House. Jeffries is definitely going to have to, perform a balancing act here, because you've got these candidates who now in his home city, for future Congress people who are not aligned with him.
Yeah, and I also think there is an interesting thing here of, you're right to point out that these are blue seats. They are going to likely stay blue in November, which means that for Jeffries, if he's just trying to count to how do I get to the majority and thusly the speaker gavel, this result set doesn't change that calculus for him.
Right.
But I think it changes the calculus of what does that Democratic caucus look like, and what are the priorities that a Speaker Jeffries is going to have to strategize around within the conference. I think the other piece of it, too, if we broaden outside the city to the place where I grew up, New York City.
Dude, Jeffries. Oh, man. Jeffries is going to be residing under such an unruly caucus, you guys. Oh my God. I just have to smile through the pain, I think.
It's a district that I continuously go back to because it's been a bellwether for a long time. But this is one of the places that Democrats are really salivating over because Mike Lawler is in a seat that Kamala Harris won narrowly in 2024. The challenger who won there, Kate Conley, someone who worked in the Biden NSC, is a combat veteran herself. It's not seemingly the candidate that Lawler wanted to run against. And so for Democrats, does this seem like the best case scenario there?
Well, I mean, Lawler might not have gotten his preferred candidate, but, and he already foreshadowed this last night with the tweet, he's going to try to make this about those New York City candidates who won last night, the socialists, and he's going to try to tie whoever, Kate Conley,
Socialists.
To those candidates. He's already foreshadowed that.
Yeah, he's foreshadowing that. And I think the other thing, too, is the thing about Lawler is he's an operative turned candidate. He used to run statewide races, including a gubernatorial here in New York. And so he is someone who understands.
DSA folks don't usually win because they don't know how to win or how to govern. I think these folks will vote 98% of the time party line. I don't know. I got a feeling about this particular crop. I just don't know. I hope you're right. I do. I hope you're right. I don't know.
In the state,
I don't know.
Conley won that primary with about 50% of the vote, just shy of it, 49.5 when I last checked. So interesting to see the way that she was able to coalesce in a field that did have multiple candidates in it. It's going to be a race that we're going to keep talking about.
It's just a different vibe. Very different vibe now.
Richie Torres, I know you won tonight. I didn't even look at your race. You probably won, you piece of shit. Remember, I was coming for you, but you got lucky this time. But I'll see you in two. I'll see you in two, motherfucker. I know you stopped talking shit. I know you stopped talking about Israel, Richie Torres. What happened? I'll see you in 2 years, motherfucker. Just wait. Richie, I'm coming for you, Richie.
It is time to get
I'm coming for you too.
Streets. This is our city.
You think shit is sweet? Sit on that fucking seat for the next 2 years. I'll see you in two, Richie. I hope you remember that. Every day, every time there's a decision that you can make where you are pro-Israel, I hope you remember. You got 2 more years, motherfucker. 2 more years. You better act right, Richie. Hey, by the way.
It's not floss. Conduit. How many times do I have to tell you? It is. I'm not flossing my teeth with miswak sticks. I'm brushing my teeth.
I just want to point out that a 32-year-old organizer just took out the fucking Congressional Hispanic Caucus chair with a campaign that the fucking incumbent ran, talking about how she said, fuck Kamala Harris. That's where America's at right now.
Meanwhile, in reality, Kamala's like 20 points up on the in the primary polls right now. He's a little tipsy. Yeah, I'm hearing some slurs in his speech. Bazzi with 5 pounds? Now I'm confused. Is that pounds or is that euros? Hassan with 3 times the level of energy for Deep Blue District wins versus having to do the bare minimum to vote against Donald fucking Trump. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
That's what time it is.
Oh boy.
And not just because I'm obsessed with getting to go home to my favorite diner in Briarcliff. I want to also take a look at some other primary results, though, because in South Carolina, President Trump is celebrating State Attorney General Alan Wilson winning the Republican's seat. She's vacating it. Takes some risk.
Of course, everybody I spoke to was pro-Trump, but she.
It was my name on the ballot today, but tonight's victory belongs to all of you.
When we fight.
Wasn't that Kamala's? She stole Kamala's phrase. That was Kamala's phrase. God damn it.
And tonight, my friends, we have won.
Every single one of us has a story about being let down by our governments, about our representatives, soon to be our former representatives. Doing nothing about the affordability crisis and looking the other way while the real estate corporations that funded his campaign raised our rents and priced us out of the community that we love.
What a night for Mayor Mamdani, and what a night for the Democratic Socialists of America after thousands of votes cast all across the five boroughs. Candidates endorsed by those two have clearly become the clear victors in Tuesday's primary contest. We have a lot to talk about. This is Off Topic on Politics, and I'm Courtney Gross. And joining us for this special primary night edition, which we can call a crossover episode, right? Errol Lewis is here.
I am so glad to be here. I think technically this is not a crossover because I actually have a guest that I was going to kick some of these numbers around with, but that's quite all right.
Maybe
Always
we'll
happy
put it
to
in
be
your
here.
feed anyway, just so we can boost the numbers a little bit. Our Bobby Cruz is also here.
Yeah, I just had to do a live shot for New York One at like 12:15.
Look it up. Google it. If you brush your teeth and brush your tongue with a miswak stick, it helps with bad breath. Look it up. You don't even need fucking toothpaste. There's chemicals and shit in this thing.
And I said I started out the exact same way that you did. I said, good night for Zoran Mamdani, good night for the DSA. So I guess it wasn't such an original line.
Well, that's the minimum that I think we can all agree on, right?
You know what? I think we should also all come to an agreement on. Can we, for Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, can we go with DAC? DAC, right? Kind of like AOC?
Yes.
I was giggling to myself throughout the hours of live rolling coverage and viewers. And listeners.
That's who DAC is. Why didn't I put that together? Obviously. Jesus.
We are taping at 12:30 on Wednesday morning now.
CM Double with $5. Do you find this moment the same or worse than when the squad were at full power a few years ago? I mean, I didn't mind the squad back then. They were a little bit to my left, a little bit, unruly at times, but I didn't mind them back then. I think this new crop, I think they're bad. I think this is worse, my friends.
This is your special primary night edition of these podcasts. It's every single one of us says it differently, which I feel like
sometimes the same person says it differently within the same conversation.
It's like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, we got down, but maybe I don't think we struggled as much with her name.
And maybe in the beginning, it's easy to forget.
Yeah, I guess.
But yeah, I mean, the acronym really helps, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's rewind anyway. Bobby Kuza, you were at the big board all night. I mean, I guess recap everything that's happened. I'll recap it, or you?
No. I mean, it's really remarkable. I have to say, I was surprised. I don't know about you guys. I'm looking at the numbers. There was 4 marquee congressional races that we were looking at. 3 of them Mamdani endorsed in. Claire Valdez in District 7, I think the sort of feeling, the conventional wisdom was that she was probably going to win, but it was going to be close. Antonio Reynoso, obviously a formidable opponent.
I thought Reynoso was going to win. I thought the institutional, but yeah, I was wrong. I don't know.
Valdez won by 20 points. Brad Lander, who's not a DSA candidate, but endorsed by Mamdani, won by 32 points over Dan Goldman. Then you had Avila Chevalier, who it was a closer race, but she won by 3.5 points. And no one, if you rewound a month, would have imagined that this was even possible. I mean, we weren't even talking about this race until like 3 weeks ago when it seemed like she was starting to gain some momentum. And then, of course, Mamdani came in and endorsed her, which I think is really what supercharged her campaign and vaulted her to victory. But I mean, it's just amazing looking at these numbers. And then I don't want to get ahead of myself, but looking at all of the other incumbents who lost tonight. Many of them were knocked off by DSA candidates, although not in every case. But they weren't even close. I mean, hold on a second. I'm looking at these numbers. Jennifer Rajkumar lost by 18 points. Martin Dillon lost by 24 points. Stephanie Zinnerman lost by 21 points.
Wow.
Jessica Ramos lost by 10 points. And did I get everybody? Eddie Gibbs lost by 21 points to Diana Ayala, who's a former city council member. So bad night for incumbents.
Yes, bad night for incumbents. Bad night for people who don't do their political chores would be one tentative conclusion that I would reach. I mean, I know some of these candidates. I've seen them in the streets. I've sort of seen how they campaign.
What are political chores? What the fuck does that mean?
And frankly, the numbers bear it out. I mean, look at what tiny.
How crazy is Valdez? We looked at her policy page yesterday. There was some, number one, she has not spoken publicly about Ukraine. That's concerning. She's had the opportunity to speak about that, but hasn't. So that's not great. She also wants some pretty bad policies. She wants to implement a national rent freeze. That's not great. I can't remember. There were a few other policies that were like, okay. But she doesn't strike me as like a crazy person like Chevalier does. Chevalier is a crazy person. So there's that.
How many numbers Eric Dallon got in that race? I mean, this is somebody who's part of a dynasty. His father was a senator. He was in the city council. He's been there for a long, long, long time. And the last I looked, I think he had fewer than 5,000 votes.
Right.
That's not supposed to happen in a district with hundreds of thousands of registered voters, and you've been there this long. So either he just...
What are the chances of any of those policies? 0%.
Laid down and just decided it's time to retire, or he got sloppy and didn't do what he was supposed to do. Stephanie Zinnerman, 56th Assembly District, won by 500 votes 2 years ago, was told... Everyone in Brooklyn politics knew. It's like, this was a near-death experience. You need to do something completely different. You need to show up more. You need to knock on some doors. You need to really get your stuff.
Do you think these people really believe in stuff like national rent freezes, or do you think they just say that? No, I think they really believe that, yeah.
Together, raise money like crazy, whatever it's going to take. Get some kind of marquee legislation. Go out and serve the community in a way that's undeniable. She didn't do any of those things, and she's now going to be an ex-assemblywoman.
I think just to drill down to the congressional races, all of the DSA candidates, which there were only two on the congressional slate, so it was Claire Valdez and Daria-Lisa Avila Chevalier, won. It appears the DSA won every single legislative race that they had endorsed in, with the exception of Jordan Wright, the Harlem seat. He ended up hanging on to his seat. So I guess my question is, I mean, we're saying it's a good night for the DSA.
What am I doing? Hang on.
How do we interpret this? I mean, I feel like I was making this argument all night on set with you, Errol, is these were targeted races. They were targeting specific districts where Mamdani did really, really well. Like, how much can we extrapolate those wins and turn them into the DSA is taking over the Democratic Party, and this is the leftward shift of the Democratic Party, and that's the conclusion.
Well, look, my tentative conclusion would be that they have, at a minimum, upped the game, meaning since forever, it's been a part of Democratic politics that the local club, the local party organization, the local incumbents know who their people are in their district, and you go out and you do a canvass and you knock on some doors and you stay in touch with people. And over time you develop a number. If I can get 7,000 people, if I can get 10,000 people, if I can get 15,000 people to come out for me reliably, I'll be fine. I'll get reelected. DSA has come in with a much more aggressive, far more sophisticated, but at its core, it's really basic urban. I
was going to say rudimentary.
Politics.
Just
it's
canvassing.
Really, right.
Just
you
canvass.
do the canvas, you get the number,
Yeah.
and if you knock on, I'm making up the number, but if you knock on 6,000 doors of people who always vote, meaning they're triple primes, they always come out to vote, so it's only a matter of persuading them. If you got to 6,000 of those people and 1,500 of them say, I like you, I like what you stand for, I'm going to be with you, that's 1,500, that's in your back pocket. So then you go out and do an additional canvas, and another, and another, and another. And when you get to a number that far exceeds what the incumbent
Is the volume high?
has done or is likely to do, you're in a position to take them out. And they've done this in district after district.
I guess it is a little high, isn't
It
it?
is not a mystery. The issues that they use in order to persuade people are their DSA type issues. But you could not, if you knocked on somebody's door and just said you're going to put a street light in at the end of their street, or you're going to help them get air conditioning, for their recreation center, people will give you a hearing. The point is the incumbents, they don't show up at all. And so you can't beat something with nothing. And you can't say that it's the ideology if you never offered any alternative to that ideology.
But they're also turning out new voters, right? So it's a, not entirely, right? But I mean, you saw the numbers
Not
last
as much
year.
not as so we look
A little bit trickier to keep those new voters. Can't stay. But Mamdani is doing a news conference. Starts taking questions 10 minutes in.
Candidates that also prevailed yesterday evening is a vision for a new kind of politics, one that asks, what can we stand for beyond standing up to the cruelty of the federal government?
And I have a second question. Message, the
City, the nation's most expensive
president
to when by ICE. He says the need to see in our politics through up some.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Emmy. And we'll do off topics. We'll start with Gloria Pazmino right here. And if you could just wait for the microphone.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Gloria. How are you?
Mr. Mayor, I'm good. How are you?
Doing well.
I want to ask you about the results from last night. But firstly, have you spoken to Congressman Hakeem Jeffries since last night? What would be your message to him, having beaten two incumbents? And is this a personal victory for you, or do you actually see this as some sort of realignment for the Democratic Party across the country? And I do have another question, if I may.
Yeah, I'll be speaking with Congressman Jeffries later today, and I'm looking forward to working with Congressman Jeffries on delivering for the people of our city. And what I see these results as a reflection of are the fact that New Yorkers are hungry for a new kind of politics. They are hungry for a politics that understands working people should be at the heart of it. And they're hungry for a politics that looks at the wealthiest city, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, and understands that it's unacceptable that 1 in 4 are living in poverty. It's unacceptable that too many New Yorkers are spending all of their day trying to figure out how they're going to make their rent check or pay for their groceries or pay their Con Ed bill. And what we saw last night was a hunger for leaders who will be there on the front lines looking to make it easier for working people to afford life in the greatest city in the world.
We now have 3 potential
This one's cooked
of Congress. What do you think we should expect from those members? Is it single-payer funded health care? Is it abolishing borders? Or do you think they should be singularly focused on cutting off aid, military aid to Israel?
What we're going to see from the 3 congressional candidates that I was so proud to endorse and who all won yesterday in Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, Claire Valdez,
Daria Lita,
as well as what we're going to see from the 5 state legislative candidates that I endorsed that won yesterday evening, Iapa Saira Tupac, Eli Northrup, Samantha Katan, Abir Kawas, and Brian Romero, is a singular focus on the fight of the working person. The working person is struggling in our city to afford basic needs. And what you will see, whether it's a vision on making healthcare more affordable, on making housing more affordable, or on a vision, as Daria Lisa often talks about, of investing in babies, not bombs, is the kind of conscience, the kind of clarity, the kind of conviction that has been missing in our politics for far too long. And I cannot wait to work with them on accomplishing that.
Did I pick the wrong difficulty?
Gloria touched on a little bit of what I was going to ask, but your chosen candidates will now
likely cause the number of socialists in the House to rise to double.
I think I picked the wrong difficulty.
To 4 at least, I believe the number is. But what are 2 specific examples of federal policies that they could change with their votes, given that we're talking about 4 socialists?
No, I think what we can see in their...
Given we're talking about 4 socialists, he said.
...is a commitment to humanity. And when it comes to domestic policy, I know that for many of them, one clear area of concern is the cruelty of ICE. You've heard from a number of not just the candidates who became congresspeople last night, but rather candidates across the country, the need to abolish ICE. It's something that I've echoed myself. And when I think about, Daria Lisa's campaign, one part of her track record that stuck out for so many in that district and stuck out for me was a track record of speaking.
It's like Minecraft DayZ. It's a lot of fun.
Starting to create an immigration policy in this country.
It's a survival game. There's a surprising amount of depth.
And then when she speaks about babies, not bombs, when Claire Valdez speaks about a foreign policy that understands human rights for all, when Brad Lander commits to co-sponsoring Block the Bombs, all of that is reflective also.
What made you play this? I like survival games. It's just kind of
to ensuring that we're
kind of go to a Zen place,
ensuring that every dollar that we're paying into our taxes is a dollar that also reflects our values in the way it's being spent.
Responding to President Trump,
get in vehicle, push vehicles.
Election results. President Trump said that America the Beautiful
will
become a communist country. We know you have said you're not a communist. However,
look at this guy.
Do you hope that is it your goal to make America a socialist country?
My goal is to make America a place that every American can afford. And frankly, what we see is, while that is an especially challenging goal here in New York City, the nation's most expensive city, I know it's an issue that every working person across the country is facing. And what we need is a politics that puts working people back at the heart of what we focus on.
Wow, why did I take so much damage?
Jeff, go ahead.
What the hell?
Hey, Mayor, how you doing?
How's it going?
Good. 2 questions for you about
Jesus
last night. I'm wondering if the victories show that communities are open to DSA's messaging. But I'm wondering,
is this on fire?
We've already seen from some Republican candidates how they plan to message the victories last night, sort of going out and saying that Democrats are interested in these severe sort of stances such as incarceration and
there's a car on fire.
I'm wondering if you're concerned about whether that victory, how that will play in November as Democrats try to win back the House. And I have a second question.
Every time the fight for working people takes a step forward, you will hear Republicans say that this is actually going to jeopardize the existence of that very fight. A year ago, when I won the Democratic nomination to be the mayor of our city, we heard ad nauseum from Republicans, not just across our city, but across the country, of how this was going to make it more difficult for working people to live a life that they could afford. And what we found time and time again is no matter what attempts there are at mischaracterizing any one position or policy, what is shining through for New Yorkers and for Americans is a focus on the working person. And when I walked the streets with Claire, with Brad, with Daria Lisa, what we spoke to New Yorkers about was how we could make it easier for them to afford childcare, for them to afford their rent check, for them to afford to live in the district that they grew up in. The other night I was walking with Daria Lisa in Harlem.
150 stream streak, crickets. Whoa, are you really on a 150 streak? Thank you, buddy.
Packages of Huggies, and he was heading home. And she
there it is.
About a politics
Jesus.
She speaks about babies, not bombs. What could be a better example of what the people of the district want to see versus what the people of the district have been forced to experience, which is tens of billions of dollars being spent at a national level to bomb children overseas while children in our own districts are struggling.
It's smart messaging in the current climate. I got to give them that.
You had some congressional victories, but also some state victories last night. I'm wondering how you think those victories will help realize your agenda in Albany, and have you had conversation with those winners about your new agenda in Albany? And I'm wondering, do you think this also shifts the sort of balance of power between yourself and the governor to have an additional number of socialists now in office?
I'm incredibly excited to have endorsed 8 candidates, 5 at the state level, 3 at the federal level, and to have seen every single one of those candidates win last night. And what their successes represent is a shift in the balance of power between working people and special interests.
Yeah.
And finally, working people are going to have more of a voice.
Have you heard about the Flamingo Revolution happening in Albania right now? A little bit, not much though.
And I'm excited because a year ago today, I was elected.
The name of the game is on the screen.
Of focusing on making life in the city more affordable. And in each of these
take a gander at the stream and you will see it.
About Eli Northrup, who will now be the state assembly member for the district that I grew up in, or we're speaking about Claire Valdez, who will be the congresswoman of the neighborhood I used to live in before I became the mayor. We're going to see people who understand working people as their compass and who understand the results that those working people want to see.
Nope. Dead.
That idea specifically, are you now moving full forward with tax the rich?
Yeah, I've been clear about the policies that I hold. I've also been on.
Is this meant to be a third-person zombie game? You can change the perspective.
And I'm proud to.
You can do first person if you want.
2K, which is only possible because of the partnership we have with Governor Hochul. I look forward to that partnership continuing.
Dan, go ahead.
Mike from PA is copying Hassan's suit thing. Good for him. He needs to
the New York Times and
focus on his appearance a little bit.
For instance, overwhelmingly won precincts with younger voters, college-educated precincts, higher income areas, and she lost more narrowly
gas station.
Low-income areas, majority black precincts, majority Hispanic precincts. Why is that, and why does the message of your Democratic Socialists seem to not prevail when actual public housing residents, actual low-income New Yorkers get a chance to vote?
I haven't dug into the granular details of yesterday evening's results as yet. What I will say, though, is what we've found time and again is that a message of fighting for working people is one that resonates. I stand here as a mayor who received more than 1 million votes when I ran to hold this position. And I know that whether we're speaking of Daria Lisa, we're speaking of Claire, we're speaking of Brad, or we're speaking of any one of the 5 candidates who ran for state legislature that I endorsed, there was a connection with not just enough voters to eke out a victory, but in many of those cases, enough voters to create a mandate.
Oh, fuck.
Off Jeff's question about Republicans, for the DSA members, they had to apologize.
I'm running low on stamina.
Commentary, the way they phrase things, talking about policies that didn't have anything to do with making it.
Oh, this isn't good.
And I wanted to.
This isn't good.
Are you going to?
This isn't good.
Mamdani School of Politics.
It's not.
And to avoid having their worst moments be the face of the Democratic Party in a contested midterm election around the country.
I think we can see.
Have you ever lived in the Midwest, moving to Wisconsin temporarily for school? Negative. I've only lived in California. Did you see Trump? A Trump fan won the Columbia presidential election. I don't know anything about Columbia politics. Bro, if you're going to duck the audio, please add to the vid's content instead of just reacting to the game. All right, Conduit. Do you want me to put you on timeout?
From each of these candidates that they have exactly what it takes to succeed. And we've heard from Republicans time and again that they're going to try and make these candidates the face of the Democratic Party. To them, I say that we are ready for that, because for far too long, we have been told that it is not possible to fight for working people and win. These candidates have shown that they can. Let the Republicans talk about that more.
Are we going to go to CBS?
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning. How are you?
I am good. Hope you're well, too.
Yes.
I just wanted to ask, after the success both you and the candidates you supported saw yesterday, do you plan to throw your weight behind other races in the future?
I can tell you that for right now, I am just reflecting on an incredible evening and incredible campaigns that have been run over the course of many, many months.
Obviously, yes.
I made a promise.
He's not done. Oh, the fog.
That I would use every tool at my disposal to fulfill our affordability.
So foggy.
And electing more partners to do so is exactly one of those tools. And I will always look to ensure that we are exhausting every avenue we have to transform the nation's most expensive city into one that's affordable.
Just a really quick second question. Moving off of the primaries, I know news broke this morning that the NYPD and the FBI
can't see shit.
A series of warrants looking into the ongoing corruption investigation of the police department. Just wanted to ask you your reaction to that.
Our government should serve the public with integrity. Any corruption would amount to a serious violation of the responsibility within the NYPD and a breach in public trust. As Commissioner Tisch said earlier today, this is an investigation that the NYPD is conducting with the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. Commissioner Tisch has already shown a real commitment to cracking down on corruption and ensuring that the public servants in the NYPD are held to the highest standards. I'm confident
Jesus, why are there
through this process.
Thank you. We'll go to Politico. We've got time for two more.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I'm just curious, going back to the primaries.
Oh my God.
Darrell-Lisa's election might complicate campaigns for Democrats as a whole, not including, as we talked about earlier, with Republicans attacking, but just campaigns in more moderate districts.
No. I believe that Darrell-Lisa's campaign, which was built on a politics of life, on a vision of babies not bombs, on a call to abolish ICE, is one that is in line with what many working people want across this country. And I think you will be hard-pressed to find someone who believes that the status quo is serving them today. And what Darrell-Lisa offers alongside Claire, alongside Brad, alongside every one of the 5 state legislative candidates that also prevailed yesterday evening, is a vision for a new kind of politics. One that asks, what can we stand for beyond just standing up to the cruelty of the federal government?
All right, I've got time for one more.
Demiurge with $10. You got flack for supporting Ezra Klein on voting for right-wing Dems who could be anti-abortion in red districts, but the same people have no issue supporting Chevalier in spite of her anti-Ukraine stance. Well, a lot of the people that gave me shit for that are not in favor of aid for Ukraine, so it's not necessarily a contradiction.
Or we're going to go to Catherine.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Wondering if you can build off of all of these primary questions. You obviously said there needs to be change within the Democratic Party. You saw this play out for the candidates that you endorsed last night. Do you see yourself looking into more national races, speaking out to maybe mayors or governors in other states where you see that change could be influenced? And do you see yourself getting involved in national politics that way?
I'll say that I've had conversations with other mayors, with other leaders across the country over the course of the time.
Bean Pod, thank you so much, buddy.
My focus has been on ensuring that our city is one where we see partners at every level of government in enacting this affordability agenda. And I've also said before that the struggle for a working person, it's not unique to our city. Working people are struggling across the country. And part of my hope in working to elect these Congress people, these state legislators, is also to help write a new chapter in our party's history where working people are back at the heart of that struggle. And I believe that that will be key in not just the midterms coming up in November, but also in the years to come, where Americans will be asking themselves, is this a party that is willing to go beyond just standing up to the cruelty of the federal administration, but also a party that's willing to stand up?
The main challenge from my vantage point, well, there's a few challenges. Or one of the big challenges, I think, one of the risks of this moment is people like Mamdani's chosen candidates and Mamdani himself. It's hard to compete against or compete with lofty promises that have no realistic shot of success. You know, especially during a populist wave, running on like a national rent freeze and like policies that have no realistic path to being actually like adopted in the Congress. You can just run on that and people are going to hear that and they're going to be like, fuck yeah, I want that, you know? And then you have, if you're a Democratic politician running on like pragmatic ideas and realistic goals, you know, how do you compete with that? And so do you sort of like meet these candidates in their lofty goals? Do you try to overpromise just the same, like knowing that these policies are never going to happen? It's just hard to be the candidate that's like, you know what my opponent is suggesting would be nice and that sounds great, but that's just not going to happen. And so like, here's what I have to offer. And, you know, and then that thing gets perceived as like significantly less. And so it's tough. It's like, you know, like, how do you compete with that? That was one of Hillary's grievances in 2016. And she was right. Like, Bernie was running on these lofty promises, and she was out there telling people, like, this is pie in the sky. It's just not going to happen. And people heard her say that, and a lot of people were like, fuck her. She doesn't want people to have health care. What is the counter offer? I don't know. I have no idea how to compete with false promises. I have no idea. Do you have to lie? Like, do you have to lie? I don't know. Clip with $5. People think Mamdani is AOC, but he's not. I get he's cool, but he's serious about this leftist shit. Liberals need to stop glazing. He's on my list. I got to be honest with you. His stock has dropped a little bit for me. You need enthusiasm, Hutch. You need to invigorate the base to vote for you. No. I agree. And it is a very effective thing to invigorate a base of support, especially in a city like New York, with big promises. So tactically it makes sense, but it's a lie. It's like, you know, these policies are not going to happen. Not like there's 0% chance. It's not going to happen. Pondering with $10 sent you a Discord DM with a 10-minute Harry Ensign breakdown of Trump GOP midterms. Good stuff. Very encouraging. I think I saw that thumbnail. I'll watch that right after this. We're almost done with this. What's up, Pondering? How you doing, buddy? Trump said he won't sign the housing bill until the SAVE Act is signed. He's still fighting that fight, bro. He's been fighting. How long has he been fighting the SAVE Act fight? For like 6 months now? You make promises you can keep and make them seem bigger than what the unrealistic promises your opponent is making. I guess maybe if you focus on outcomes rather than specific policies. Because if you fight these people on policy during a populist wave, you're going to lose because they're going to promise like the bigger policies. But if you focus on the outcomes, like what I'm interested in is making sure that every American has, you know, affordable health care. So I don't know. I really don't know. Not to railroad, but did you see that Wings of Redemption quit the internet? Wasn't that like 3 weeks ago? How is it a lie? Hutch, it's a veto-proof bill. The housing bill? Interesting. You have to describe to people what their ideal society looks like compared to your opponent. Public option is doable. Just be realistic. The public option is doable. And I don't know if this new crop of DSA candidates would vote for a public option if we were able to whip the votes for one. I don't know. I suspect Chevalier would not. I don't know about Valdez. I don't know enough about Rab. I don't know enough about Mejia. If they're anything like Chevalier, then I don't think she would vote for a public option. I think she would be like, this only enriches the capitalist insurance companies and blah, blah, blah. I just, you know, she really is that kind of lefty. My listening library with $5, but these moderate officials are not talking with their base. More politicians need to interact with their base and explain bills they are passing. Well, if last night taught us anything, I think there is a huge gap in engagement right now. I don't know enough about New York politics to comment on specific races, but I suspect that there was a bit of complacency going on with these incumbents, which is a problem. Do you have a Chevalier emote? Wait, whose chat is this from? Luprex? Who's that? Luexper? The socialists will be more willing to force our shit through. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Are they talking as much and getting out as much as the new hot thing on the market? I highly doubt it, but they obviously are talking to their base. Excuse me. It seems they'll vote more left than Republicans. Well, sure. People who actually fighting instead of sitting around in Congress for decades ensuring nothing changes for the better. I hate my life. The Democratic Party is a damaged brand at the moment, Hutch. This is the reality we must reckon with. Oh, no, that's been apparent for many months. That has been, we've been known that. That's obviously the case, yes. The party brand right now is not great. And I am not sure that the new crop of DSA members are going to improve those numbers nationally. Okay, years. I'll grant you that. Sure, years.
For a vision that looks at the struggles that working people are living through and actually addresses it with ways that it can make their lives easier.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Is that it? Okay. What did Harry Anton have to say? I saw the thumbnail for that, but I didn't click on the video. Then we're going to watch some Fox News coverage
Surely.
of the primary results from last night. See what they're saying over there. Oh, this one here. There we go.
I looked at thousands of polls. Your
Oh, God.
Your Marquette University Law School, your New York Times, Siena College, your Quinnipiac, your Marist. You say it, you name it. I looked at it, looking for Trump's biggest midterm red flag.
I can't see fucking shit.
I think I've actually found it. Now, let me set the stage for you and how I found it. Why don't we just talk about Donald Trump's popularity right now? It has absolutely plummeted over the course of his second term. Trump's net approval rating, you go back to the beginning of his second term, look at this. He was on the plus side of the ledger, plus 6 points. When you can put it on your hands, you know that it means something. Plus 6 points on the positive side of the ledger. But look at how far down he has plummeted.
Yike-a-rooney.
Into the Hudson River here in New York City. Look at this. He's 28 points underwater. That is a shift of over 30 points to the red side of the ledger. And the
good morning.
Why? What has happened? And I had a few different theories of the case, and I want to take you through them, and I dismissed them. What's the first theory of the case? Well, the Iran war, right? It's been going on for a number of months right now, and you can see that Trump is struggling on foreign policy. Trump's net approval rating.
You could say that.
At the beginning of his term.
Struggling a bit.
On the positive side of the ledger. Barely on the positive side, but hey, you'd rather be barely on the positive side than the negative side of the ledger. But look at where he's fallen to now. 24 points underwater in February of 2026, just before.
You got a gas station.
And look at it now. It's even lower. It's a little bit lower, but it is lower. At 26 points underwater, nearly a 30-point shift against the President of the United States. So you might be saying to yourself, hey, this seems bad. Isn't this what's driving the negativity around Trump, dropping him to term 2 lows in terms of his overall approval rating? But then I went back through the history books, went back through my mind, and I remembered an election that was nearly 34 years ago. I can't believe it was that long ago. Remember this. Remember when President Bush, George H.W. Bush, for the youngsters out there, there was actually a President Bush before George W. Bush, George H.W.
Check, true.
Father, he won a war, for goodness sake. They won the first Gulf War against Iraq, and his foreign policy approval rating, his net approval rating, was on the positive side of the ledger. Look at this. Going into that 92 election, plus 17 points. They beloved him. He was beloved. He was loved on foreign policy by the American public. But what happened?
I don't think beloved is a verb.
Bill Clinton is what happened in that election.
I could be wrong.
Beat George H.W. Bush by 6 points, despite the fact that George H.W. Bush won.
Well, there was a bit of a spoiler candidate there.
I don't really think it's foreign policy. It's not the Iran war that
God bless Ross Perot.
Trump to record lows. So then I had another thought process. What's another big part of his second term? Well, that is his incredibly hawkish, harsh views in his detractors' minds on immigration. And immigration has been an area in which used to be, again, a plus for him, but now has become a negative. Trump's net approval rating on immigration. He was plus 7 points. It was one of his best issues back at the beginning of his second term. But then...
I just think it's crazy that Mike from PA owes me $1,500. And he hasn't paid me yet. I just think it's nuts. The deal was he needs to show proof of us actually settling on terms for a bet at any point ever. Otherwise, he has to give me $1,500. That was the deal. He's never done that. I find his lack of honor concerning, is all I'm saying. And it's easy. He's got the DMs. He could pull it up on the screen and show everybody that we settled on a bet, as he's been claiming for some time now. And if he did that, he wouldn't have to give me $1,500. He hasn't done that. And he hasn't paid up. So it's kind of fucked up when you think about it.
He's red now, but here's the interesting thing. At the height of that Minneapolis, all those agents going, federal agents going into Minneapolis, he fell to a term 2 low at minus 17 points. But look at what's...
Come here, you little fucker.
The fact that his overall approval rating continues to decline, his immigration approval has actually rebounded a little bit. It's now at minus 14 points. So when you look at this, you say, okay, his overall approval rating's falling, but his immigration approval rating is actually climbing a little bit. It's probably not that either. And then I had it. I had the moment where I go, oh, it's so simple. It's so simple. So, Trump's biggest red flag, look at this. It was an issue on which he beat Kamala Harris by 7 points back in the 2024 election. And now, well, wait a minute.
Oh, fuck.
Minus XX points. Boy, this is quite the mystery for me. I think I need something to refresh me. Very nice. Warming me right back up. What is the...
Harry Enton. Fuck Steve Kornacki. I'm fucking done with him. I'm fucking done with that guy. Harry Enton, he's our new guy, okay?
Biggest red flag, what is it?
We got DSA'd, bro. We got fucking DSA'd. There's no getting around it. They fucking DSA'd us last night.
Folks, it's what I thought it was all along. It's so obvious, so simple. How did
100 over Batman with the tier 1 membership? Did you watch the Loner X Ryan X Soy X Wick panel? I watched the tail end of it, didn't catch the whole thing. I think all of the people on that panel are smart, so we'll give that a watch at some point.
Did I not see it right from the start? It's inflation. Of course it's inflation. It's prices. It's the #1 issue. Look at this. He went from being trusted more on the issue by 7 points by Kamala Harris. Now he's 51 points underwater. That is a nearly 60-point switcheroo. It's a mind-blowing switcheroo.
Jesus Christ, you guys.
Points underwater. This is the biggest red flag by...
How did he fuck it up this bad, honestly? Can I drive this car?
The 2024 Trump voters, they tell the story. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, Trump's net approval rating among his own 2024 voters. Look at this. On the border, he's at plus 76 points in terms of his net approval rating. Still very, very popular.
Oops.
On foreign policy, which we mentioned earlier on, he's still very, very popular at plus 50 points. But look at what...
Wait, really? On foreign policy?
These are the people who voted for him back in 2024. He's now, get this, he's 4 points underwater. He's on the negative side of the ledger on the issue that got him reelected back.
Oh, this is with Trump 2024 voters. Gotcha. I was like, wait, what? I was like, huh?
This to me is a huge, this is why I say it's the biggest red flag possible.
Come here, you little fuckers.
Put it in a historic context. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, president's net approval on inflation. The 8 worst polls of all time, ever. George W. Bush, Donald Trump, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Joe Biden, Ronald Reagan, Jimmy Carter, who, of course, his presidency...
Greatest president ever, as we all know.
By inflation. But the 8 worst polls ever, they all belong to one man, Donald John Trump, the current occupant of the White House. They all belong to him, and they have all occurred in the last 2 months. This
oh,
is the reason why Trump's approval rating is falling to term 2 lows. This is why. It's inflation. It is the biggest red flag by far. And more than that, look at this. Look at all the groups. Now, the font here is really, really small. But take a look at this. Trump's net approval rating on inflation. Fox tested this. Fox News tested this. It was negative. That is all the red in 44 out of 45.
Harry looks and sounds like he's been up for 3 straight days.
Actually broke down.
He looks good.
Negative. This is
for 3 straight days.
Rural minus 43. Independents minus 671. Age 65 and older minus 35. Trump voters minus 4. Under $50,000 income minus 58. Suburban minus 54. Women minus 55. Men minus 47. All of these groups are negative. There is just one group which you might not be able to see. It's right here. It's right here. Look at this. In your green, I'm circling it in green, very conservative voters. That is the only group. And I know you can't see it. It's plus 16 points. Even amongst very conservative voters, where he is on the positive side of the ledger, a group that supported him overwhelmingly. This is the right of the right. He is just at plus 16 points on that issue. But overall, minus negative approval ratings on inflation in 44 out of 45 groups tested. Now, if you're a Republican in Congress, you should be running for the hills given this data. Why is that? Because if I'm looking at
I'm bleeding
polls every single day, you know who's looking at millions upon millions of polls? Democratic operatives. And they're seeing in the private data what I'm seeing in the public data. That is the anger against the top of the top in our government. The President of the United States is funneling its way down ballot to Republicans at large. Take a look here. Trust which party more on inflation? Now,
my girlfriend has guys on her team whose parents are Staten Island police officers, and those guys are unhappy with Trump. That's how you know it'll be bad. Well, he fucked with their wallet.
An over 20-point switch against Team Red.
Directly fuck with their wallet. What is happening over there?
An even larger switcheroo, going from trusting Republicans more by 30 points to now trusting Democrats more by 20 points. My goodness gracious, we're talking about a 50-point switcheroo. And this Democratic lead for an election cycle is historic. Because again, I'm looking at thousands of polls every single day. The last time going into an election cycle, Democrats were more trusted.
There just by far has never been a better opportunity for DSA to run the numbers up in the deep blue enclaves. Never been a better time than right now. So they had a bad night in California a couple weeks ago, but boy, did they have a good night last night. Holy moly. If you're DSA, I think last night is probably the most euphoric you've ever felt. And to give them credit, you know, they got out there and they did the damn thing. Marquine Rice with 5, I don't know what's pounds and what's euros anymore. I fucking confused myself. I think it's pounds. NYC is going DSA is in a highly liberal state is like being concerned about that the weather might be too hot in a desert. Yeah, it's a desert. Yeah, it's NYC. I mean, listen, I take your point, but the Plattner situation in Maine complicates that a bit, as does the El Syed race in Michigan. So, you know, their gains right now are modest, but it could invigorate, and I think it will, especially last night. It will invigorate them, and they will try to replicate that success in other blue areas of the country. And at that point, I mean, like I keep saying the risk is that it's not that they're going to take over the party. They're not going to take over the party. That is not going to happen. The risk is that they grow their numbers sufficient to the extent that they can really block legislation. That they can be just another thing that like the Democrats in Congress have to contend with on top of the already existing institutional imbalances and MAGA. So like they're going to have to like pull hairs. It's going to take more work to get legislation done. It's going to like the process of doing things in the House is going to be slowed down or potentially ground to a halt. Because the risk is that they'll be pretty obstructionist and too ideological. The fear mongering isn't. I don't think it's insane. I don't think it's insane. Do you get the sense from these candidates that they're on their way to DC to like work with the Democratic Party to get things done? That's not the vibe that I get. Think about the Freedom Caucus of the Republican Congress the last few years, obstructing their own speaker votes, etc. That is a yes, exactly. Yes. If you want to take a look at a political party that became extremely dysfunctional because of a relatively small group of caucus members, look no further than the Republican Party and the dysfunction that we've seen over the last, I would say like 4 years has been especially like dysfunctional. They ousted their own House Speaker for the first time, I think, ever. Now, I'm not saying that would happen in the Democratic Party. I don't think we would be that dysfunctional. But it's not necessarily off the table. It's not completely outside of the realm of possibility. Numbers of Freedom Caucus are like 2 to 3 times the number of these candidates. Well, the issue vague contempt would become pretty dire if the Democratic Party's majority ends up being in the neighborhood of the amount of like DSA-backed insurgent sort of politicians. So if we end up in 2028 with only like a 9-seat majority, they can wield a lot of leverage. They can be their own kind of collective Joe Manchin. You see the issue there? Then it becomes a problem. If we can pad our numbers a bit and get like a 15-seat majority or 20-seat majority, then the risk of that goes way down, I would say, obviously. The DSA would 100% block a public option because they want Medicare for all. That's my sense of it. I hope I'm wrong. I do think the current crop are built a little different. I think they're a little bit more adversarial, standoffish. Say what you will about the squad, but for the most part, they voted with the Democratic Party. That was the big concern in 2018. For a lot of people, is they felt like the squad and what they represented, they would be a hindrance to the Democratic Party's legislative agenda. And that didn't really happen. There were symbolic votes like Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush voting against the infrastructure bill, but they had the votes to pass that anyways, and it didn't matter because our majorities were big enough to get that stuff done. But for the most part, there was a lot of unity in the Democratic Party when after the midterms and we took over the House. Do you guys remember those times? Like the Justice Dems and like everybody on the pundit side of politics that helped to push these candidates over the finish line, they were pressuring the squad and people that were like elevated by the Justice Democrats. They wanted them to go to war with the Democratic Party. Do you guys remember that? The Kyle Kalinskis, the Jenks, they were pissed when the squad ended up being pretty cooperative with the Democratic Party. They were pissed when the squad, was like working with Nancy Pelosi and not against her so much. And I don't know if the new crop of people would do. I hope they do. Like, I hope AOC sets a good example for them and has conversations with them and educates them on like effective action, Liwa, thank you so much for, okay, that is euros. I know that's euros. Liwa with 250 euros. AOC was also a bomb thrower when she first came in, then she mellowed out. Remember that. A little bit, yeah. A little bit. She was a little bit of a firebrand, but she's matured. I hope that she can sit down with them and impart some of that wisdom, because I think she's been able to maintain and grow her influence over the years by learning. And yeah, I don't know. I will get a better sense of like where these politicians are at. I think as the general plays out, like listening to their rhetoric, campaign rhetoric during the general, and then we'll get a much better sense of where they're at and what kind of Democrat are you? You know, like once they're sworn in, once the next Congress is sworn in January, and then we'll just listen to what they say and pay attention to what they do. The good news now is that we have we're still gonna be powerless to, pass legislation, obviously. With Donald Trump still being president, he'll just veto everything, obviously. Or it won't pass the Senate because the filibuster is still in place or something like that. And so that's the good news, is like some of the division I think is going to be blunted because Donald Trump's going to be president. He's going to just be even more unhinged. And so hopefully, he's so bad that like the Democratic Party keeps the focus on that. But man, guys, I am Susan Collins concerned about 2028. I just have a bad feeling that it's going to be worse than 2016. Oh boy. That's what I'm gearing up for. I don't think I can articulate why I'm Susan Collins concerned that 2028 will be more vitriolic and toxic than 2016. It's just vibes. It's just the vibes. I mean, kind of, yeah, the rise of the sloppulous. Like the fact that populism is so ascendant right now. Like the more populists there are in the Congress, or the more populism is in vogue, the higher the risk of divisive, toxic rhetoric. Because that's just how populists roll. There was a clip of Graham Plattner, who I love. He's great. Stand-up guy. Zero concerns. But there was a clip of him the other day. He was talking about I'll never forgive Susan Collins for voting for Justice Kavanaugh, who then took away the woman's right to reproductive health on her own terms. And I'll never forgive the Democratic Party establishment for not codifying Roe when they had the opportunity. Hold on, let me see if I can. Somebody help me find that clip. Here.
Never forgive Susan Collins for her vote for Brett Kavanaugh, which resulted in the overturning of Wade. But I will be honest. It's important, I think, to remember. I also will never forgive establishment Democrats for many years never taking the opportunity to codify reproductive rights in federal law.
We never had the opportunity, you dumb fuck, who I love, with the pirate tattoo. What opportunity? What are you talking about? We never had the votes to do that. You fucking moron, who I love and support unconditionally and have zero concerns about. Like this shit, you know what I mean? Like this shit, that wasn't necessary. What are you doing? The fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Like we have Donald Trump. We have this like perfect target because he's just so profoundly bad. You have Susan Collins, who's like very vulnerable. And you're using this, like, you're taking a shot that's just not true. It's just not it. This is a lie. This is like one of these lies that persist in the fucking zeitgeist, and it just what's the word again? Illusory truth. Fuck, what is it called? The thing where like something gets repeated over and over and over again, and because it gets repeated so often, people just assume that it's true and they don't bother to like look up if it's true. Not truism. Well, I guess maybe, but yeah, I guess that's what a truism is, but there's something more specific that I'm thinking. We never had the votes. We never had the votes to do that. We never had the votes. I mean, it's just, and when you take a shot like that, it's almost like, I don't know how to explain it. The Democratic Party has moved significantly away from pro-life positions and significantly towards pro-reproductive health positions. Like, do you call that shifting left? Let's just call that shifting left. The Democratic Party has shifted massively to the left on abortion. We had 4 Ryan Getty, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan, I just want you to know, I agree with the observation that you look like you should have been born 100 to 150 years ago. You are a time traveler, is what I'm saying. I'm on to you. I know who you are. I know your secret. You have a time machine. You belong in the roaring 20s, is what I'm saying. I can just imagine you with a button-up suit and a proper hat. You have Susan Collins, who's vulnerable right now because Donald Trump is such a mess, and it's like and this is the perfect opportunity to unite the clans, you know, in the Democratic Party. And you're giving a speech about reproductive health, and then you take a shot at Democrats who have basically purged like all of their pro-life Democrats have been like purged from the party. They're like all gone. There's one guy, Henry Cuellar in Texas. There's one guy in the entire Congress now that is pro-life, anti-abortion. It's just so unnecessary to take those kind of shots, but you know, that's kind of where we're headed right now. All right, let's tune into some Fox News, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what they're saying about these candidates last night. Hold on, where's my cue? There's my cue. Okay, we got some other videos queued up as well. They are going to run wall-to-wall coverage of these candidates.
All right,
They're going to send Fox News reporters to Capitol Hill and ask Chevalier super leading questions, and she's going to give them what they want. She's going to tell them, like, no, I don't think that we should put pedophiles who rape children in jails. You're just re-traumatizing the pedophiles. We need to address the systems of trauma and dare to be bold. Dare to imagine a world where prisons are just not necessary. And then, you know, they're going to do they're going to do that. They're going to bait her with the most ridiculous questions. She's going to give them the most ridiculous answers. And then they're going to be like, see, this is the fucking Democratic Party. This is what you get.
All right, this is a Fox News alert. Incumbent Congressman.
What is happening to Sean Hannity? He's not okay, guys. I got to put him on the big screen for this one. What is going on with him? There is a reptile underneath the skin that is about to burst out to the surface. What is happening? Why is he so round? Why is his face so rotund?
And Goldman, who was just banned from a New York City coffee shop because of his support for Israel, he has now lost his primary to a radical socialist backed by Mamdani.
Bro, this guy had a stroke. Something happened. What is happening to him? I said it last night. He looks like when you played 007 GoldenEye on Nintendo 64 and you put it in big head mode. That's him right now. He's kind of slurring his speech a little bit. My theory is dentistry. I think there was some dental work done, is my theory.
It appears that, you know, a pretty scary transformation is now fully underway in the Democratic Party.
You, sir, you are the scary transformation.
Now, meanwhile,
what is going on with your face and your body?
Mack truck facility in Pennsylvania, where he touted his economic success and rallied with Republican candidates ahead of the midterms.
Yeah, he's stress eating. He's stress eating because he knows the red shirts are coming. The socialists are going to kick down the fucking gates of his mansion and seize his property. He's just fucking stuffing his face with hamburgers like, oh, fuck. What am I going to do?
While also taking a jab at far-left radical Maine Senate candidate, our friend Graham Plattner, and, of course, his Nazi tattoo. Take a look.
It's a pirate tattoo.
In Maine, he's got the Nazi stickers. He's got the whole deal.
The Nazi stickers? It's a wolf.
10 years.
Fuck you.
They said Trump is a Nazi. Now they can't say that anymore because they have a guy.
We will domesticate you over decades.
And also another Mamdani-backed candidate, Claire Valdez, just won the Democratic nomination in New York's 7th congressional district. Wow. Here with reaction, he is the Deputy White House Chief of Staff and Homeland Security Advisor, Stephen Miller. All right, New York is one.
Nazi stickers.
Night for Mamdani.
He's got his little backpack with his little Totenkopf stickers.
Spreading, you know, across the country. You got Tallarico, you got El Sayed, you got Graham Platt.
What do you think about someone like Ryan being seemingly more pro-populism populist? I don't know, man. Ryan Getty. I don't like him. I don't like him. He is a time traveler. He's not telling it. He's lying about this. He wants you to believe that he was born in 1991. No. No. Late 19th century. Perhaps early 20th century. No, I think like Ryan, I think I appreciate Ryan Getty's videos and his commentary because he does get me to stop and sort of question the things that I believe. So I like that. He makes some compelling arguments. Sometimes I don't always have good answers for the questions that he asks, and I think they're fair questions. Like he asks me, you know, like what was one of the things he asked? Well, I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I am deeply distrustful of populist movements. I think they mostly end up bad. I think history shows they mostly end up pretty bad, with some exceptions. But for the most part, it's not great. And I don't know if I'm qualified to say like why that is, like why populism usually leads to really bad outcomes. Obama was populist. I don't think I agree with that at all. I don't think he was populist. Maybe I got to do a little bit of research before I can opine on these things. It's an interesting question. Like, why does populism usually end up like really dark, really violent, really bad? The Strait is closed. Blue paint is peeling. East wing of the White House is in ruins. A tarp covers The Kennedy Center, the White House lawn is destroyed by the UFC arena winning. Well, when you say it like that. Obama was more progressive during his campaign, more than populist. I don't even think, listen, some of you youngsters, I think were too young to remember the kind of campaign that Obama ran. But he was aspirational and inspirational rhetorically. So like, in a very rudimentary or superficial sense, it was like hope, change, you know, that feels like progress, right? People hear those words and they think progress. And then just like the promise of a black man becoming president in this country, like he was the embodiment, that like avatar of the promise of progress in this country just by virtue of like the circumstances. But he was also running on like, you know, if you come into this country, you should learn how to speak English, you know, which is, you know, pretty moderate. So like he was very, very.
Not really. Maybe. It's classified.
I had a dream. I woke up, this was 2 days ago, I shit you not. I had a dream and I don't remember the particulars, but someone I was like physically face to face with was like, did you hear Obama's running again? And I was like, wait, what? But how? And then I looked it up on my phone and then I was reading a tweet in my dream and the tweet said, well, if you get a creative enough lawyer, anybody could run for a third term. I came up with that shit in my dream. I'm like writing like Aaron Sorkin stories in my fucking dream. And then I woke up and it was a lie. It was a lie. Obama was, his position was like against gay marriage. I mean, he was pretty moderate when it came to like immigration. He did not run on something like Medicare for all or single payer system. You know, he ran on the ACA. I don't even know if he ran on the public option. I think he did, but I don't know. So he did not run as like a super progressive. And I don't recall him being super populist. He might have used some populist rhetoric during the campaign, but I don't remember. Even in 2008, after the crash, he never talked shit on bankers, etc., or Wall Street. Is that true? I don't know. When capitalism, cronyism is generally failing us, by all means, let's keep just doing the same thing or taking half measures against rising authoritarianism. Well, I'm not advocating for half measures. I'm advocating for what's possible. I'm a big fan of doing things that are possible and not wasting time talking about things or proposing things that are impossible. If you want to propose something like single payer, that's fine, but just frame it accurately. Say this is a long-term project. Say this is something that we are building towards. I have no problem with that. That's fine. But to me, like, the presidency and political power at the national level is about building a consensus, building a mandate, and then spending all your political capital to get as much done as you can possibly get done with the time that you have. And when I look at the last two Democratic presidents, that's what I see. That's what they did. Obama got in there with a 60 vote threshold in the Senate for a very limited amount of time. There was some fuckery around like seating Al Franken. It took like 9 months to seat him after his race because there was a challenge to that race. Ted Kennedy fucking died. So there were complications, but he spent his first 2 years largely focused on getting big healthcare reform done. And it was a drawn out, fraught, at times very hostile negotiation that took place within the Democratic Party. but they got it done. They burnt all their capital to get that done, and in doing so, expanded healthcare to 50 million people, and let kids stay on their parents' insurance until they're fucking 26 years old, and got rid of the practice of rejecting people for pre-existing conditions. That's what he did. And then he protected that seat in 2012. You know, that was a good presidency. Not perfect, but very good. And then what did Biden do when he won? You know, spent the first 2 years burning all the political capital he could burn to not only get an impressive legislative track record, but do a bunch of stuff unilaterally as president with executive authority. He burned through a lot of capital doing shit, making meaningful concessions to the left, you know, like, if you want to call those half measures, okay, you can do that, but I think it's dubious framing. Original heirloom with $2. The P in populism is for pitchforks. It's scary. Though populism thrives with an angry populace. And so there's an incentive for populists to make people even angrier, because that's where they derive their power. Like, there's a kind of thin, blurry line between populism and demagoguery, and they oftentimes overlap. And that's historically been a pretty dangerous thing to do, to like make a big group of people angrier. It's led to some really bad things, and so it is scary. The Britannic with $5. But you also say packing the court is impossible and people disagree with you, a la Kamala Harris. Your definition of impossible is too narrow. Did I say packing the court is impossible? I don't recall saying that. I might have said it's a tall order. Maybe I said that. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know. I don't know. You might get it over the finish line in the House. The Senate would be a tall order. I think there's probably enough Democrats opposed to packing the court that might be a tall order, but you know, who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Demiurge with $5. Obama never used us versus them sloppulous messaging. Scavenger DLC with $5. It's also important to remember that Pelosi had House Dems in line and was one of the most effective speakers in this area when the squad came. She was probably the most effective House Speaker of the modern generation, of like the modern era of politics. Almighty Pat with $5. You think the DSA populist insurgency is a decentralization of black Dems as the base? I don't know. It's too soon to tell if the ascendancy of these DSA candidates has a meaningful impact on like black voters in the Democratic Party. DSA typically, like those candidates typically like struggle a lot with black voters. Black voters are much more, I think historically they've been very strategic and calculated. And wary of people like Bernie Sanders. Games are for kids. Did I get you for $10? This game gets a lot more fun when you get a functioning vehicle. How are you liking it so far? They say that they plan to get multiplayer one day. Will be fun with friends IMO. This game is just a lot of fun. It's just like a Minecraft survival game. I'm playing permadeath because it's the only way I can feel things when I play these games is with permadeath. Like I feel like there have to be actual odds, like actual stakes that make me nervous. Otherwise, it's not as fun. And I haven't survived for more than 3 days yet. I'm playing on the second to hardest difficulty permadeath. Okay, am I caught up? Fogsy with $2 because he didn't have any babysitters this time. I'm not sure what that is in reference to. Leagate Lanius with $10. Hutch, is it your take that these DSA types are cannibalizing the Democratic Party? I'm a Republican, but I speak to leftists of many flavors all the time. This is exactly the kind of strat that some want. They're open about the strat, so it's not like a mystery. Hassan said it very clearly when he was stumping for Chris Rabb in Pennsylvania. The strat is for them to run up the numbers in this initial kind of in this midterm, to run their numbers up as much as they can in like the deep blue areas, and then their plan is to like build from there. So like establish a track record of winning, build up their influence in that way, and then try to use that influence to expand outside of those areas. But so far, historically, they have not figured out how to do that. And I don't know what would be different this time. The Britannic with $2. I mean, when you say something is unrealistic. I don't know. Getting big policies done at the federal level is really hard. By design. It was already hard by design. And then when times are hyper polarized and the filibuster exists, it's extremely difficult. It was extremely difficult to get the ACA passed. Like, that was no small thing. That was tough. And that was done off the backs of decades of Democrats that had been trying to get some kind of big healthcare reform done for decades. That was a fight that took decades to get the ACA done. It wasn't just about the 2008 race and then the negotiations that took place in Obama's first 2 years. It was like decades of activism, and they tried to get universal healthcare done in the 90s when Clinton was president. Hillary was in charge of trying to get that done. California's been trying to do single payer for decades. Other states have been trying to do their own single payer systems for decades. It's just really difficult. And so you got to keep that in mind. More things are possible at the local level. More things are possible at the state level. At the federal level, it's really hard to get the stuff done. And court packing, guys, make no mistake about it, that is a thermonuclear option. That is a hydrogen bomb option. That is an antimatter, planet-destroying bomb. Option. And the Senate is usually where you find kind of more grown-ups, and I'm just gonna guess there's like 20 Democrats in the Senate right now that are just principally opposed to court packing, but I could be wrong. And so it's not that it's impossible, it's just it's really difficult. It'd be really difficult to get that done. It would be far less difficult to get court reforms done. Paper Citadel with $5. It's funny the DSA talks so much about the working class, but then lose the working class vote. I don't know if that's true in New York. I haven't seen the demographic breakdown of these races. I do know right now there's a tension between New York transplants and New Yorkers that have lived there for their whole lives, or for, longer than a decade. The ones that have lived in New York for a really long time are far less supportive of the DSA candidates in the races that I saw when they broke it down by demographics. People that moved to New York in the last year or 5 years are massively backing the DSA type candidates. But I haven't seen any breakdowns yet by, was it income? What did you just say? Oh, working class. I haven't seen those breakdowns yet. That is true in New York. Working class voted against the DSA types and against Mamdani last year. I just don't know if that held true last night. I haven't seen those demographics yet.
And you have no mainstream Democrat but the one we just had on, John Fetterman, that is willing to stand up to them.
Oh, dear.
What are we learning about what's happening to the Democratic Party, Stephen Miller?
Well, this is an issue, Sean, you and I have discussed on your airwaves many times, and tonight brings really terrifying evidence of just, as you said, how far this cancer has spread and is spreading across and throughout the Democrat Party. The candidate who won that race in New York tonight campaigned, as Senator Fetterman said, on abolishing ICE, abolishing borders, abolishing jails. So effectively,
it's like normally when they say this stuff, they're lying, right? Like that's the big disadvantage with having this woman in our tent now. It's like normally, like for the last several years, they've been saying this shit and it's been bullshit because there haven't been any Democrats besides like AOC, I think in 2019 said some like really left-wing stuff, but whatever. Like they've always just been lying about that stuff. Now they're telling the truth. It's true. Like we do have a Democrat in, you know, assuming she wins in the general with it. I think it's a safe assumption that, you know, is against like all borders and police and prisons. Like it's just, it's true now. So, you know, we have to contend with that. And it'll be interesting to see, has Jeffries done a press conference yet? Did he do a press conference this morning? Has he made any media appearances? I want to see how he's talking about this. Very curious about that.
this candidate is saying that every single American citizen should live at the mercy of the most violent criminals, terrorists, and thugs on the face of planet Earth. Just our whole country there for the taking, there for the pillaging. No protection.
I'm gonna die. I'm dying. I'm gonna die.
Single race.
Yep. Here it comes.
Democrat primary. The radical left base of the Democrat Party is electing the most socialist, the most communist, the most lunatic candidates, the most fringe candidates that possibly exist. Every one of them against cops, against ICE, against Border Patrol, against borders, against jails, for every crazy trans idea.
Hutch, we are fine. I don't know, Laksha. Laksha was calling it a Democratic Tea Party. When he told me...
You said last night that you still plan to support Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker if Democrats take the House. Even though he endorsed incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman, he did not endorse you. After sleeping on it and after seeing the results, not just in your race, but all these other races come in, I'm wondering if you still feel confident in that answer, given the pattern here and the message it seems that New Yorkers are trying to send.
Yeah, I look forward to helping elect Hakeem Jeffries to be the Speaker of the House in January. He called to congratulate me, and we had a good conversation. Primaries are where we work out the direction of the party, and there's change I want to see, and we've been clear about it on corporate PAC money, on the U.S. relationship to Israel and Palestine, on fighting harder for working families. But
well, again, like Lander's fine. Like Lander is, yeah, he's fine. I haven't seen anything from Lander that made me uncomfortable with him, you know? I'm not terribly familiar with his policy platform, but I've seen a decent amount of clips of him and just the way he talks, the way he presents himself, the way he messages. I never got any like Susan Collins concerned vibes from him. He's not the issue here. The issue are the other ones.
Be a unified party to do that. To me,
they're all fine. I don't know why you're saying that. Why would you say it's not? It is a silly, infantile, really idiotic proposition that we should abolish like prisons and the police and borders. Like it's really bad and stupid and silly and just it's very dumb. Do you pro clutch this much about Fetterman and others on the right flank? I'm not worried about Fetterman because Fetterman is going to get primaried. I don't like Fetterman. If I was a Pennsylvania voter, I would not vote for him in a primary. I supported him in whenever he ran. When was that? 2022, because I only started paying attention to that race after the primary was done and he was the candidate. I did get some bad vibes. Like his debate performance versus Oz was about 30% as horrifying as the Biden debate with Trump. He had just had a stroke, but I mean, I was like, huh, okay. All right. Well, this is interesting. Is it any less infantile than supporting a nation thousands of miles away because thousands-year-old book? I don't think America, I don't think American foreign policy, with respect to our, decades-long partnership with Israel, is because of the Bible. I think it's because it serves our strategic interests. But I'm okay with of course I support more limits on aid to Israel. Of course I support reevaluating that partnership, especially after the last 3 years, but especially during the seeing what Netanyahu has done with Iran, and how destabilizing that's been, and how he's dragged this administration, because of this fucking president, into this situation with Iran, which has just been such a catastrophic blunder for so many reasons. So I am fine with, and would be supportive of, ending aid to Israel. I have never in my life been an Israel stan. I recognize the reality that Israel exists, it's not going away, and it's not going to be a one-state solution. That's always been my thing. And then I also just acknowledge that Hamas is just an absolute fucking nightmare for the people of Gaza. They've been so bad for the people of Gaza. I don't know how did we get on Israel? We're not doing this. No, stop it. Why are you doing this? We are not going to derail this stream with a fucking Israel debate right now. Paper Citadel with $5. It's funny the DSA talks so much about the working class, but I think I already got you for that. CBU M27 with $2. Shout out to my queen, Amy Klobuchar.
The line is not between progressives and moderates. The line is between fighters and folders. And Democrats want a fighting party. And that looks different in different districts and different parts of the country. Hakeem Jeffries is our leader in the House. We'll make him Speaker in January. Of course, I'll work to hold him accountable, just like voters will work to hold me accountable. That's how democracy is supposed to work.
It's going to be interesting because people are going to ask the freshman. They're going to ask, are we calling her DAC now? Is that, I guess that's a little easier. Daria Lisa, what's her, Abila? What's her middle name? Oh, DAC. Chevrolet, DAC. Which one's easier? DAC, yeah, DAC, I guess. DAC, Valdez, Chris Rabb, handful of others. I want to hear their answer to questions about, I would love to have them on the podcast. I would love to be able to just ask them hey, so hypothetically, if we get a trifecta and, we have 15-seat majority and we can't get Medicare for all, but we can get a public option, how would you vote? That's the question I want to ask all of these candidates. And if they say that they would not get in the way of passing something like a public option, then I would feel better about the situation. Still not great, but not Susan Collins concerned.
Against every single tenet of traditional American values, principles, religion, God, all of it. I mean, you saw this quote from Tallarico today where he says he hates
Ukraine aid is another one. Yeah, that's true.
That they are running, Sean. So President Trump, in a very real and very literal sense, is the leader.
That's a down helicopter over there. Let's go.
Protecting this nation from this tyrannical wave of left-wing insanity.
How do we ever reconcile the ones that want Marxism, socialism, defund, dismantle, open borders, sanctuary cities and states? How do we ever reconcile these two very different ideologies? I don't see how.
No, I mean, fundamentally, Sean, look, we used to have a country, you could pick what time period, maybe say the 1980s with Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan. We used to have a country where you had a center-left Democrat Party, really a center I would say, a center to center left with many members who were actually center right. These were called Reagan Democrats or Blue Dog Democrats. So that was the spectrum the Democrat Party lived in, from center left to center right. Then you had a Republican Party, right, a conservative party. And over time,
Demi-Ears with $5
has abandoned all of that, and they have instead adopted.
Who was that idiot moral frogging about Fetterman? He was the darling of the leftists, not libs. Let's not call him an idiot. Maybe a little dumb, but not an idiot. I'm just playing. Original Heirloom with $5. Chris Rabb was interviewed on Breaking Points. Pretty heavily distanced himself from Plattner already. He doesn't like him. I saw that. I did see that. I saw that clip.
Adopted this radical, revolutionary, and in many cases violent ideology that wants to tear America down and destroy everything that we know and love from top to bottom, right? Living in a state of total anarchy, without police, without law enforcement, where criminals can rape and maim and murder with impunity, where your kids are taught from the age of 2 to hate America, to hate their God, to hate their parents, to hate their family, to even hate their own gender. That's their agenda.
Your God.
A middle ground.
Not my God.
Ultimately, what President Trump is doing and what he is leading is an America First movement that says we need Democrats to come vote for us to leave that insanity, because ultimately that's just a death knell for America.
I don't see Plattner winning. I don't see El Sayed winning. I don't see Six-Gender Tellerico winning.
Plattner is...
Okay, so you have...
I think Plattner will win.
Which is like an island unto itself. Very different. New York, a different state. How does this play out nationally? In my mind, these are uncharted waters heading into a very important midterm election, and no mainstream Democrat but for...
Oh my God, I'm fucking dying.
...call out the radicalism within their own party. So if the party's going to put a seal of approval on it, or shut their mouths because they're afraid of the people that are the real power brokers. My question is...
Banana, thank you so much for the primer.
And how do we interpret what the midterm will look like going into this?
Yes, well, ultimately...
It's a hard game. Fuck you.
Challenge that we all...
The crowbar sucks. I'm not picking it up anymore.
Explain to the American people that Democrats you grew up with, the Democrats that your mom and dad grew up with, the Democrats that your grandma and grandpa grew up with, do not exist anymore at all, not at any level of government. A vote for any Democrat anywhere for any office is empowering a party that wants to strip this country to the bone, to take away our security, our defense, our way of life. You know, just tonight, Sean, I saw a Democrat member of Congress online defending the Antifa terrorists in Texas who were just jailed for shooting an ICE officer. They shot
it was in a hipster bar. He
charged with terrorism.
He heard one of these Democrats in a hipster bar.
Mamdani is endorsing candidates that don't want the most violent people put in jail ever. No,
I mean, and look,
they're
by the way,
tonight.
Look at, by the way.
Oh my God, guys.
For North Carolina, he released murderers and killers and rapists. So this is a choice about defending you and your family. A vote for Republicans and Trump is literally a vote to protect the lives of the people you love most in this whole world, Sean.
Hey, Sean Hannity.
I knew it was going to be intense. I mean, I definitely knew it was going to be intense, their coverage. All elite memes with $2. Have you played 7 Days to Die? It's similar to this. No, it's an interesting premise. As I understand it, that game, you get 7 days to like prepare and fortify the stronghold, and then a horde of zombies comes, and then it's like another 7 days. I haven't picked that up yet. The Escape Artist with $5. Not even 24 hours after one election, and all Dems are Marxist demons. Who could have seen this coming?
A Fox News alert. And did you feel that? A socialist earthquake overnight as Mamdani-backed challengers win their Democrat primaries and drag their party even further to the left.
Guys.
Mamdani becomes the party's new kingmaker. Some Democrats are preparing to fight back.
Plus, President Trump making his economic pitch in Pennsylvania as gas prices fall. But the president has a new target that he says is making it harder for you to pay at the pump.
And foreign World Cup fans obsessing over ranch. I'm not talking about a one-story home. Right. I'm talking about the dressing. may be in luck trying to get it back home. We're going to tell you
what's happening with ranch dressing.
And quick move by one brand to make sure our fellow humans throughout the world can bring what we give to the world, which is ranch, back to their home country.
What is happening? What's going on with ranch dressing?
I'm Todd Pyre.
And I'm Carly Shimkus, and we begin with Madeline.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy!
In New York City.
That's right, Carly and Todd. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani says the results of Tuesday's primaries were the beginning of a political movement. One of the far left.
My listening library with $2.
Five-term incumbent in New York's 13th congressional district.
That's better.
Congressman Adriano Espaillat, the chair of the Hispanic Congressional Caucus, lost his seat to Democratic Socialist Daryalisa Avila Chevalier. In New York's 10th congressional district, Mamdani-backed progressive leader Brad Lander ousted Congressman Dan Goldman, who was the lead prosecutor in Trump's first impeachment trial. And in New York's 7th congressional district, another Democratic Socialist member, Claire Valdez, won the Democratic nomination. Chevalier and Lander have said they want to abolish ICE. They've also been critical of Israel. Valdez, meanwhile, wants a state takeover of utilities and housing and unions for all, and said Free Palestine was on the ballot.
Solidarity is the force that we need to vanquish Trump's fascism, to abolish ICE, and to stand up to the billionaires.
Abolish ICE, free Palestine, organize your union, and join DSA.
What we have delivered here today is a clear mandate that the era of taking unchecked.
What else can you put in the wallet? Oh, nothing.
Representation is over.
We still got to watch their acceptance speeches. Their
State Attorney General Alan Wilson
victory speeches.
Will become the Republican nominee for governor. President Trump initially endorsed Wilson's opponent, Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evette, and she did finish first.
What the fuck is this thing? A jukebox?
Wilson and Evette in the runoff.
I believe he recognized what we've been doing for the last 10 years to support the things he was trying to accomplish with his administration. But also, I think he saw the fight that in our campaign, the energy in our campaign. And I think he likes a fighter, and I think that's what won him over. I want to thank you, Mr. President.
And in Utah, former Congressman Ben McAdams is on track to return to Congress after winning the Democratic primary in the 1st congressional district. He beat several progressives in the process, including one backed by Senator Bernie Sanders. Calling it out.
Jesus Christ.
Live for us. Maddie, thank you so much. All right, staying on this very topic, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani propelling 3 New York primary candidates into the midterms, giving the progressive wing of the Democrat Party a major boost.
Democratic Party.
This is your victory. What you all have shown this evening, whether for state assembly, state senate, or Congress, is that a year ago, it was not the end of a political movement.
Ooh, let's go.
It was the beginning. And let's hear it for a politics that will never forget working people. For a politics that is ready to write a new chapter in our party's history.
Conservative Partnership Institute Vice President Rachel Bovard joins me now. Rachel, thank you so much for joining us. It happened last night. And all these socialist candidates believe in Medicare for all. They believe in abolishing ICE. They believe that Israel is committing genocide in the Middle East. And
CMW double with $5. Why do center-left moderate Dems need to accept a Big Ten framework while DSA openly fucking hates us and want to complete takeover of the party? I think that the Big Tent framing is appropriate for people that are ideologically maybe dissimilar from you, but are on the same page about being unified as a caucus to oppose the Republican Party and to get things done that can be done. That's where I think like a Big Tent framework applies. It doesn't apply to people that are infiltrating, the party in like various like areas of the country who have no interest in doing any of that stuff. So I they're on paper a part of the tent, but I don't regard them as like I don't yet regard them as coalition partner. if they are sworn in and they are working with the other Democrats in their caucus to be unified in opposition to MAGA for the last 2 years of Trump's presidency, then I can, I'll change my mind and update my priors. And I hope that I'm wrong about it. I genuinely hope that I'm wrong about it. But, I regard them as hostile because they present as hostile. And so I treat them at face value. That's just how it is. Beanpod with $5. Ranch do-it-yourself. 2/3 sour cream. 1/4 cup buttermilk. 2 tablespoons of cilantro. 1 tablespoon minced shallot. 2 teaspoons vinegar. 1/2 teaspoon granulated garlic. 1/4 teaspoon salt. 1/4 teaspoon pepper. Is that really all it is? Can I be honest with you guys? Fuck ranch dressing. Ew. No. Why would anyone pick ranch dressing over blue cheese for anything? You got blue cheese right there. You got that like biting, delicious, bold flavor. And then you go with ranch. Ugh. Ugh. You are not dipping fries in blue cheese? I would over ranch. I would pick mayonnaise over ranch for French fries. That's just how I feel about that.
One of them, Daria-Lisa Avila Chevalier, once posted on Twitter that she forgot napkins, so she wiped her hands on the American flag, and she and the others are poised to be sitting members of Congress. What is your reaction to this, and why this socialist movement is growing right now?
Well, there's no getting around it that this was a very good night for the DSA, for the Democrat Socialists of America. And I think what
the Democrat Socialist of America
movement. Remember, the DSA has grown 10% in membership since February. They have been chalking up wins at the local and county level in red states like Arizona, Kansas, Iowa. So these congressional seats are simply the next step in the
CBUM 27 with $5. Try dipping your fries in a mixture of blue cheese and French dressing. Trust me, blue cheese and French dressing? I don't like French dressing either. Be honest with you. Mr. Joe Tickner with 4. Actually, wait, is French dressing what you put on like is it like the kind of beige color one that you put on? I like French dressing on burgers. But I also like blue cheese on burgers. Oh my God. Get some gorgonzola cheese. Drop some crumbles of some gorg, some good old gorg on a burger. Yum, yum, yum. Get you some red onions, some arugula. Maybe even get crazy and put some mushrooms on that bitch. Roasted garlic. I'm getting hungry. What am I doing? It's like 9 a.m. and I'm like craving a burger right now. J Ray with $2. I've never agreed with you more. Fuck ranch. I just think it's overrated. It's just like it's tangy, but not a good tangy. It's like a gross kind of tangy. Chervakia with $10. Why do DSA talking points that they run on sound so basic and infantile, whereas Dem campaign talking points feel more grounded? Feels like Dems need to be the adults in the room where DSA don't. The DSA are like the way that I look at them and the way that I regard them. It's like they are like me when I was 17 years old. They're like, it's like we're like the uncles, the aunts and uncles, and they're, like they're in their start entering their late teens, testing boundaries. They think they're the smartest people in the world. They think they've got everything figured out, and they think that it's like a moral problem. You just don't have, like, if you know, you're just bad, and if you had good morals, then you would be on our side. You know, like, that's how I just think of them like rebellious teenagers.
Process of them consolidating.
All elite memes with $5. Progressive Victory refused to endorse Daria Liza and Claire due to positions on Ukraine, and lefties are ripping them apart on Twitter. Ooh, that's an interesting lane Progressive Victory is trying to occupy. The pro-Ukraine progressive left. That might be challenging for them.
Power and becoming less of a fringe movement on the left than moving towards becoming what is now the establishment Democratic Party. As you mentioned, people with extreme views are now going to be sitting in the United States Congress. And it's not just, you saw the DSA update its policy playbook just earlier this month. They now want to abolish the Senate. They want to abolish the Supreme Court and the presidency and make it all subject.
I kind of agree about abolishing the Senate, quite frankly.
Borders aren't real, and all of these crazy proposals. So I do think this is something
a girl can dream.
Can't be laughed away. Mayor Mamdani can rightly, at least after tonight, claim the right as kingmaker of the left. And for establishment Democrats, you break it, you bought it. They had time to push this movement into the fringe. They didn't. The time to say no to it was when they said borders aren't real and America is racist and Israel and the Jewish people are the source of every problem in America. They did not do that. So now Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of the Democratic Party.
All right, good start. We got a can opener. We got a backpack.
In many ways, the face of his party.
Yeah, you know, and a lot of people say
this is big.
Last night, it took place in New York City.
Big opportunity here.
But you know, these three candidates that win, they give the socialist movement more messaging, more power there. When they get to Congress, they're going to have committee assignments and just become overall more visible. And it sounds like what you're saying is with these three races and the local elections that are taking place that aren't getting as much attention, that there is a real movement here that could impact politics on a national scale.
That's exactly.
Honestly, yeah, it could, for sure.
We've shrugged and said, well, it's just New York. It's just these blue states. As I mentioned, we now have Democrat socialists elected officials sitting in red states.
J.B. Pritzker legit won all of the Illinois primaries. Sometimes certain people pull in their areas. I hate how everyone is saying is a DSA uprising.
After that,
it's not like it. I simultaneously don't want to oversell last night, but I don't want to undersell it. They are not poised to even come remotely close to taking over the party by the time we get to the next Congress in January. But it would be impossible to deny that Mamdani combined with, I'd say, Platner to a lesser extent, and potentially El Sayed, especially, obviously, if they, well, really exclusively if they go on to win the general, combined with the DSA running up their numbers in New York, it could, I mean, it does amount to momentum for their movement. They are being strategic about it. I agree. They seem to be very strategic about this. They had a goal. It's a goal that makes sense. And they executed on that goal. And so I don't think you should undersell that. I don't think you should necessarily underestimate their potential ability to do this in other states with like major metropolitan areas. And so, I mean, it could mean that they build their numbers to the point where they can be very, 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 very disruptive if they build their numbers big enough. And if we live in the infinite, if this universe within the infinite multiverse is the one where they greatly expand their numbers in 2028, then it starts with a night like last night. Obviously, they would have liked to have had a good night in California a few weeks ago. That did not go in their favor. California libs stay based. But that last night was pretty good night for them. You have a list of all the candidates here? What is this? 15 wins. How many of these are congressional though? That's the legislature, that's the legislature, that's Congress, legislature, I'm gonna say ledge. Congress, ledge. Wait, is Chris Rabb not DSA? Huh? That's news to me. I thought he was DSA. He's just a leftist? Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, so far, wait, hold on. Where's Rashida Tlaib? Why is she not on this list? 2026 results so far. Oh, hang on. Oh, this is local level. No, it's not. Excuse me. AOC is on this list, but I don't see Rashida Tlaib. Where's Rashida Tlaib? Oh, wait, hang on. Rashida Tlaib is in Michigan, and I don't think their primaries until next month. Maybe that's what's going on. I must be high. Wait, what about Mejia? Is Mejia not DSA as well? Hang on. There's only one person for this job, and his name is Claude. We're going to put it on Max. Opus 4.0, 4.8 Max. Okay, the most sophisticated Claude yet. How many DSA candidates have won their primary at the congressional level? At the congressional level, have won their primaries so far, and how many seem likely to win their primary, their future, win their upcoming primaries? We'll see if it gives me a good answer here.
Are these?
All right, I think we got the gist of that. What I wanted to watch with you guys was, what's her name's acceptance speech? DAC's acceptance speech. We also have Sam Cedar had some words. How do I move this up in the queue?
All right, this is a Fox News alert. Incumbent Congress.
Shut your mouth. All right, we'll just click on it. We'll do it like that. All right, I'm just very, very curious to hear what kind of rhetoric she uses. It's a 15-minute speech here.
It is so surreal to be here with you all tonight.
That's a downed helicopter. Let's go.
I am just, wow. I look around this room and I see the faces of so many people who showed up for this campaign, and who showed up for me, and who showed up for our community when it was not easy. People who never stopped believing in our vision for New York, for Uptown and the Bronx. And I know that each of us are seeing what I'm seeing right now. A new dawn for this district. In my district, we know a little bit about what it feels like to be left behind. Because for too long, in Washington Heights, in Harlem, in Kingsbridge, people have counted us out.
Do you think Republicans used the Pied Piper strategy for DSA members? I don't think they did. They did. We have FEC filing. They did 100%. They spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on her.
Soon to be our former representative. Who wouldn't pick up the phone, doing nothing about the affordability crisis.
All right, what did Claude have to say about this? Nope, still thinking.
And looking the other way, while the real estate corporations that funded his campaign raised our rents and priced us out of the community that we love. But that ends today.
You're asking for proof for the Pied Piper strategy. It's been reported on in the last couple of weeks. Let me see if I can find a story for you to give you a source here. Let me see if I can find the article. Did you find it? No, that's not the one. There's confirmed 2026 reporting. It's a political article. Here we go. FEC filings confirm GOP meddling in Dem primaries. Two shadowy groups, Lead Left and Real Change, received all their funds from a super PAC that also supports Republicans. A Republican-linked group was the sole funded, I think they meant funder, of two pop-up super PACs that spent more than $4.3 million across a swath of Democratic congressional primaries to support candidates as less electable. Democrats had speculated that two groups, Real Change PAC and Lead Left, were Republican meddling as they spent heavily across Democratic primary races in Texas, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Nebraska, and Maine in recent months. New filings submitted to the FEC late Saturday night show both groups got all of their money so far from Conservative Americans PAC, a super PAC founded in 2023 that this cycle has also sent money to Senate Leadership Fund, which is the Senate Republican super PAC arm, and a host of other Republican groups. The meddling super PACs, which have spent entirely in open Democratic primaries, have a mixed record so far in Maine's 2nd District, et cetera, and so on and so forth. DAC herself was asked about filings that showed a Texas Republican billionaire funneling hundreds of thousands of dollars into a PAC that supported her campaign. She was asked about that in her debate with Espaillat last week or the week before. So I could find reporting on that particular thing, but it kind of makes sense. I mean, obviously, it makes sense. Democrats have been doing that now for the last, I don't know, 2 or 3 cycles. Democrats have been, or Democratic aligned groups have been spending money to boost the more extreme Republican candidates, and it's paid off very well. As far as I understand, I'm pretty sure we have a perfect record in the last few cycles. Like every extreme candidate that Democrats helped to get past the primaries lost the general, I think. Vishy, I don't know if you could fact check me on that one, but I'm pretty sure this strategy got us Trump. So they talked about doing a Pied Piper strategy in 2016. I don't know if there's any evidence that they actually did that. I don't know if Hillary's campaign or any other Democratic groups actually spent money to boost Trump in 2016. What's true is that they discussed in the email correspondence that got leaked, they had internal discussions about possibly doing a Pied Piper strategy with like Ben Carson and Donald Trump. I don't think they ever actually did that, though. I could be wrong about that. Did you see that Legia Miller left the USA? I saw the thumbnail for the video, but I haven't watched the video yet. Guy Deniz, did I get you for $5? Hypothetically, if these DSA folks have wild success in competitive districts, will that change your feelings? At any point, would you hop on the train? I doubt I would ever hop on the train because I am... Well, it depends on what kind of train you're talking about. I'm just very ideologically different from these people, from people like her. I will say if they can figure out how to start being running competitive in competitive races, in kind of more light blue races or purple districts, if they can crack that code and start doing that, then they can actually say that they're a threat to the like an existential threat to the establishment. But to the D Alfred, to his point, they haven't even aimed for those kind of races. They haven't even set the goal of trying to run DSA candidates in, you know, like D+5 or R+5 districts. They're right now for this cycle focused on safe blue seats. But why? Because those candidates are popular and the DSA has no pull. I think probably in their mind, they want a winning track record and then use that winning track record to make a pitch, to make a broader pitch in 2028, which I can see the strategy there. That makes sense. I have serious doubts that they will pull that off, but if they actually do start pulling that off, then I would be very fucking uncomfortable. I would not like leave the left or become a MAGA voter or abstain or vote third party. I would still support those candidates, but I would be very uncomfortable. I would be very worried, like, oh, fuck, what are we doing? I miss super chats. True Striker with $5. I wasn't involved at all in politics for the Tea Party stuff. Did Dems lose their minds back then over those candidates as much as the Republicans are now? I think the Democrats were more kind of focused on, like, they were on defense. So I don't know what the Democrats were saying about Tea Party candidates back then, but they were heavily on defense. Like, we controlled all the, you know, we had a trifecta, and the Republicans were hammering Obama on the economy and immigration and the ACA. So I don't know how much Democrats were talking about, like, the Tea Party back then.
I'm told that cynicism was the best that we could get. That's a dream of a better life for ourselves and for our neighbors, for systems that were rooted in our communities, in systems and life, instead of despair and destruction, was naive.
They love their systems.
The politics of life and of hope was out of reach for us here. As if the cutoff for ambition for a better life ended at 96th Street. But today we make it clear. The politics of the past ends today.
What's wrong with the audio? Is it too loud? Might be too loud.
We have built over the last 8 months, and what we have delivered here today is a clear mandate that the era of taking a check and cashing a check and calling it representation is over.
You want me to put it in mono? I can put it in mono.
No longer
that would help.
Uptown and the Bronx be neglected, forgotten, or overlooked.
No.
No longer will we accept a politics that throws scraps at us.
Oh, fuck.
As if we should be grateful for them.
There it is.
No longer will we accept anything less than respect and a seat at the table that our labor built.
Oh, boy. Okay. All right.
last 8 months, all of you in this room know how much the Democratic machine has tried to count us out.
Oh boy.
How at every turn, they've underestimated us. Those of you in
Here's like the big test, okay? Like, how much time is she going to spend going after Dems versus how much time she's going to spend going after the administration? We need a minute counter here. It's telling that she led with this. She led with this, right? Bad company with $5. Why are these primaries seen as more of a trend than the Cali ones? I'm not. So I don't know if I called it a trend. I'm saying the potential is there. So like the odds of them expanding their ranks nationally went up after last night. I'm not saying that this is necessarily a trend. It could be that they had such a solid ground game and had such grassroots energy and support in New York that they performed like uniquely well compared to their efforts in other parts of the country. But it could mean that they used this momentum to varying degrees of success in the future. But I'm not going to tell you right now, like, oh, this is for sure a trend. We're fucked. That's not what I'm saying.
this room know just how scared we made APAC, crypto, and all of the corporate PACs funding my opponent's campaign. And over the last few weeks, we've seen the lengths they will go to protect their power. Because the corporate landlords and lobbies who powered our opponent's campaign did so because they know that he didn't represent us in this district. He didn't fight for us. He represented them, and he fought for them.
Oh boy.
And when they saw how our movement was gaining momentum,
You know, typically you want to see, like, you know, I have a lot of respect for my opponent. You know, we're gonna, you know, like whatever, you know, like something more conciliatory or something, you know. You know, I received a call from my opponent congratulating me on this win, and I look forward to working with them. You know, like something like that. Fetterman 2.0 with the $2. Appreciate it. I'm sorry, Zyrenthius with $2.
they realized that they were in trouble. They knew that they couldn't out-organize us, so they had to outspend us, pumping more than $7 million into our community and flooding our TVs and airwaves and phones.
Not, yeah, I guess not conciliatory. Maybe that's not the word I'm looking for.
And online, that is a lot of money that could have gone into our community. And online and in WhatsApp chats, we saw just how low they were willing to go. Just because they knew that they couldn't beat us if they fought fair. Why? Because I am a proud Afro-Latina Dominican. Because I believe in the freedom and dignity of all people, including our Haitian.
42 slots!
My opponent and his supporters spread vicious lies about me and my family everywhere they could. I have been called racial slurs.
What?
Had my personhood attacked.
How do you?
Had my DMs flooded with monkey and rat emojis.
I don't understand.
I have received death threats after death threat after death threat.
Oh, there it is. Oh, hell yeah. Holy shit.
My parents. And I say that all to say that this type of
fuck
should not be allowed to stand. That it has no place in our politics ever. And that tonight our community showed.
Oh my God, I almost blew it. Jesus.
And in the words of Shirley Chisholm, even if the establishment machine has done everything in its power to keep our community from having a seat at the table, well, I have some bad news for them. We brought folding chairs.
That's a good line.
Like I've said many times.
That's a good line. I gotta be honest. That's a good one.
This campaign was never about me. It is about all of us. It is about every young person who has ever been counted out, discredited, made to feel less than. To every little black and brown girl, Mujeres Dominicanas, my Muslim sisters, and every working class person here, our time has come. And I am so honored to have built a movement with all of you, and to have the support of not only all of you in this room, but all of our community, a community that deserves full investment and full funding in our childcare, in our schools, in our healthcare systems, in our babies, not bombs.
All right.
And we have to use
We got a recurring theme.
toolbox to make sure that we abolish ICE and keep our immigrant neighbors safe. And we must secure housing for all. Dignified, truly affordable housing for all. Because no New Yorker deserves to live in an apartment that has no heat or hot water. And that's why I've been fighting alongside so many of you all these years as an organizer right here with all of you. And I'm so excited to get to work and to bring all of you with me to Washington. To keep fighting the fights that we have been fighting.
Worm Boy Hutch. I'm a worm boy? What does that mean? You're a worm boy. Bondsberry with 5 Canadian. MAGA didn't take over Congress by replacing everyone with MAGA. They just needed a couple to make the rest bend the knee. Well, I mean, listen. I wouldn't compare the DSA to MAGA quite yet. I think we have a little bit of a ways to go there. They would need like, I mean, here, like, it's possible that an insurgent left-wing candidate wins the Democratic primary in 2028. It's possible. I wouldn't count that out. And if that happens, then they can like really kind of, then they would be like everywhere, right? Like, so I think they have a lot riding on like who becomes the nominee in 2028. It's hugely consequential for their ranks. Like, imagine if Bernie would have won in 2016, the primary. Imagine how much the DSA as an organization would have grown. Like that, they would have grown like 3, 4, 5 times what they experienced in the post Bernie spike. Okay, so Claude says the only 3 DSA candidates for Congress that have won so far are Claire Valdez, DAC, and AOC. And that's it. There's an upcoming race in Illinois. There's an upcoming race in Colorado. Then you have people that are like not officially DSA, but they're very much like aligned with DSA. Like Summer Lee is not DSA, but she, you know, like just basically DOJ, right? Or DSA. And then of course they're running candidates in state assembly or state legislature races and local races and mayor's races as well. So it's not just about the Congress, right?
At the federal level.
Anthony with $5. How would you feel if the 2028 election were won by a slim margin? I think I might give up on politics altogether and hop countries at that point. I think that's the wrong way to look at it. Like, a win is a win. A W is a W. Just take the W's when you get the W's. Like when Biden won, that was a very close election. 2020 was closer than 2016. That was a dick hair away from being another 4 years of Trump. And I was euphoric. It didn't matter to me. Like as soon as the election night was like very nerve-wracking and scary and stressful. And then I woke up the next morning and I saw that Biden had taken the lead in Wisconsin and Michigan, and I was like, this thing's. And then I just edged for like 3 or 4 days. I just edged. I politically edged and physically edged. And I just enjoyed it. I just soaked it in, you know? I just fucking let it just pour over me. And just watching MAGA completely come undone because they felt so cocky on election night. You know, you remember Rob Portnoy from Barstool? He put up like a very poorly aged video on the night of the election in 2020. He's like, get over it, libs. Trump is your president. You know, it's time to come together and unite. Is it Dave Portnoy? Yeah. Sorry. And then the next morning, Wisconsin and Michigan had fallen and everything changed. They're gonna do it. They're gonna free Palestine. Run!
And I know that it has not been easy, and I know that it won't be easy. Because fascism is on the rise. Trump is in office.
Okay, there we go. Talking about Trump. Let's go.
Are stacked against us. But we are used to it. We are used to having the odds stacked against us, aren't we? Because when we launched this campaign in November, with a working class candidate who had never run for office, we were told again and again that the odds were stacked against us. And yet look at us here tonight.
She's gonna do the Hassan line. I don't feel so lonely anymore.
Well over a year ago now. The odds were.
I don't feel so lonely anymore. I'm trying to do his like Fry.
When he was still polling at 1% to become mayor of New York City.
What is that?
And
what is that over there?
Honestly, I'm not concerned about the odds. In fact, I don't give a damn about the odds. I relish the challenge. And that is because I have faith. I have faith in the future that
Molotov cocktail. Hello.
And I have faith in every single one of
Wait, where'd it go?
And all that we have and can accomplish.
Where the fuck? Oh.
Because tonight marks the end of campaigns as we know, of this campaign as we know it. But in reality, it is the beginning.
Oh, we are up. We are so up.
Tomorrow morning, it will bring a new day for Uptown in the Bronx.
Up, down, funk you up. Up, down, funk you up.
And I am so proud to have climbed this mountain, every single one of you. Because truly, where we are standing here in this moment, the view is so beautiful.
I need a can opener. Whose dick do I gotta suck?
I see a New York. I see a New York
Holy.
that truly invests in its babies, not bombs. And it is such a beautiful future. Thank you all.
That's it? She spent like.
Thank you so much, all of you.
She spent like 2 seconds on Trump, man. Oh, is this Espaillat? All right, let's check in with Sam Cedar, ladies and gentlemen. True Striker with $5. Counter hypothetical. What happens in 2028 if Rubio wins and Sane washes Trump? Then we bounce over to Europe. We're thinking too far ahead, man. Let's take one step at a time. Everything's gonna be fine. OB24 with 15 shekels says Mamdani's behavior this election cycle, both the endorsements and the possible misuse of public resources, lowered your opinion of his, Hutch. Possible misuse of public resources. I'm not familiar with that story. I don't. My opinion of him went down a little bit from the endorsements. Am I caught up? Yeah. All right. Oh, this is a good start. This is the one. We're gonna survive for multiple days.
He has given me the privilege to represent it. Por los últimos 30 años, esta comunidad me ha dado el privilegio de representarlo. We have worked together. Hemos trabajado juntos para.
Wait, this isn't Sam Cedar.
We have worked together to accomplish many things, and together our families move forward in this neighborhood. Tonight wasn't our night. Hoy el voto no favoreció.
All right, it's this one. Here we go.
There we go. I'm going to wait for a couple of people to pop in here. And Plume of Prometheus is here, so I can start. Huge news tonight in New York City. There were 3 major primaries where Zohran Mamdani endorsed, where DSA endorsed, and I'm talking the 7th Democratic District of New York, where Claire Valdez was going up against Antonio Reynoso. This, of course, was an open seat. Reynoso was endorsed by Velasquez, who was the
Velasquez. Listen to this gringo.
And there was a sense this was going to be a very tight race. No. We're talking about the Brooklyn Borough president.
It was a tight race, for the record. She won by 3 points, right?
Progressive.
Am I making that up? I thought it was 3 points.
Was more aggressive on all the issues. Was DSA endorsed? Mamdani
18 slots, 20 slots. Okay.
And with 93% of the votes in, she's been declared the winner. 56% to 36%. That's a huge win. In the 10th Democratic.
Oh, is he talking about Valdez?
You had an incumbent, Dan Goldman.
He might have been talking about Valdez.
Really only in there because he won 2 years ago when Uline New and Maya Wiley and Mondaire Jones split the vote. But Brad Lander beat Dan Goldman with 91% of the votes in by 30 points.
Fucking stomped him, you guys.
Slaughter. But the real, I mean, frankly, shocker. And CNN just called this. I'm looking on the New York Times. They have not called it, but CNN did. With 86% of the vote in, Darlisa Avila Chevalier has beat Adriano Espiat, the incumbent, by 49.3% to 46%. That is a huge, huge upset.
Huge.
Espiat was the chair of the Hispanic caucus, and refused to reject AIPAC money, and she has gone down. I should say he has gone down to Darlisa Chevalier. That race, we were talking about it today.
We're going to have to go to sleep soon.
Very, very messy. A little racist-y in many ways. This is a major, major upset.
All right, we gotta.
Just the fact that this
We gotta get some sleep. Then we need some food.
A couple of subway stops away from Hakeem Jeffries' district. A couple of subway stops away from Chuck Schumer's house. Remember, Zohran Mamdani, I don't know if he was ever endorsed by Chuck Schumer. He was endorsed very late by Hakeem Jeffries. And
I need food.
His political machine.
I need a can opener.
Via the DS.
I might have to eat some raw meat, go hunting.
Two incumbents. And essentially won in a 20-point landslide in a third district where the retiring incumbent had endorsed somebody else. We're going to go through the implications of this tomorrow. But
can I get some fucking food?
Chuck Schumer right now is on his computer picking out retirement homes in Florida. Maybe not in Florida. Maybe he stays in New York City. I don't know. But this is an incredible show of strength. This was many people of the commentariat said a dangerous move by Mamdani.
It was. He took a risk. I mean, I kind of respect it, but
it's a DSA.
Oh, food, please.
Literally in the backyard.
No. Why?
The Democratic leadership. Two incumbents down. A third person, part of the Democratic
I need
in New York.
food. I don't know what to do.
You're going to hear a lot of the establishment say this is not something you can do outside of New York City, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And
prove us wrong.
Win in DC and other places. This is a clear
that's food. Come here.
Of the Democratic establishment.
Come here.
And that's going to carry across the country.
Oh, we'll see. Stop running.
I don't know what else to tell you. What's my prediction? DSA is swept. That's done. 12th district, you saw AI money attack Alex Boris.
Got him.
He looks like
I'm gonna have to eat some raw food here.
He's unlikely to pull it off. Down 4%. I didn't have a favorite per se in that district, although had I lived there, I probably would have voted for Boris. It's just a massive win for the DSA. You've got an incredibly popular mayor who the entire Democratic establishment had bet against. And 6 months after
come here, you little fucker,
winning an incredibly improbable mayoral race in New York City, has gone on to extend.
I'm gonna eat you.
And the knock-on effects of this, like I say, are going to sweep across the country. It is going to create space for many, many Democrats to run to the left. It is going to create a narrative that the Democratic base is tired of their leadership. I don't know what else to say about that. I'm Notron. Hey, Sam, someone asked this already, but what do you think of the sort of self-fulfilling prophecy regarding Newsom's supposed inevitable selection of the 2028 candidate? We'll have plenty of time to talk about that, but I just don't think so.
I don't know why people are so bullish on Newsom. I don't agree with that.
Probably more by now have called it for Darlisa Chevalier That was the race that we thought was going to be the tightest. But I'm still frankly shocked at the
that was so the DIC race was 3 points. You know, that's
where Valdez won.
Valdez smoked.
He's up 20 points with 93% of the votes in. Really shocking. And you're going to see the Republicans again try and demonize Zohran Mamdani. But as I said, I think actually that night I was on CNN where he went down to visit Donald Trump, which many people said, this is a mistake. Why is he doing this? He completely
I didn't say that shit.
In that meeting, the ability of Republicans to...
I said that was smart.
Mamdani and frankly, the DSA. Maybe there wasn't much room to demonize anymore. We talked about this today with Rick Perlstein on the show. We are so far out from the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1993. Generations have now grown up without the specter of mutual nuclear destruction between the Soviet Union.
This one took a turn. All elite memes with $10 at the DSA victory parties. They were booing when Jeffries was on screen chanting "You're next." Pisco asked if these people are in the same tent. I understand, but like that was like, to be clear, that was like a room of like 24 people that were doing that. But you know, I suspect that that's the vibe just all throughout DSA. You know, like I think it's fair to assume that that's where they're at. Rice with 5 pounds. How tall are you? I saw an old Anything Else clip with you and Dan and Destiny. You look like a giant and had hair. I am 6'3". My dad insists that I'm 6'4", but I don't have the heart to tell him that it's because he shrank. So I look taller to him is what happened. He might be watching this right now. Bad Company with $5. Pisco kept saying Goldman wasn't good on rights. Did he ever give an example? He gave the example of, I guess Goldman didn't have a very good answer when it came to Mahmoud Khalil. OB24, thank you so much for 60 shekels. The misuse of resources thing is about DIC's mayoral escort story. I don't know a lot about it, but so I might be wrong. Also, as an Israeli, I can say that the NYC elections did free Palestine. Okay, Jesus Christ. We've already started Oslo 3. Well, that's good to hear. Is he saying like the young people, they didn't grow up with the Soviet Union, so they're not as wait, is Sam Cedar a tanky? I thought Sam was like Sockdem. Is Sam just a straight up socialist? Is he just like, this is kind of news to me.
And that type of demonization and scaremongering just doesn't work. Like I'm watching Abby Phillips' panel with the 2 Republicans on there, and they just look so anemic. Neera Tanden is on there. She wants to talk about the election in New York 17th. Against Mike Lawler, because a more moderate of 2 candidates won, I guess. To be honest, wasn't following that. The big races were in New York City, and everybody.
Bro, this is the best start I've had in this game. I think this is the one. We are surviving, thriving even.
Twitter feed was a week ago.
Oh, hello.
Or 2 days ago. And you'll see they were characterizing this in a very, very different way.
I need to figure out where I am on the map. Where the fuck am I?
This was just a huge, huge win for the DSA.
I have no idea. Where are the bodies of water?
Are going to happen across the country.
Okay, there's 2 windmills there.
The way many Democrats run, Chuck Schumer is a dead man walking in terms of his Senate run in 2028. And this will have implications.
2 windmills.
When Chuck Schumer
Windmills
goes to the
Am I here?
Democratic caucus.
No, I don't.
Particularly if the Democrats take the Senate.
Am I here? Am I here?
Them,
I don't know where I am.
But let me stay the leader for these next 2 years. And it's going to be a much harder case because every single Democrat in the
Is that the encampment?
Now knows that Chuck Schumer cannot win re-election in 2028. He just can't. He knows this. His political power is done. On top of which, I will be shocked if you do not see over the course of the next 3 or 4 weeks, massive new membership in the DSA across the country.
Probably, yeah.
Probably
right about that.
It's and you really have to both credit the organizing of the DSA and the strategy of Mamdani. This was not a slam dunk by any stretch. It was a very risky strategy to compete against.
What is that? Uh-oh.
Fairly solid progressive.
Oh, that's the nuclear zone.
Reynoso in the 7th district. It was a risky strategy going against Esbiat, who is a sitting incumbent.
Holy shit, he scared the shit out of me.
It also took some work to make sure that Brad Lander was going to be the progressive in New York 10th, and you wouldn't split the vote again. Again, let me just reiterate. 7th district, Claire Valdez wins by 20% with 94% of the vote in. Brad Lander defeats an incumbent in Dan Goldman by over 30%.
I didn't even reload my shotgun.
Daraliza Chevalier with 86% of the votes in, winning by 3.3%. She's been declared the winner by multiple news organizations. This is a massive, massive defeat for AIPAC. Massive. I don't know what else to say about this. It's just a huge night.
Why are my frames going to shit?
Progressives across.
Why is this happening? Save.
And again, I don't know that Daraliza or Claire Valdez could win in every district in the country. Of course not. But had they lost, you can be assured that the story would be they can't even win in New York.
That would have been nice. I won't lie.
So the over to window.
That would have been that would have been preferable.
Where it is safe for a candidate to run and to their left has been expanded, and the expectation for
762. Okay. Well,
what Democrats want from their leadership has changed. So this is huge, and don't know what else to say. We will talk about this tomorrow on the program. We're going to have Morris Katz on. He is the Democratic strategist who was working with Mamdani, working with Plattner.
Don't love that guy.
Pushing these candidates across the finish line. It's going to be an interesting day. And just keep your eyes out. I didn't buy a party hat for my cat. I got to go. Yes. Emma is definitely drinking.
Man, okay. Actually, did they post anything yet? The rise of DSA and the populist left. Hassan Piker. That's not what I'm talking about. Oh, Hassan's
Tying your shoes, none of it. I mean, so juvenile.
Speaking of business, and I say this with no ill will or animosity.
I'll pass on that. How are the people talking about this? It's so over. There's no coming back. Brad Palumbo was he on CNN last night? Oh, Brad's talking about it a bit.
If Mamdani pulls off a hat trick, is a new era in Democratic Party politics.
It's not a great day if you have a brain, understand basic economics, or don't want to see America as we know it destroyed.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Hey guys, welcome back to the show. We're going to tackle some big election results that came out last night that are making waves because they kind of represent the Zohran Mamdani-ification of the Democratic Party and kind of stunned everybody, though I guess they're not really surprising given the trajectory of our politics these days, but they are kind of horrifying because we're seeing these extreme far left Democratic Socialists of America candidates rise. And
they're not that far left.
Deep blue districts. They're almost certainly going to become members of Congress. Here's the headline from the Wall Street Journal.
They're pretty normal.
Candidates win Democratic primaries in New York. Brad Lander, Claire Valdez, and Daria-Liza Avila Chevalier, sorry for mispronouncing that potentially, notch victories over the Democratic establishment.
Where am I?
Throughout the media class, because
on the map
represent kind of a changing of the guard in Democratic politics. Here is Van Jones.
Oh, fuck.
The significance of this.
Those are bad guys. Jesus.
City matters because the most
fuck, I almost just died.
Left-wing candidates are here, AOC and Mamdani, but also this is the stronghold for the establishment, Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. This is a battle between the establishment and this insurgency, and the roof is collapsing on the Democratic Party establishment tonight. If Mamdani gets a hat trick, 3 out of 3, this is a new era for the Democratic Party, and you can't write off New York City because this is the place where both.
Is that it over there?
For the establishment.
Where are the lakes?
And they're going head to head tonight, and right now, this is no longer a movement. This is a movement and a machine at the same time.
Supply drop.
There's just no way to sugarcoat this. If Mamdani pulls off a hat trick, is a new era in Democratic Party politics.
Well, and if you're a moderate Democrat who's on the election, who's on the ballot this November, Van,
supply drop.
They're all going to get asked about the positions that we're hearing from these other fellow Democrats.
Yes, they most certainly are, as they frankly should be, because these positions are insane. That some of the things that
they're not.
These are all the
crazy
candidates, right? In fact, the Van Jones mentioned AOC and Bernie Sanders as kind of the leftmost flank of the Democratic Party. These people are significantly to the left of them in ways.
Yes, that's true.
Historically, the positions that they took, they totally reject any form of capitalism. So we're not talking about liberals who want to tax and spend and have a little bit more welfare programs or more generous benefits here.
That a church?
The idea of private enterprise, of profit, of business, and really do want to see government collective control over the economy, despite that essentially working never. And it's not even just
Sweden.
We've seen a rise in support for socialism, but some of their positions about society,
Norway,
whether it's immigration, are just so out of touch and so extreme that it is something even most people who do not agree with the conservative position would be horrified by. So they basically, many of these candidates do not believe in immigration enforcement as it exists, right? They want to abolish ICE. They're not just saying, oh, ICE has gone too far, ICE is violating people's rights, or maybe we shouldn't deport everyone, we should have some exceptions or let some people stay in some circumstances, or oh, we need due process. All those kinds of reasonable concerns and pushback you've heard from people. They're like, no, abolish ICE entirely. Don't deport people, even and murderers and criminals who are in the country. And the actual party platform is pretty extreme on that front and suggests that anybody from across the world should be allowed to come. Complete open borders. is the official Democratic Socialists of America position that these candidates are all affiliated with. And the scary thing here, again,
well, you make it sound bad.
Candidates are pretty much all guaranteed to win because they're deep blue districts. So it's pretty unlikely that a Republican
Get to the bad parts.
could actually win any of those races. Plus, the momentum's going to be behind the Democrats anyway. So you're going to have these people become members of Congress, and they might be outliers, right? They might not represent the median Democratic member of Congress, but we already have so many extreme voices, and they're going to be even more added to the chorus. And it's like, we are just heading off a cliff if you care about normalcy or sanity or any semblance of common sense or pragmatism in politics. They're sprinting away from it.
Oh, God, this is the best start we've had by far.
Zohran Mamdani is kind of the moving force behind a lot of this energy. He's incredibly charismatic.
We are crushing this run.
Breathtakingly radical in his own blatantly communist past, his own far, far left social justice positions that he's taken over and over again. And he's kind of rhetorically moderated a little bit, but he's still doing a lot of very controversial things as the mayor of New York City, and is
not the best loot spot. Where is that supply drop?
In touch with the whole country, but these
Wait, is that where the bad guys are?
Judged on a national scale and found wanting, I suspect. But this does seem to be where the motion is at in the Democratic Party, and that's kind of scary if you want us to have, any sort of sane counterbalance to the two parties. Here is CNN breaking down the polling on how the DSA, with all its radical, extremist, frankly anti-American, like very foundationally hateful of America and Western civilization, ideology and belief and movement, how it's actually becoming much more popular among Democratic voters than the actual typical Democratic establishment class, which I'm certainly not a fan of, but at least they don't openly say they want to end Western civilization as we know it, or abolish police and prisons and all borders and whatever pie in the sky nonsense. Here's CNN breaking down that polling.
Well, among Democrats themselves, the Democratic Socialists of America have a higher net favor rating than the Democratic Party does, at least those who are members of Congress. I mean, just take a look here. Dem Socialists of America, plus 17 points. Democrats in Congress, plus 4 points. No wonder that Dem Socialists are getting nominated across the political map in different primaries because, simply put, they are more popular than the Democrats currently in charge.
Okay, I'm just thinking back to when I was sitting here and Zohran Mamdani was sitting there when he was running, and I asked him about capitalism.
Yes.
And he had no problem saying that he had real issues with it. Okay, he wasn't afraid to.
9mm.
By the way, he ended up winning. It didn't hurt him.
7.62, 308. I don't have any 9mm.
Compared to capitalism.
There's a reason why it didn't hurt him, and that is simply because this is one of the biggest political changes I've seen during my lifetime. Match up socialism, capitalism among Democrats. You go back 16 years ago, 2010, capitalism and socialism right there, favorable rating, 51%, 50%. Look at it now. Socialism clearly in the lead among Democrats. 66% of them view socialism favorably, just 42% view capitalism favorably.
That is a nuclear bomb.
Problem blasting it.
Which is fascinating because when you look at races coming up in New York, you've got a big one up in the Bronx.
That is an actual nuclear bomb. What the fuck? What happens if I shoot it?
Hakeem Jeffries not going with the more traditional incumbent. So there are two big races involving Democratic Socialists coming up in New York.
So the Democrats are headed off a cliff with this. I mean, first off, the thing that's always bothersome about these polls about socialism versus capitalism and people supporting it is I think a lot of these people don't actually know what these terms mean.
Yes.
They think just, oh, well, capitalism is when greedy companies get all the money, and socialism is when the government helps people.
Sí, es correcto, sí.
Economic systems. You're talking about public versus private. You're talking about the extent to which you have a free market economy versus a state regulated, controlled,
is the supply drop
or commanded economy. And what's interesting about that as well is oftentimes the people who say they support socialism actually support or are view very positively like Nordic countries where, for example, they actually have very, very privatized free market economies, and then they have a hefty tax and redistribution system. And you could debate whether you agree with that or you find it harmful or counterproductive, but they're not like
my heart
command and control.
Why would you do that?
Economies The way
God
DSA
damn it, you scared the fucking shit out of me.
Talk about seizing
wow
production and running them via the government in order.
Holy moly, my heart is pounding right now, you fucking assholes.
Through a powerful state, a centralized state. And I'll say all of this, like, obviously I don't view the mainstream Democratic Party particularly favorably, but the idea that you could have the DSA, which is explicitly anti-American, anti-Western civilization, radical beyond belief, increasingly viewed positively by Democratic voters, is just, I don't know what to say about it other than that it is incredibly disturbing.
It's depressing.
Zohran Mamdani has a lot to do with it. I think
we'll say depressing.
And his ilk and the very friendly and softball media coverage that these figures often get, all of them have a lot to do with it. And that's, I do think these candidates or these ideologues and these activists do tap in to a real sentiment among voters where they feel left behind, and then they're given very convenient scapegoats by these candidates that often are not really borne out in reality. And the other thing is about these candidates, I do have some sympathy for people who fall prey to it because they just totally disregard basic economics or like inconvenient realities or trade-offs. Like, for example, the DSA wants universal rent control, which sounds great, right? Like, everybody wants housing to be more affordable. So why can't the government just mandate that it be cheaper? Now, of course, like almost every economist, even ultra progressives, will be like, wait, this policy really doesn't work. It's really harmful. It's really counterproductive. There's just avalanches of empirical data against this. They just aren't bothered with it. They just don't care. They just make bold promises about, we're going to give you all this free stuff, all this stuff. We're just going to do it by taxing the billionaires. The math doesn't actually have to add up or math or anything. And all these policies are going to be great. You're going to get this.
Wait, what's my durability on this thing?
It's alluring to people, but it's
48%.
Right? Snake oil salesmen. And I get that it could potentially work to be elected to Congress. But I'll just say this, because then you'll just be, one dissident member shouting into the wind and holding press conferences demanding that we abolish ICE or that we, give everyone free rainbows and unicorns and just we'll tax Elon Musk to pay for it.
I want a unicorn.
Once again, does not math. But actually governing a society under some of the things these people believe.
That sounds good. If you run on a platform of free unicorns, I'm voting for you.
By the
every time.
Zohran,
even if you like rent control.
Of the Democratic Party. And I actually think it's a gift to Republicans and MAGA who are really struggling right now with the public because they're in power and things are not going well. People don't appreciate the cost of living, the war, all the things, the constant chaos and egomania and narcissism and gaslighting from the president, the insane tweets, the toxic rhetoric, all of this. People aren't happy with this, but like literally all Democrats have to do is offer a semi-normal alternative and they win huge. But they refuse to do that, at least in some races, right? With this swing in momentum in favor of the DSA. I want to read you this tweet I saw that I found funny. Every time I'm convinced Republicans are Democrats decide to triple down on the most alienating fringe psycho imaginable. And then they attach the two of these all three of these
God damn it, it's true.
Leftist candidates, and it really is true. My background,
it is.
I'm more independent, more moderate now. My background is in conservative media, right? And I was for a long time more Republican leaning, and they're thrilled by these elections because
I'm sure they are.
But they're not actually boogeymen. They're real men and women who now represent or are going to represent the Democratic Party in Congress. And it's a gift to Republicans. And once again, things are absolutely going off the rails. But I guess that's just a day that ends in Y in American politics.
Fair, true.
Let me know what you think in the comments.
Wait, actually, hang on. There were other videos that I had queued up here. A video from Syed.
A hugely consequential Senate race is unfolding in the state of Michigan. The two-term incumbent, the Democratic Senator Gary Peters, is retiring. Now, for Democrats to win back control of the Senate, they are likely going to have to hold on to...
That is a nuclear zone.
...as a toss-up. In 2024, Michigan elected the Democrat, Alyssa Slotkin, by a margin of only 0.3%. That was fewer than 20,000 votes, while the state also voted for Donald Trump. On the Democratic side, there is a highly competitive three-way primary race to succeed Gary Peters. Among them, former Wayne County Health Director Abdul El-Sayed, and State Senator Mallory McMorrow, and Congresswoman Haley Stevens. I want to tell you a little bit about all three here. Abdul El-Sayed has a medical degree and a background in public health. In 2015, he became the city of Detroit's health director. He ran for governor of Michigan in 2018, losing in the primary to Gretchen Whitmer, the current governor of the state. He then served as the health.
I still don't know where the
county. He's widely described
supply drop is.
He centered his campaign on calls for Medicare for all and has an endorsement from Bernie Sanders. Mallory McMorrow left a career in industrial design to run for the Michigan State Senate, where she was elected in 2018, knocking out a Republican incumbent. In 2020,
ooh, this is risky. That's a POI.
Standing up against Republican attacks on LGBT.
There's going to be like 50 zombies in there.
Pragmatic Democrat. She's running a campaign highlighting accomplishments like raising the state's minimum wage and has the endorsement of Elizabeth Warren. Haley Stevens worked for President Obama's auto industry rescue and created an online job training program for manufacturing workers before running for.
Got to be careful here.
2018, where she won, flipping a Republican-held seat.
Pacific Mall. All right.
And Politico.
I'll triangulate my position.
With the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee. The Minority Leader Chuck Schumer has said that he supports her. Stevens has the endorsement of something called the Mod Squad, a group of moderate Senate Democrats.
Okay. All right. We're close.
Strongly pro-Israel candidate, and AIPAC has promoted her candidate.
Oh, God.
Both El-Sayed and McMorrow have described Israel's actions in Gaza as genocide. Each of these three candidates makes a case for a different path forward for Democrats.
Close to where we need to be.
Three to appear on the show. Two of them, Abdul El-Sayed and Mallory McMorrow, have agreed, and you will hear from both of them in a few moments.
We need to get the high ground and find the bodies of water.
Thank you for being with us.
Thanks so much for having me, Ali.
All right, so, I'm looking at the numbers. We've got the state as a toss-up. It's tight. Michigan is a tight race. Every time there's an election there, why do you believe that you're the best chance to keep this in Democratic hands?
Okay, there's the water.
A Republican senator since 1994. And right now, we're running against a guy named Mike Rogers. So when I'm the nominee, I'm going to tell you his biggest weakness is the fact that he took 60 votes to raise prescription drug prices, then helped to architect the opioid epidemic, then took a $14 million payout from the pharma industry to become a lobbyist and moved to Florida. This is a guy...
No, I didn't see that cloud. Is there a clip of that?
Donald Trump until he begged for it.
Mike Johnson found out in real time that Trump killed a bill that they got over the finish line? Hold on. I have to see that. Is there a clip of it? I'm not seeing a clip. Oh, wait, hang on.
The process of this press conference, President Trump announced that he is canceling the bill signing for the housing bill that you all were just talking about. He said he's canceling it until the SAVE Act is passed, and he called this housing...
No. So they called a press conference like touting the success of getting this bill over the finish line, and then he finds out in real time that Trump spiked it?
Bill would pass with such bipartisan support of minor importance that it pales in comparison to the SAVE Act. What is your reaction?
Yeah, my reaction is the truth of the matter. I spoke to the president for 20 minutes before I went in and gave that rousing speech to the House Republicans this morning. He and I've talked about this a lot. He has expressed the priority and the preference of the Save America Act. We share that. We passed it 3 times in the House. The latest version was passed a few months ago, and it has proof of citizenship to register to vote. And
that's funny. We don't need to watch the whole thing.
At Mar-a-Lago. So he's not well liked by his own party, and he's certainly not liked by the state because he hasn't lived here for a very long time. I'm a guy who rebuilt the health department, led the...
Okay, we're close. There it is. Let's go.
Eliminate medical debt, put Narcan in 100 different locations. Who better to prosecute the case against him than me? I've just been clear about what I'm running. Out of politics, put money in your pocket and pass Medicare for all. These are things that are broadly popular across my state.
Oh, this is the best session we've had yet, by far.
particularly in a primary.
Sun's getting real low.
A little bit different. There are some who've argued you're too far over to the left, and there are some who argue that you're calling Israel's actions in Gaza genocide, puts you outside of the mainstream of the Democratic Party.
Well, I'll tell you this. Everywhere I go, I've been to over 100 different cities, more than 400 public events. I've never met somebody who's like, hey, listen, I just want more money in politics, less money in my pocket, and Medicare for none. The truth of this is that they're actually quite popular. The problem with it is this, is that too often both Democrats and Republicans, we have these bipartisan consensus around issues that are critical to people's lives because both parties tend to take money from the same corporations that want to rig the system against us. There is nobody that I've met. I've talked to folks who voted for Donald Trump 3 times who come up to me and say, I'm supporting you. And the reason why is they say, you're actually America first. You actually want to make sure that I have health care. You don't take money from the corporations that buy off either side of the aisle. So I actually think these are broadly popular. The problem is that we don't test this hypothesis because you get too many people who want to maintain
3 days survived.
Run against that consensus, then you can't possibly win.
We're doing it.
We're going to test that hypothesis in the fall, and I think we're going to show that you can win by big numbers, especially against a guy like Mike Rogers.
So, I love Michigan. I'm there as much as I can.
Well, you're from Canada.
I'm from Canada, right?
Basically from Michigan.
We're basically from Michigan. And one of the things I love about Michigan is that everybody in Michigan understands.
I have a can opener
today. Whether it's
I've had a can opener this whole fucking time, and I'm eating raw meat.
Which means these people are convincible voters.
Like a savage.
By your Republican opponent if you get the nomination, or you. What's the argument? Is it mostly economics?
I think it's mostly economics, but it's also the narrative we tell about why the economics have become so frustrating for people.
How do you do, fellow strangers?
Michigan went for Bernie, then
can I cook on your devices?
Biden, and then it went for Trump. It's either that Michigan
sure can.
Michigan, you know, Michiganders are pretty steady Eddie type of folks.
Yeah.
Or it's that they go to the buffet and they don't find what they want. And so my point is this: stop trying to pretend like there's something in the middle. Stop trying to apply this frame that always proves wrong. What people want are politicians who are going to work for them, that remind them that actually things can be better and explain to them why they're not.
There's not MP in this game, unfortunately.
Corporations or special interests, so that there's a bipartisan consensus on every issue from Israel to trade to healthcare. What are you actually getting? And so it's important, I think, to be challenging that consensus. I'm a Democrat. I love my party. I just want my party to be better.
Are you okay with it being a big tent? In other words, can you manage the fact that...
Wait, the well is dirty water? What the fuck?
On Israel or on Medicare for All, can the Democratic Party be that party for people like you and people in the party who you don't agree with?
I think it has to be, but here's the bigger question. The question is, do you align the tent by putting everybody on the outside of it and going to pander to every side? Or do you bring everybody in the tent to the middle about the things that unite us all? I don't care who you are, how you pray, if you pray, who you love, how you identify. You need housing. You need health care. You need a job that's going to be there for tomorrow. Personally. You know that AI isn't coming for everything in your existence. These are things we all can agree on. But here's the problem. When the corporations who are taking away your health care,
I get by just fine without those things,
who are bringing you AI, buy off both sides of the party, then the question becomes, what are you even campaigning on? So I don't take that money. It is critical to me. Money out of politics is the first
How do you do that? How do you do that? Because there's so much money in politics. How do you decide you're going to be the one who's not taking?
I just need a fishing line is what I need.
But you got to pay for stuff.
You do.
You got to take ads.
And it turns out that when you tell folks you're not bought off by the corporations, 100,000 plus people.
Taking backpack, Alpine, 24.
Our average contribution is under $50. We've got people from all walks of life, all 50 states, all over the state, who've given to this campaign.
Medical bag.
Vastly outspent by AIPAC, who's already dropped $18 million on one of our opponents. But at the end of the day, I'd take a message.
Can I buy a fishing line from one of you lovely people? What the fuck?
Organization that tells us that the most important aspect of our foreign policy is to backstop a foreign government or go fight wars that we have no business fighting.
Binoculars.
At some point, Michiganders are going to look at you and be like, nope, not that one.
Your primary is in August. It's a little late. Gets a bit hot.
Whose dick do I have to suck for a fishing line?
Will you support your ticket?
We've got to beat Mike Rogers. Mike Rogers is going to be nothing but an errand boy for Donald Trump. This is a guy who hasn't thought an original thought since probably 1989 or so. And I think we have an opportunity to beat him. Any of us could beat him. But I make the better case in every poll after poll, that I could beat him. Now, it's interesting to me because the establishment of my party seems to...
Can I craft a fishing line?
Unelectable. Here's the funny thing. The polls suggest otherwise. I think their issue is not that they're afraid I would lose. I think their issue is that they're afraid I would win. And look, I'm coming to change our politics, nothing less. We cannot continue to tell working people that we're on their side if we're taking money from the corporations who are making their lives that much more difficult.
Abdul,
that's you.
Time to be with us tonight.
Thanks for
Good to
having
see
me.
you. Abdul El-Sayed is the Democratic candidate for Michigan Senate. He's a former local public health.
Oh, a barber? What the fuck? We had some other videos in here as well. Oh my God, the True Striker with 5 gifted memberships. Jesus Christ. True Striker with $2 DSA right now is the meme of the last guy celebrating. Rice with 5 pounds. Hang on one second. I've met Destiny and he's normal sized. If you're 6'3", how friggin' short is Dan? It's okay. You can be mean about him. I don't remember. Dan, I think, is like around the same height as Destiny. All elite memes with $10. I think I already got you for that one. Rice, did I get you for that one as well? Bad Company, I got you for that one. Connery with $2. Lost my job and found out my dad has cancer in the span of 2 days. The stream is doing overtime for me right now while I pick up the pieces. Just want to say thanks for being here. It will only be $2 donos for a bit. Hey, buddy, that is some rough news. Sometimes life just fucking piles it on at the same time. Hope your dad gets through that. Hope your family's doing okay. It's a tough situation you're in right now. It's okay to just not donate for a bit. That's fine. You don't. I will still appreciate you hanging out in the chat. But that is a rough go of it. Did we already watch this video? I don't know if we did. Let's watch it.
We are 133 days away from the midterm elections, and tomorrow, New York votes. In a state with 26 congressional districts, exactly 1 is likely to change hands in November. None of what happens tomorrow will determine which party controls Congress. And yet, by tomorrow night, the Democratic Party may look meaningfully different than it does tonight. Whether that's a crisis or a correction depends entirely on where you sit. Every fault line running through the Democratic Party in 2026.
Jesus.
Progressive versus moderate, outsider.
Jesus Christ. I didn't even know you could kit out the weapons like this.
And at the center of it all is a 34-year-old man who holds no congressional office, leads no party committee, and is 6 months into his first term as the mayor of New York City. Zohran Mamdani has put his name and his movement behind just 3 congressional candidates running tomorrow. He says the 3
I just need a fishing line is what I need.
Immigrant communities.
I don't ask for much.
Mamdani's chosen candidates and their races. In New York's 7th congressional district, Mamdani is backing state assembly.
Where can I buy one?
She's contending in a race for an open seat that covers parts of Queens and northern Brooklyn. In New York City's 13th district, which includes parts of the Bronx and Upper Manhattan, Mamdani is backing the community organizer Daria-Liza Avila Chevalier. She's running against Adriano Espaillat, a 5-term incumbent and the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. He's been described as the informal dean of New York Latino politics, and he spent decades mentoring a generation of Dominican and Latino leaders.
I don't know what I should buy right now.
Are hard to overstate. But the endorsement getting the most attention is in New York 10, which spans lower Manhattan and parts of Brooklyn. In that race, Mamdani is backing
repair this? How do I repair it?
Brad Lander. But the alliance between Mamdani and Lander didn't start with this campaign. It was forged during last year's mayoral election. Lander and Mamdani were opponents who nevertheless found commonality with each other.
Nope. Okay, well,
Ranked choice
I
election.
don't really know what to do.
Field of candidates. They made the competitive bet of cross-endorsing one another. Mamdani urged his supporters.
Sons of the Forest is awesome. That game is awesome. It is so I didn't know I would like that kind of a game. True Striker with 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, buddy. I played it with Nanners, Sark, Bruce, and maybe Fenton the first time, and I was kind of distracted with the banter, but I played it by myself, just solo, like a year ago, and it was so much fun. It's just, you know, it just drops you into that world, and then you just got to go figure it out. And it's fun. It's great. And it's really beautiful too. It's a beautiful game.
to rank him as their first choice and Lander as their second choice. Lander urged his supporters to rank him as their first choice. Mamdani as their.
I'm not sure what to do.
Now followed them here, and what makes it remarkable is who Lander is running against. Dan Goldman came to national prominence when he served as the lead Democratic counsel in the first Trump impeachment hearings. He's now a two-term member of Congress. Goldman did not endorse Zoran Mamdani's mayoral campaign.
What does this do? Charcoal tablets. I don't know what that does.
About Mamdani's rhetoric about Israel and the Jewish community. That division over Israel has carried over to Goldman's race against Lander, and it's emblematic of a larger
water purification tablets.
Democratic Party. Both Lander and Goldman are Jewish and running in a district with a large Jewish population. But they've got very different views on U.S. support for the Israeli government. Lander has called Israel's actions in Gaza.
All right, I guess we'll do that.
He supports restrictions to U.S. military aid to Israel, and he
are they $100 per? No, there's no way, right?
Endorsed by AIPAC and has received hundreds of thousands of dollars from groups and
just by one.
With it. For Mamdani,
oh my God, they are. What the fuck?
Will be partners that he needs in Congress to make New York a more affordable place for working people to live. Joining me now is the Democratic mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani.
How is that possible?
See you here. Thank you for joining us.
Ollie, thank you so much for having me. And, before we begin, I just want to speak directly to New Yorkers. A year ago, you shocked the world. You took a chance on me. And for that, I will be forever grateful. Tonight, I come to you asking you to take a chance again. Now, the names may be different.
Take a chance, 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 take a chance.
To reject a broken status quo. A fight to reject a politics of hate, division, and fear. A fight to reject a politics of big money and small ideas, and instead
change your mind. I'll be first in line.
Proud to be New Yorkers. Tomorrow's
honey, I'm still free. Take a chance on me.
Status quo, what you call the broken status quo. I spoke with Hakeem Jeffries last month about these non-open seat primaries in them and the possibility of progressive challenges against incumbents. Listen to what he told me.
Thank you for your service.
Well, we're going to continue to defend every single House incumbent. Ultimately,
all right,
it's going to be up to the people, and that's the reality.
Let's set up camp right here.
Representatives.
So that was intriguing. It's ultimately up to the people, but the party has always backed incumbents. If two of your three candidates win tomorrow, they will be the first to unseat a sitting Democratic incumbent in the country. There have been two Democratic incumbents who have been defeated. That's because they were redistricted into challenging each other. Tell me why you're investing in this.
I think what we see in these candidacies, whether it be of Brad or Dalia Lisa or Claire, is a fight for
let me guess, he's going to say
working people at the heart of it. And that is
kids, not bombs.
Because we are the most expensive city in the United States of America. And it's also pertinent across the country because we know
wait for it.
Where you live, working people are struggling with the cost of living crisis. And in each of these campaigns,
wait for it.
I see champions who would not only be partners of our affordability agenda in Washington, but also help to lead our party in a new direction where we understand that at the heart of everything we do must be the dignity of working class people that for too long have been in the rearview mirror of the Democratic Party.
Let's work through a couple of these. Dan Goldman didn't just decline to endorse you for mayor. He went on CNN and said he was very concerned about your rhetoric, said he didn't know if he was going to vote for you in the general. And by his own words, he didn't. Is there a personal element to your decision to endorse Lander over Goldman?
The only personal element of it comes from my admiration of Brad and someone that I've gotten to know not only as a colleague, but also as a friend. And as you were sharing earlier, we were both running for the same position last year. And yet what we
True Striker, did I say thank you for the 5 gifted for the new one? Thank you, buddy.
Kind of politics to our city. We also have to embody that. And the two of us joined hands and showcased what it could look like if politics had a little bit more sincerity at the heart of it instead of the typical cynicism that drives so much of it. And Brad is running a campaign where he is showing what it looks like, to use the words of Mr. Rogers, to be a good neighbor. And I can't wait to see someone who's not just had my back, but has had the backs of New Yorkers, whether they're immigrants, whether they're small business owners, whether they're people who are being unjustly detained by ICE, to finally be able to go to Congress and have the back of this entire city.
And Brad Lander has constantly gone to court. He's been arrested for doing it. In fact, he was just found not guilty of those charges a couple of weeks ago. He's called what Israel is doing in Gaza a genocide. Dan Goldman will not use that word. He also won't.
I said he did.
To describe Israel's presence in the West.
He fucking lied, you guys.
Both of them are Jewish, and both of them want to represent a district with a large Jewish population. So what does that tell us about the future of the Democratic Party, that this has become such a major fault line?
Well, I think for many it's a crisis.
Oh, you know what I need? I should bring
Morals.
gas and the
New Yorkers are looking for
repair for the vehicle.
say that they believe in human rights no matter whom it applies to. And I think you can see that in Brad. It's not just his willingness to name the genocide for what it is or the occupation for what it is. It's also his commitment to actually co-sponsor.
Have I already lost my way?
Legislation that would stop our country from being complicit as it is in the continued massacring of Palestinians through the Israeli military's bombs. And that's what we want to see. We want to see a new kind of leadership that is willing to chart a path forward, that invests in babies and doesn't invest in bombs.
There it is!
What happens? You tend to give off an
Called it.
vibe, so you probably don't want to answer this question. But what happens if your candidates lose? Is there an undercurrent to this whole dynamic?
Fucking called it, bro.
Doesn't go away after this election cycle? I mean, will you get behind anybody who's a Democratic candidate who wins tomorrow night?
You know, if whoever wins tomorrow night, I'll be there to be a partner with them. What I will tell you is that I've taken all my time and thought about the fact that we could be seeing New Yorkers electing all three of these candidates to becoming the next congresspeople representing our city in the delegation in Washington, D.C. And I think whether you're talking about Brad...
I love camping, but I have never gone camping like on my own as an adult. I loved camping as a kid.
And New Yorkers are hungry for change. And what they see in each of these candidates, whether it's fighting back against special interests looking to buy these kinds of
I've already... there it is.
Finally saying that it's time to abolish ICE, or whether it's
Sweet mother of God.
a union organizer to Congress to make sure that the fight for working people is at the heart of our politics.
I already lost track of like where the settlement is.
To so much of what our party has been missing.
Let's talk about New York 13. There has been reporting that
like if I go camping in California, can I bring my firearm to protect myself against the bears and the wildlife and the wildcats? I don't know if I can. Are you sure? I live in California, bro. They don't, you know, you have to have a license. Yeah, you have to have a concealed carry license. If you're on public land, yes. I don't know if that's true. Is that true?
Adriano Espaillat, who endorsed you after you won the primary when you were running for mayor, there's been reporting that you said you would endorse him. What happened there?
You know, the promise I made to New Yorkers was to use every tool at my disposal to fulfill the affordability agenda. And one of those tools is to endorse candidates who will help you
there it
be
is.
the partner that you need at the federal level.
Nice. There's a supply drop. Let's go.
Lisa Avila Chevalier. She is the daughter of a single mother caseworker who has spent her life fighting for working people. And what we've seen in her track record is not just freeing New Yorkers that have been unjustly detained by ICE, but also in standing up and calling for a foreign policy rooted in humanity. You know, I'll tell you, tonight I was walking the streets of the district with her.
Fuck.
We ran into a man.
Is it in that POI?
2 packets of Huggies in his arms, and he personified what she has often said, which is it's
oh god damn it,
who's investing in babies, not bombs. The people of New York.
He hit it with the twofer
to afford life in the nation's most expensive city.
He said it twice, motherfuckers. You thought he was going to say it once? Nope.
Spending those tax dollars abroad as opposed to right here in our city.
Let me ask you about the border czar, Tom Homan. He said recently, quote, "You're going to see more ICE agents than you've ever seen in New York City, and it's coming." You seem to have a working relationship with President Trump, and a lot of that has centered around your priorities as it relates to immigration and affordability. What do you make of why Tom Homan said that and what it means?
No, I think we'll continue to see threats coming from the federal administration, whether it's Homan or others. And I think what they need to understand is that our values, our laws, they are not bargaining chips. We are not embarrassed of the fact that we are a sanctuary city. We are proud of that fact. And I've spoken to the president directly, as well as said so in public, that I believe that ICE is a...
Got to be careful here. They could go real south.
of public safety. It's why I agree with Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier in that we have to abolish ICE. And what we need to do is...
Can he hit it with the 3 time? Do you guys think he'll say it 3 times?
Back at the heart of it. You know, I'm the mayor of a city of 8.5 million people. More than 3 million are immigrants, and I'm one of them. And yet what we've seen this federal administration's policies do is wreak havoc across our city. And it's not just on those who do not have documentation. Frankly, it breeds a sense of fear among so many who call the city home, where they don't know if they're going to step out of their home and be profiled purely on the basis of the color of their skin, or if they can actually live the same life that they were hoping to live in this city.
Mayor Mamdani, thank you for joining us. We appreciate your time tonight.
Mayor Mamdani, you kind of
Such a pleasure. Thank you very
combined a few words there. Van Jones, this is a new era for the Democratic Party.
What do you think Democrats not in New York City should be learning from this?
Well, first of all, New York City matters because the 2 most exciting left-wing candidates are here, AOC and Mamdani, but also this is the stronghold for the establishment, Schumer and Hakeem Jeffrey. This is a battle between the establishment and this insurgency, and the roof is collapsing on the Democratic Party establishment tonight. If Mamdani gets a hat trick, 3 out of 3, this is a new era for the Democratic Party, and you can't write off New York City because this is the place where both, it's the power center for the establishment and the insurgency, and they're going head-to-head tonight. And right now, this is no longer a movement. This is a movement and a machine at the same time. There's just no way to sugarcoat this. If Mamdani pulls off a hat trick, it is a new era in Democratic Party politics.
Well, and if you're a moderate Democrat who's on the election, who's on the ballot this November, Van, I mean, they're all going to get asked about the positions that
Yep.
from these other fellow Democrats.
Well, look,
they sure are.
Our frontline Democrats will be able to make their case for themselves. I think they'll be able to do okay. We got a lot of national security Democrats in other parts of the country, but this is a big deal tonight. And I think that look, I don't know what you want me to say here. This is a straight up battle between the establishment and the insurgency, and the establishment is getting its butt kicked tonight in New York City.
CNN has a projection. I'm going to go straight to John King over at the Magic.
And that projection, Abby, means that the mayor, Mamdani, does get a sweep of the 3 races in which he endorsed in Democratic primaries tonight. The Democratic Socialist candidate, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, beating a powerful Democratic, long-standing Democratic incumbent. Much more narrow race than the other 2 districts here, but this is, again, a Democrat. This is a mayor making a statement. This is a candidate making a statement. You're having the conversation with your panel about we want new, we want different, and yet...
We might be able to loot this whole POI if we do this carefully.
Democrat and a progressive, but this is
there a boss in here?
Divide. We've also seen the Democratic Party. We want new, we want younger, but there's 1 for the mayor. There's 2 for the mayor, and there's 3 tonight. So the conversation is going to be, Abby, number 1, power does.
What is this?
Have in New York City politics. Number 2, he's also making some enemies tonight. Let's be honest. He's been mayor 6 months.
What is this?
He's gone against 2 Democratic incumbents and the wishes of the retiring Democratic incumbent in the 3rd district there.
What was that?
He's making a statement for the city, for the state, and he's also making a statement of where he thinks the Democratic Party should go nationally, both for the next 5 months and into 2028. So as you're discussing with your panel, can you export this? Can you sell what he wants to do in New York City, where his candidates clearly are winning tonight, where he won clearly, convincingly? Can you sell it? Well, he wants to be part of that debate, and tonight he's proving he gets a big role in it.
You know, this is a really important conversation because Zoran Mamdani, thank you, John King, Zoran Mamdani is, he took a big swing, right, as we were just discussing. And you don't take those kinds of swings unless you think you can win, and he did. And this last race that we just called, just 1 second, because I think this is super important. Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier.
He said, shut the fuck up when I'm speaking.
CNN earlier in the year reported that she had deleted previous Twitter posts expressing views for abolishing police, prisons, borders, seizing private property, nationalizing major industries, calling into question Israel's right to exist. She spoke to a friend of the show, Ested Herndon, in a recent interview, said that all deportations are immoral. So all of that being said, there she is defeating a Democratic incumbent, a powerful member of the Hispanic caucus who's been there. The chairman. He's been there for a really long time. I mean, you could say that all of this is just controversial. She's a bad candidate, but she's likely to just be the congressperson. And does it not suggest, though, the voters looked at that?
Jesus.
They were like, we don't really care about that. We care about all these other things.
We are so unbelievably up right now.
For the greater Democratic Party in this district, or in these 3 districts, you have the ones who are the furthest to the left, who under no uncertain terms support open borders, do not support any.
Oh, boy.
In that podcast interview, I mean, she was given a follow-up of, even if it's a murderer, even if it's a rapist, no, they shouldn't be deported. Republicans are very obviously going to take advantage of this, and it's going to hurt the Democrats.
Oh, my God.
In New York, you can win in Seattle, you can win in Portland and Los Angeles. But that's where you're going to win. And if we're able to define the Democrats who have tried to run away from this label of being socialist, being open borders, being, pro-crime or anti-Israel, if that's the goal.
Oh, I'm nervous. Do I go in there? I don't know what to do.
But you forget one important thing. People are broke. That's the other part you forget, is that the affordability crisis in this country, I think, is a major win for a lot of Democrats. It's like, again, all those little scary terms y'all like to use to try to throw people off and say
she's open borders, right?
And I'm not saying that I agree with that. That is what there's extreme MAGA.
He's like, no, literally. He's like, no, literally. She does not think that rapists should go to prison or be deported. He's like, I'm being serious, actually. It is not a joke. What brand of miswak stick did you buy? Let me look it up. I got it on Amazon. I got it on Amazon. What did I buy? Sewak Al-Falah. SEWAK. And then AL-FALAH. Bought like a 10-pack of miswak sticks. Okay.
Candidates too that run on way worse things.
Do you
than
call
this.
them out as well? And you
yes,
usually
we
use
do.
them
And
as
guess what? They still
Democrats
get
for that
elected.
point.
You know why? Because there is core things that still resonate with people, and all the scary terms aren't going to get them off of that. At the end of the day, if people are broke, they do not care.
In far-left districts where Republicans aren't running, like Republicans don't lose anything tonight in these districts, but they are going to be dealing with some of these far-left candidates in, say, Maine. I mean, to come up for Congressman Golden's position, you guys put someone very far to the left, and that's now going to go into the Republican camp. We're going to pick that seat up. When you're going
I don't
into
think
moderate,
you will, my friend. I think that's the
Well,
thing. You guys keep putting out all these scary terms. No, we've heard all this anti-Semitism and
They're
we are evil
anti-Semites.
and we're
If you do
open
not
borders.
believe in Israel's
But listen,
right to
there's-
exist, that means you're an anti-Semite.
That's one candidate that you're talking about
There's
in the
three
entire
candidates.
country. Listen,
that is the
you
part
cannot
of the
make it about a
Democratic
scary terms.
Socialist Party.
There
It's
are
not a scary
people
term.
struggling in this country, and we need representatives that don't just represent the donors.
What is that noise?
Groups and the billionaires. Mamdani is showing us that you can deliver. It is possible to run and keep your promises. I would love to talk
anti-Semitic
without you
views.
talking over me the entire time.
Oh my fucking God.
Also out there saying that he's going to align himself with the folks that do not believe in Israel's right to exist. That is a problem.
But if you want to throw that, if you want to throw that live, I'd say find me an extreme MAGA politician that's not bigoted.
But what,
I would say the same
hold on.
thing.
What about what Jamel is saying? I mean, isn't the story of the last 10 years of politics, especially in this Trump era, that there are, even in the Republican tent, plenty of people to the far right that
I'm fucking over it.
welcomed into the tent. And maybe they're toxic, maybe they're controversial, but they still get elected in their ruby red districts. It just seems like a parallel thing is starting to happen on the Democratic side. And part of what's happening is that Democrats are actually learning from what Republicans did.
I don't think
over
they're
the
learning.
last 10
I don't
years.
really think they are learning. I mean, I think if you look back, this happened to us.
Okay, so Hutch just made that up, uncritically believed in the right-wing narrative. What did I make up? You suck, Unreal Engine 5. What do you think I made up? That is pretty clearly anti-Semitism. Where did she say no jail for rapists? Seems like a straight-up lie. She is a police abolitionist. She is a prison abolitionist. And she thinks all deportations are immoral. So she was given an opportunity to answer the question, what would you do in your society if someone commits murder? Like, let's say you witness them commit murder. You know they commit murder. Like, what do you do? And she just didn't answer. She just refused to answer. The answer that she gave was some meandering, bloviating response about like systems and trauma and imagining new systems. And she never clarified. And so until she clarifies that question, you know, maybe she believes in some kind of incarceration or confinement or community enforcement or whatever, but she has not clarified what she actually means. And so I don't know what I'm supposed to take. I don't know what I'm supposed to imagine as a remedy for these kinds of problems in society. It is not a made up thing that people commit murder and people commit rape. I mean, these things happen. If you're solo, you have to glitch the infest nodes. The bosses are too bullet spongy and deal too much damage to play it legit. What happens when you attack the infest nodes? Does the boss spawn? I don't really understand. I'm trying not to look up a bunch of tutorials for this game. I think that kind of takes the fun out of it. Like, part of the fun for me is just learning the game, just from fresh, just like, oh, what do I do? It spawns 2 waves with a boss at the second wave. Okay, well, that's good to know. Wish I would have known that before.
In 2010 and 2012.
Which game is this, by the way? Look on the screen right underneath my beautiful bald head.
Senate seats and House seats on the table.
You will find the answers that you're looking for.
The most radical people in our party happy, and you guys are celebrating, oh, we're taking our party back, we're finally sending a message. It's a message that swing voters are going to be scared of. Congresswoman Chevalier, Congresswoman-elect Chevalier, I'd like
near a node, bosses, and infected spawn. If you jump on cars, you can avoid damage. Oh, I keep forgetting about that. I knew that.
I would like her to be an ambassador of the Democratic Party.
But she's not an ambassador of the Democratic
Sure
Party.
she is. Of course she is. Won tonight. You just said that.
No, she's not.
But I'm sorry, but aren't you celebrating the
I mean, she is though, right?
The Democratic Party. You're saying that she's energizing everyone.
No,
and we're going to point that out.
I think we started this by talking. I think we started this by saying her race was the closest. That Mamdani was the thing that we were celebrating, and Mamdani is showing.
That's kind of cope.
Again, I'm speaking, and you keep talking over me.
Ooh.
It's a debate show.
Ooh.
Hold on a second. Just finish your point, and then you can respond.
Ooh.
My point is, we were talking about Mamdani.
It's like, don't get lippy with me, you motherfucker.
The Democrats have not been able to show in years that you can say you're going to get something done, and then you can get it done. That you can look out for the people, and you can actually deliver for them. That if you don't answer to the billionaire class, you don't answer to a...
Hang on. What has Mamdani done so far? He balanced the budget by deferring pensions. Okay. He was given he was given partial credit from Hochul for a statewide childcare initiative that she'd been working on before he even got to office. He did the Pas de Pierre tax, or however you say that, the tax on rich people with like abandoned penthouses. Okay. That's projected to raise, I think, $300 million. Maybe some housing thing? I think maybe some housing thing? I'm not sure. But like, what else are we talking about here? Let's just be honest. What else has he delivered?
Lobby group, and you don't answer to your donors, then you can actually keep looking out for the people. And that's why
the donors,
you know, is this Mamdani's idea. This is what a lot of us in the country want. We want politicians that answer to us, that look out for us, that represent us.
How big of a shockwave was this to see all of the people that Mamdani endorsed win?
I mean, truly, as Politico put it, there is a new king of
fucking donors.
I mean, just up and down the ballot, from congressional races on down. If you're Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, you're really taking a tough look at this, because truly, New Yorkers sent a message last night, and with affordability at top of minds of Democrats, this has got to rattle them going forward.
I'm not rattled. I'm fine. I'm thriving.
The word, right, that everyone was kind of looking at and using. Francesca, I do wonder if this is a
look at this face
anomaly.
Does this face look worried?
Sees Zohran Mamdani's version of democracy as a hard
it does not.
Things to come in potentially other places, other states, other cities.
There's a more nuanced look if you go across the country. I mean, you have a state like Iowa where Josh Turek won, and he had large establishment support. Even in looking in New York itself, you have the race where Michael Lasher won and had been an aide to Gerald.
Is your argument, Hutch, that voters are just dumb and think Mamdani is doing more than he is? Well, I don't know how the voters of New York feel. I think he has decent approval ratings in New York, something like 55% approval ratings or something like that. Respectable. I'm just saying that particular news answer, she's like, Mamdani showed that you can run on making bold promises and then actually deliver on those promises. But I don't know, as far as like, you know, he was running on the big ones were free and fast buses. He announced pretty early on in his tenure that would likely have to be something that would, if it does happen, would have to happen next year. Okay, we'll give him time on that one. Universal childcare for residents of New York City. He didn't deliver on that. Hochul delivered on that. What were the other ones? There were like three things. It was like fast and free buses, free childcare, and affordable housing, maybe. And I don't recall the particulars of the housing plan that he announced. I would have to look into that. Has Mamdani delivered on his promise of affordable housing yet? I feel like I'm missing one or two things. Like the central planks of his campaign promises, as I understand, have not been delivered on yet. Grocery stores. There was that one. The city-run bodegas. I don't know if where are we at with that? I don't know if he delivered on that. I mean, you know, it's early in his tenure, so I'm not like, it's, you know, these things take time. I'm not necessarily criticizing him for not delivering all of his promises right away. But she made the claim, and I'm just responding to that because I don't think it's true.
Nadler and had his support.
Oh, rent freeze. That's the other one.
Certainly a progressive wave going on in New York and in other parts of the country for sure. But as Democrats are trying to figure out what kind of message works for them, they're finding that in different states, particularly in red states, in some of these purple states.
Fox News is on their 4th or 5th video today, guys. They are flipping the fuck out.
That works in a place like New York that's very blue, and they're having to figure out how to thread that needle as they start to look for a candidate who can try and bring all these different parts of the party together in 2028. But as far as this idea of Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer, I did want to pick up on what Jackie was saying and say, if you're waking up this morning and you're Chuck Schumer and you're looking at that, or you're Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who's trying to figure out what she's going to do in her future, the progressive wave that was seen last night leans, of course, in the direction of an AOC.
Yeah, Jackie, as Francesca has sort of alluded to,
good morning, everybody.
As Republicans watch Democrats wrestle with their own ideological divisions, how might this be used in the midterms in other places?
That's the question. I think some of the members.
The rent freeze. This is the one with a hard deadline. He moved fast, appointed 6 of the 9 rent guidelines board members in February 2026, giving him a working majority. But the board is nominally independent, and the May preliminary vote approved a range of 0 to 2% for 1-year leases and 0 to 4% for 2-year leases. So that's not a rent freeze, which leaves a freeze possible but not locked. Tenant reps pushed for an actual rollback failed. And landlord reps counter of 3 to 5.5% on 1-year leases also failed. The final binding vote is June 24th. Or June 25th, tomorrow. Wait, what? What is the date today? Shit. I have a doctor's appointment. Uh-oh. I think it's at 4 p.m. If it's at 4 p.m., I'm fine. Oh, no. It's tomorrow. Okay, we're good. We're good. So that's a no on the rent freeze yet. He promised to build 200,000 affordable units. This was always a 10-year promise, so 6 months in, there's nothing built to point to, and there couldn't be. What he's done is release and fund the plan. Block by block, a 100-page agenda unveiled nearly 6 months into his tenure with a $22 billion capital investment over 5 years to build 200,000 and preserve 200,000 affordable homes, including $5.6 billion for NYCHA, the largest such investment in city history per his office. The near-term target is 8,000 new affordable apartments in fiscal year 2027 and 2028. 35% increase over the prior 2 years. That's groundwork, plan plus budget, not delivery. Actual units are years out. Few smaller things have actually shipped. The RGB Majority, a supportive preservation program to preserve the city's 39,000 supportive homes. A Fix the City enforcement program targeting landlords who neglect repairs. And a change sizing rent at 25% of monthly income for sub 30% AMI tenants in newly HPD financed projects. So he's delivered on some, he's laid the groundwork for some things. He's delivered on a smaller scale some other things, but definitely has not delivered his like big promises just yet. Chatterbox with 200 bits. Thank you so much. Wait, what is this clip? Yeah. You just got DSA'd, bro.
And yet the true test comes during the general election. Thanks so much. We'll be checking back with you. Let's go to ABC. Okay. Thanks, Scotty. Adam, what do you got?
We got a new update in Maryland 6.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay. All right. Fox News continues to freak the fuck out, guys. Hold on. How many videos today so far? It's at least 3. 1, 2. Oh, no, that's different. 1, 2, 3. 4? Yeah, 4. 5? We'll say 4. It's 4 videos so far. Running full court press on these NYC DSA or NYDSA people. Have you seen the Hunter Biden tweet responding to primary results from yesterday? No. Oh God. He's a bit of a yeah, listen. All love to Hunter Biden. He's a bit of a brain rot populist. He's like an Andrew Callahan Channel 5 kind of populist. Hunter Biden. What did he tweet? I'm not running for office, but if I were, these are some of the lessons I'd take away from what happened in NY yesterday. Number 1, authenticity is measurable. Voters can smell a focus group from a mile away. Number 2, endorsements from current Democratic leadership now read like warnings. The establishment wing of the party is no longer a sword, it's a question mark. Number 3, conviction beats caution. Candidates who said hard things about rent, about who pays for what, about Gaza, they won. The triangulators lost. Number 4, cost of living is everything. Everything else is wallpaper. Number 5, the middle is not a strategy. It's an empty room. Voters reached past the establishment to grab someone who actually believes something. Number 6, don't fear the base, court it. The Democrats who ran from their own voters lost. The ones who ran toward them won. Number 7, if you want to lead a party, you have to be willing to fight inside of it. Mamdani didn't ask for permission. He took the field. The lesson under the lessons, the country is tired of being managed. People want to be led. I would say, like, for the most part, I would say that that's pretty good analysis. Sure.
A socialist sweep in New York sending shockwaves through the Democrat Party all across the country. All 3 far-left candidates backed by New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani won their, bringing them one step closer to Congress. Those victories from last night are putting the Democrat establishment on hot notice. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. Cheers.
You just got Faulknered.
Socialists of America. Now, you know I don't call them that. They're just socialists. All of that cheering erupted for Claire.
Wow, look at that. Look at those margins. Holy moly.
How are we feeling tonight?
Holy shit, he's fired up. Oh, that looks familiar. Wait, I'm near the...
Democrat Socialists of America. DSA, as they were chanting. Former member Brad Lander forced out incumbent.
No, they were chanting USA. You just didn't hear them right.
And Daria Liza Avila Chevalier did the same thing, unseating a veteran congressman and the Hispanic.
I know. I said Mamdani belongs to the libs now. I take it back.
Slew of past problematic posts that she's made.
I was not
ICE, Immigration Customs
correct
Enforcement
on that one.
And she questioned Israel's right to exist. That sounds like a terrorist.
I'm going to be honest with you. I missed the mark on that one.
And used a cuss word to address former Vice President Kamala Harris. But Chevalier does not want to answer for any of that. She stormed out of an interview when pressed about those posts. It is in Spanish, but her actions say it all in every language.
Que siempre va a luchar por ustedes, que nunca va a aguantar ninguna indignidad contra ustedes. Cuídense.
Bueno, gracias. Here's the cover of today's New York Post. The headline, The Hateful Slate. All 3 candidates supporting policies like ending the military aid to Israel. Again, abolishing ICE, housing and Medicare for all, for free, all of it. Well, who pays? They're going to hike the taxes on people who are wealthy. And wealthy isn't just in the middle. It starts really at the upper middle class and some middle class. When you look at the numbers that...
You're just going to get them fired up by talking like that. Kind of gets me fired up a little bit.
Alexa.
Hi, Harris. Yeah, yesterday when we talked, we weren't sure.
They're going to raise taxes on wealthy people
DSA calls the
to give people health care.
different New York, and it's going to be a little bit different in Washington.
If only that was
where they say you're going to hear people yell.
just what they were promising.
Which is what we heard from these DSA candidates. They're going to take their far left agenda now to the nation's capital. It's something the mayor says is ready to be done, and it's something they stand behind. Watch.
And we have to use every tool in the toolbox to make sure that we abolish ICE and keep our immigrant neighbors safe.
Solidarity forever. Abolish ICE. Free Palestine. Organize your union. And join DSA.
Mamdani went 3 for 3. So Zoran Mamdani.
She seems kind of charismatic. She seems like a good speaker.
With this race, he endorsed fellow Democratic Socialist Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, Claire Valdez, and then progressive Brad Lander, who all won. They want to abolish ICE, defund the police.
She seems hot on the mic.
Israel. One of the night's biggest upsets was Chevalier knocking out 5-term Congressman Adriano Espaillat. She is an anti-Israel activist. That's what this comes down to, and that played a huge.
Ooh, let's go.
In another upset in New York, Dan Goldman lost to Brad Lander, and he lost to him quickly, quicker than some people expected. Some voters say support for Israel was the dividing line. I caught up with Lander and asked him about this split inside the Democratic Party. What happened to the moderate Democrat?
Look, I don't think it's so much progressives versus moderates. I think it's fighters.
Holy moly. Holy moly.
Well, we'll see what that means. Mamdani says that
Jesus
is winning big. They're going to move the Democratic Party, Harris, in a new direction, and he is celebrating these wins.
We're doing transgender for everybody, guys. Either get on board or get out of the way.
Poured your hopes into this. That we are showing there is a new path for politics.
Finally, somebody is going to deliver on transgender for all.
So President Trump posted on Truth Social just moments ago that Mamdani helped elect
These do-nothing Democrats, they've been talking about transgender for all for years.
helping to elect wonderful American patriots. Back out here live. This is the question I think people are thinking, including establishment Democrats and leaders of the Democratic Party, Harris, like Hakeem Jeffries, who's waking up this morning thinking, what happened in New York? Can the Mamdani playbook work in November? We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, imagine what's happening inside the, deeper echelons of the Democrat Party. All those people who
Oh, they're freaking out tonight. I promise you that.
after seat after seat after seat, and they're waking up to a new normal this morning. And some of them thought that they could.
This is our party now, lib boy. Well, shit.
Thank you. Countless headlines now echoing the massive effect on the political landscape. Here's a tiny sample. Mamdani emerges as kingmaker. Primary forecasts future for Democrats. And socialist earthquake leaves Democrats reeling. House Speaker Mike Johnson from moments ago describing socialists. Look at this.
Democrats have candidates winning primaries and rising through the ranks. Here's a few of them. Vang in California, one of the Democrats, she won't say the Pledge of Allegiance. Hamaway in New Jersey, Democrat candidate, socialist candidate, has ties to Al-Qaeda and other terrorists. Chevalier won last night in New York over Hakeem's counter.
What? Wait, what?
She says she wants to abolish
Hang on.
the border. She doesn't want a border for the country. Mendoza in Arizona wants to decriminalize trans prostitution.
Oh, my.
James in Iowa wants to apologize for being white.
They want to just specifically decriminalize trans prostitution? We need a fact check on this one. Wait, what was said? Hold on. What are we talking about right now?
Marriott in Iowa performed a Satanist wedding, and Bennett in New Jersey stopped going to church because Trump voters were there.
Oh my God. Let's go.
Mamdani's popping up all around the country. It is a dangerous thing. This is not a joke. We're in a fight right now to save the republic. And every American needs to...
What does Hassan say? Let 1,000 Zoran spring.
GOP strategist Megan Hayes, former Biden White House director of messaging.
Do I have a can opener? I do. Nice.
Look, Cassie, this is not a shock if you've been watching some of these races. But some of the things that are being said now, they're not Democrats. And will the Democrat Party, do you think, wake up and say, no, they're socialists, let's do two separate parties?
Good morning to you both.
Well,
tweet saying if you're going to wave the DSA flag and then expect to use the Democrat Party's resources, essentially we don't want you. So where will they go? But the problem they have with this civil war is that the establishment is losing, and the establishment doesn't have a clear leader. They clearly don't think Hakeem Jeffries is the guy. And so
all right, that I think is a nuclear zone.
And his DSA efforts are happy to step in, and they are organized and they are energized.
Is it a nuclear zone? Can I go?
It's not just in these navy blue urban cities. They've got candidates across the country that are winning primaries, and for Republicans.
Okay, lakes, that's a good sign.
You think there's disarray in Washington now. Wait until this new Democrat Party gets to Washington. Don't vote for them if you want anything to get done.
I want everyone to watch what House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, the most powerful Democrat in the House. This is what he said right before New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani was elected last November. Watch.
Do you see Mamdani as the future of the Democratic Party?
No, I think the future of the Democratic Party is going to fall, as far as we're concerned, relative to the House Democratic Caucus and members who are doing a great work all across the country as it relates to our need to both take back control of the House.
Oh, I wonder. Okay. Oh boy, that might be a bandit camp.
party. Megan, how did he get it so wrong?
So I don't actually think he's wrong. I think a couple things are at play here. This is an anti-incumbency election, I think, for both Democrats and Republicans. But these three people who won last night in New York are not helping win back the majority for the House Democrats. That's taking place in New York 17, in Utah 1.
Chester Lake.
People actually elected more moderate Democrats and people who are actual Democrats who speak for the majority of the Democratic Party. So, you know, I don't think he's necessarily.
This is where I am.
I think that this was.
This is where I am. I'm here.
That they were able to take hold and win, but all politics are local, and this is what people in New York City wanted, but this is not what the majority of people across the country want.
Yeah, I'm close.
Some of these people are going to Capitol Hill, and this is potentially, at least they think they can, this is sidelining anything that you think you stand for on the left, because they are, and I've had so many establishment Democrats say it, they're just louder than you guys are. The Faulkner Focus went out on the streets of New York, spoke directly with Americans, because we have people from all over the country here right now with a whole lot of sporting events and everything. So it's a great opportunity to talk with Americans about the surge of socialism right here. Watch.
Countries and leaders that have embraced socialism.
What the
had such a tragic end to it, and the people are the ones that end up suffering the most.
Social Security is a socialist program. Medicare is a socialist program. SNAP benefits. So it really depends on how you define socialism. I think people tried to exploit it as to what it's being described as.
We're just stretching these words to mean whatever.
Lack of knowledge. I don't think they know the impact it could have. I don't know, ignorance.
Anything goes if the government does it, it's socialism. They're doing the unironic, like,
do all the stuff that
socialism is when the government does things.
When they voted for him. How is he going to do all that?
Isn't that what we fought in Vietnam? Communism? The brother of the cousin or other of communism and socialism?
She reminds us on Wednesday.
Oh, my brother didn't die in Saigon fighting the goddamn communists just to.
She's right about that, Cassie.
Yeah, it's interesting when you hear the perspective from the broader country. Again, the Democrats have, their voters really haven't participated in a proper primary election at the presidential level in really more than a decade. And so they are feeling left out. They are feeling that they haven't been paid attention.
More than a decade? Wait, what?
They are saying we're looking for something different. And Mandami and the DSA and Bernie Sanders are
Fuck Biden 2020, I guess, right?
try and capture some enthusiasm. And again, this isn't just relegated to New York and the deep blue cities. Speaker Johnson outlined any number of candidates who are running on these platforms, waving their flags. And because there's not a good option, card-carrying Democrats, I'm afraid, are going to say, well, I'll hold my nose and vote for this person versus anyone who stands with President Trump. That's the only play they have, is anyone but Trump. But I will just say, Dan Goldman, who was the face of the Democrats' impeachment efforts against Donald Trump, just got ousted last night. So even that is too moderate for today's Democrat Party.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. And look, what happened to him at that cafe here in New York City was just sick. Him getting pushed upon because he supports Israel and Jewish Americans in this country.
It's a car.
Pushed upon, and then finally, you can't come back to the Poetica Cafe. We'll have more on that coming up. But Megan, I want to ask you about just this idea that the candidates in that race, and Speaker Johnson listed some of the things, are.
That's a drivable car, my friends.
We haven't even heard of. What is transgender prostitution, and why do we need to legalize that? And I don't laugh about that because one of the candidates apologized for being white. I mean, this is supreme division that members of your own party are causing across the country as they run. We don't need to be divided against, by ourselves.
Oh, man.
Society does that enough on its own.
This is gold, you guys.
It's so absurd, but I think a lot of these.
You know what? I changed my mind. I support all these DSA candidates for giving us this content, because this content, we're just getting started. Okay, they've only just begun to spin these wheels.
these members or these people, if they win and their generals, are going to have a real wake-up call or should have taken a civics lesson. You become one of 435 people when you are a member of the House, and you will not have the power to do any of these outlandish things that you are running on. And this is where campaigning is much easier than governing. We see that with Donald Trump and some of these economic policies now. They're going to have a wake-up call that they have to play in a group of people, and if they're going to caucus with Democrats, they are going to have to vote for things that are more moderate and more beneficial to the actual Democratic Party.
It's so interesting that you worked President Trump into your response to socialists taking over Democrats. And I would only say to you, well, they do have you not talking about as much Donald Trump. Do you want to focus more on maybe defunding them in your party? Because they're using your money to go forth. Real quick answer.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know why we're supporting DSA candidates. Again, they are not Democrats. They don't stand for things that the Democrats stand for. So I actually am not sure why leadership is not taking more of a stance on how we use our party resources.
You know, listen.
All right, Cassie, Megan, great to have you. This is
It is what it is.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox.
This is just a classic example of this is what it is.
Now on Fox 1.
These Fox News segments are not disappointing. My goodness.
Everybody, welcome to Breaking Points. We have an extraordinary show for you today because there was a political earthquake in New York City last night as Zoran Mamdani candidates
Seismic, they're saying.
The field in their races for federal office. 2 Democratic incumbents have been tossed out. Truly, truly an extraordinary political night. Ryan Grimm was there for the
feckless Dems.
Lots of exclusive interviews. He is going to join us both for that analysis.
Don't get me started on these feckless Democrats.
We'll dig into all of those races and what it will mean going forward.
Oh my goodness. An emergency drop? What is this?
Also keeping our eye on Iran and the way Congress any potential deal coming together. Dr. Trita Parsi to join me to give his analysis there. We've got a stunning report from the Washington Post about the way that Tulsi Gabbard has been taking orders, marching orders, and getting talking points from her guru throughout her political career.
We already forgot about that story, kind of.
Her time here as DNI, the reporter on that story, is going to join me to explain the wild story of how he got access to this treasure trove of materials with regard to Tulsi Gabbard. There's a big fight going down between Elon Musk, the richest man on the planet, and Ro Khanna, actually his representative in Silicon Valley. Elon is now threatening to sue Ro. Ro is responding. This is all over.
Where is the
to USAID and also Ro's continuing efforts to push taxes on the rich. And finally, we have the site of what is happening in Sudan, where another mass atrocity is being threatened. So we'll break down.
I just found a tent somewhere. Where the fuck was it?
Sounding the alarm about a potential human catastrophe that is on the verge of happening there in that
was it? Oh, here.
Country. So before we jump in, guys, thank you so much for your support. If you want to become a premium member, get access to all the things. BreakingPoints.com. I think the transition at this point has gone pretty smoothly. Back over to Supercast. We're certainly happy with
here. Yeah, here.
R2. All right, with all of that being said, let's go ahead and jump into these extraordinary election results. So Zoran Mamdani backed a number
We've survived the evening.
Candidates, both for federal office, but also for state legislative offices. And he swept across the board. He also endorsed Brad Lander, who's not technically a DSA candidate, against Dem incumbent Dan Goldman. As I said before, truly a political earthquake. Let's take a listen to a little bit of Zoran celebrating these extraordinary victories.
A little bit of Zoran in my life.
Who was able to win an open seat there at her victory.
A little bit of Mary.
My friends, I know many of you have been canvassing for months. And at those canvasses, at those fundraisers, at those events, when we introduce our candidates, we use a language of hope. We say the next assembly member, the next state senator, the next congressperson. Tonight we use a language of fact. So please join me in welcoming up to the stage Assemblywoman Diana Moreno, Assemblymember David Orkin.
Oh, get them. They're getting fired up. Let's go.
Assemblywoman Samantha Catan.
By God, it's Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Massive night for him where he answered his critics, going up against a bunch of Democratic power brokers. We'll get into more of that with Ryan in just a second. Also, just as a reminder, Zoran launched his slate of candidates.
My head just randomly went like, what if he went, Benjamin Netanyahu? Just kidding. Sorry, I don't know why. The funding talking points are making their way around the Dem circles. I say this with no ill will or animosity. If you hate the Democratic Party, then please don't run for our nomination. Don't use our resources. Don't rely on our volunteers. Don't use our infrastructure. Don't ask Democrats to invest their time, money, and energy in your campaign. Focus on building the party you actually support. Political parties aren't perfect. Listen, I don't think that's gonna work. Like I don't think like I think you just invite like teasing with posts like that. I wouldn't recommend taking that kind of an approach. They're just gonna pile on. They're just gonna like tease you and make fun of you and be like, "We're taking over, you motherfucker," you know. Gorgo with $5, not coping, but do you think we can leverage the success of DSA candidates to claim some ground with young voters and independents? I'd like to hope so. I mean, if there's a way to do that, that would be great. I saw somebody post on my feed this morning that, you know, young people, like he took an optimistic view or chose an optimistic view and saying this could be a good thing because young people need to feel some buy-in, and if they feel like they have representation in the Democratic Party, maybe they won't be so apathetic. Maybe. I fucking hope so. That would be great. I wouldn't say that that's impossible, you know, like we'll see. Deceitful Truth with $5. Does this really do anything for Fox News audience? They call Democrats radical left socialists anyways. This is like pure Colombian uncut cocaine for Fox News boomers. Are you kidding me? The resting heart rate right now in the country, in this moment, the average resting heart rate for people over 65 is probably up like 20 or 30 BPS or BPM. They feast on that kind of news coverage.
At the federal level with this incredible ad during the Knicks playoff run. Let's go ahead and take a look at that.
Tell me I'm going to find a fishing line here, please.
I'm Brad Lander, and I'll block
Surely
from buying our elections.
Nope.
I'm Maria Elisa Avila Chevalier, and I'll defend New York by abolishing ICE.
I'm Claire Valdez, and I'll stand up against bad landlords and greedy corporations.
Get out and vote. This is the team. This is our year.
I'm Brad Lander.
I'm Claire Valdez.
I'm Maria Elisa Avila Chevalier, and
we approve this message.
I mean, I don't know that their opponents really ever stood a chance. Just take a look at that ad. Let's put the actual results up on the screen here before we bring Ryan in. Let me just.
I mean, I'm having like a Frank Herbert moment here. I'm more so than being concerned about like just like the populist wave. I'm concerned at how many Americans seem to be yearning for like charismatic politicians. You know? I don't like anything that even resembles a cult of personality around any kind of political figure. And I'm generally suspicious of that kind of a thing. Mellow Yellow with $5. Funny watching them turn around and say the Democrats were pretty reasonable, actually. Now they're going left and this group wants open borders. Oh, I see what you're saying there. Took me a second.
Just break these down a little bit for you guys. So hold on this. This is New York's 7th congressional district, commonly known.
Gita Byrne, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership.
Velasquez, who was herself a very powerful member of Congress, powerful inside.
Oh, let's go. Where are we going with this guy?
She retired and she endorsed Antonio Reynoso, who had a slew of sort of, you know, established power player endorsements, a bunch of unions behind him, Nydia Velasquez herself. So in a relatively progressive candidate, but not as clear-throated a opponent of genocide and in favor of moving away from the current status with regard to Israel's status quo. Claire Valdez,
let's go.
of DSA, had the endorsement of Zoran Mamdani, also Hassan Piker. We'll talk a little bit more about
Hassan Piker
here as a kingmaker in these races as well. In any case, with their backing, she was able to defeat Antonio Reynoso, who did not come out of nowhere. He was the Brooklyn Borough president.
Hassan Piker.
Not only did she win? She wins here overwhelmingly. This is a 21-point victory, close to 21 points victory, with 92% of the votes.
56-50 slots.
Close. Let's go to the next one. We can break this one down as well. This is the 12th district. Now, in this one, you didn't have a Zoran candidate. The differences between these, the top candidates in this race were less along the lines of Israel and Palestine and genocide. Michael Lasher was the choice of retiring Democrat Jerry Nadler. This was another open seat. Alex Boras has really positioned himself as an AI critic. You can see that did pretty well for him, but not enough for him to be able to overtake Michael Lasher. There were tens of millions of dollars spent from AI PACs in this race. We'll get
Ultimate Black Pill is most people want authoritarian if they can guarantee their lifestyle. People want simple, and politics is nuanced.
Ryan to break those dynamics down for us when he joins. Let's go ahead and take a look at the next one. 13th district here. This one was the real shocker. So Adriano Espaillat.
Oh, look at that. Let's
Democratic incumbent. I believe he's been in office for 5 terms. So long term, he's been there for a decade. I actually was living in this district when he got elected. It was quite a while ago. He is the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. He is, again, a real power broker. This is not a backbencher. This is someone very influential within the Democratic caucus. Of course, had all of the establishment backing. Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, who we just had on the show, along with...
Did we spawn here?
She was an organizer at the Columbia University student.
I don't remember.
She was motivated in part by her disgust over the treatment and arrest of Mahmoud Khalil and Congressman Espaillat's failure to stand up for him and to fight for him in his support of the brutal tactics against those protesters, against those pro-Palestine protesters. She was subject to incredible racist attacks and smears in the final days and weeks of this campaign. And yet here she is, having never sought elected office before, with all of the establishment players backing Espaillat. She was able to knock him off. Why? Because of the mood of the Democratic base and because of the endorsement of Zoran Mamdani and also potentially some very significant phone banking from the Hassan Piker community, which I do think plays a role in here, especially given the fact that this race was relatively close.
9mm.
Truly the most shocking and an absolute political earthquake. And then last but not least, let's take a look at this race between Brad Lander and Dan Goldman. Goldman being a Democratic incumbent here. This is a lower Manhattan district primarily. Brad Lander just not even close here. 30-point victory. You just don't see this typically with incumbent candidates. Sometimes they lose. That in and of itself is extraordinary. But losing by 30 points, 30 plus points is truly wild. You guys will remember Brad Lander. We've also had on the show a few different times. He was a mayoral
ACP.
When he realized that, the path was not open for him. He made the decision to endorse Zoran Mamdani. They did sort of like a co-endorsement leading into the primary. He was one of his most important validators, especially.
Oh, that's an AR-45 magazine. What the fuck?
The Jewish community. Lander himself being Jewish and was an important part of that coalition that brought Zoran Mamdani
Oh, gas.
victory. Zoran backed him in this race.
Dame gasolina.
Being close. Last thing before we bring
Me encanta la gasolina.
up on the screen, just to show that the Dem Tea Party vibes were not exclusively in New York last night. This is analysis from Daniel, who does a great job following all of these elections. He says across New York and Maryland, I'm counting 12 Democratic.
How do I put fuel in it?
Lost, or in one case are trailing to a challenger to their left. 2 Congress members, those what we just talked about, both in New York. 4 state senators, 2 in New York, 2 in Maryland. 6 state House members, 5 in New York. and 1 in Maryland. So 12 Democratic incumbents falling to left-wing rivals. Some extraordinary upsets in New York City. And
we're going to go in that direction. Heard a supply drop.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show.
All right. Here's Crystal talking to Ryan Grimm.
Joining us now, we've got our very own Ryan Grimm, who is there in New York City. And Ryan, we usually we affectionately refer to this version of the show with you and I hosting as the Commie Takeover. And I think the name has never been more apt than it is perhaps right now.
I think that's right. Yeah, I'm joining you from a hotel in the Commie Corridor where I don't think the commies went to bed last night. I think they are still up, and this bender's going to go at least sometime into next week.
So what was the energy? Tell us what you did yesterday, who you talked to, what your impression was of why these races went the way they did. Obviously, the big headline takeaway here is Zohran Mamdani, his entire slate of candidates swept across the board, including he took some extraordinary risks here. You know, Daria Liza versus the chair of the Congressional Hispanic taking on the Brooklyn Borough president, Velasquez's choice, and all the unions that backing. Down ballot, he also, picked a number not victorious here. Is that your sense? Is that Zohran really made the difference here? Or were there other dynamics playing out that you would point to?
Fucking God.
So I spent most of the day in Harlem yesterday because I figured if it was going to be a huge sweep, then it was going to be Daria Lisa.
Oh my God.
The third of them over the top. And talking to canvassers out there, what they told me, actually, one of them said that on the door, the voter learned about Daria Lisa from Breaking Points. That was kind of interesting.
Oh, nice.
But other than that, what they were saying is that when the race was sleepy, she was competitive, and they thought that she had
holy fucking shit.
And after he endorsed, the understanding of the race among voters that they were communicating with went from 0 to 60. Like all of a sudden, the day before, people were like, "Oh yeah, I think I've heard of Dari something, maybe."
Nice.
So then after Mamdani endorsed,
nice.
Everybody.
We up.
Oh yeah, she's the one that Mamdani is supporting. I'm supporting her. They said it was like night and day from his endorsement. So, and I think that part of the feature, the benefit.
Look at my cute little backpack, guys.
New, inexperienced, untested candidates for Mamdani is exactly that they don't actually have their own outside of DSA, which, he's kind of the leader of at this point. Outside of
that's true. That's true.
Base and their own political.
They have a god emperor in the DSA now, and his name is Zohran Mamdani.
Soldiers now of this DSA Mamdani movement that is rising in New York City. Once Brad Lander's race was called at like 9:08 or something, 9:09, which a friend was emailing me and saying that it among Democrats, that's the biggest loss of an incumbent in forever. Like you'd have to go back really far. Liz Cheney.
You mean in terms of the point differential?
Right. Liz Cheney got washed, I think, even worse than Dan Goldman, but not a whole lot worse. I mean, she got hammered. But on the Democratic side,
oh my goodness,
even Joe Crowley lost, by like 15 or something like that. He just got absolutely annihilated. And so then once he lost, and then the early vote comes in, and Claire Valdez is significantly ahead, and then she gets called by like 9:30, 9:45. The mood at the Daria Lisa headquarters was a bullion, and then the wins at the state legislative level just kept rolling in, and it was kind of stunning to some people who thought that the attacks on her being a Muslim Haitian who said F Kamala Harris, like they thought that combination would be enough for the kind of older voters in the district to turn them off. But it didn't. And if imagine you're Kamala Harris right now thinking about running for president in 2028, like the biggest issue in that race was that tweet of hers, and she still won. That has to really, I think, shake things up for the Democratic Party bosses.
And my understanding, Ryan, based on an analysis I saw, is that Daria Lisa is a very diverse district that she's running to represent, one that I know relatively well. She won Black voters in the
Seems
district.
that way.
in spite of, the fact that obviously there's an affinity with Black voters and the first female vice president. And I know that's why, a big part of why they were sending out those mailers that featured her tweet saying, fuck Kamala Harris. And ended up not being enough. I'm actually wondering if some of those like just blatantly racist attacks on her, calling into question her ethnicity, using the word Haitian as if it's a slur, floating some sort of like weird great replacement theory that she and Zoran were going to displace Dominicans and replace them with Haitians and Muslims.
Oh, fuck.
I'm wondering if some of that stuff didn't ultimately backfire on Espaillat. It certainly, in retrospect, now reads as quite desperate of a tactic.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think certainly for some Dominican voters, that kind of anti-Haitian slur is going to land. But Espaillat has history in this district, and he attempted a couple times to take Charlie Rangel out and eventually succeeded in.
Are they bad guys or good guys?
In the Black community in Harlem, extraordinarily.
Nope.
Served for 40 years up there, kind of a larger than life figure. Before him was this guy, Adam Clayton Powell, who served for another 40 or 50 years, like this absolutely legendary Harlem member of Congress. So he broke that kind of train from Adam Clayton Powell to Charlie Rangel. And so that was only 10 years ago. So he didn't have a big kind of well of goodwill to draw on. And so then I think when he comes in and says, oh, well, she's actually Haitian, it felt off, and it did not work particularly with that district. He also, one of his big kind of slogans that he had up around the district, he would say, an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. And it would be a picture of him and like Tish James. And the attack, I'm like, wait, what is he talking about here? He's saying that the attack is him getting a primary challenger. And so like you're trying to lump us all in together. No, like you have a primary challenge. He's not attacking us here.
Wow.
And that backfired too.
Interesting. I obviously Zoran, comes out here as the kingmaker, undisputed, like every single one of his candidates won the vast majority of the
motherfucker just ran the board. What are you going to do?
He's not a DSA member. All of the rest of them were DSA members. So huge win for DSA.
Wow. This house is fucking worthless.
Has genuinely been extremely impactful in his community. They reportedly phone banked like 90,000 calls for Daria Lisa in the last days of this campaign. The campaign says that, that resulted in at least 2,000 voters going out to the polls for her. The margin of victory is not a lot more than 2,000 votes. Not to mention, Ryan, centrists really decided, starting with the Zoran campaign, that they were going to try to make Hassan and his most controversial statements a centerpiece of their attack on the left. And talk about strategies that completely backfired.
Is that a plane I hear?
They successfully did, in a way, make him a litmus test. But for a Democratic base that is overwhelmingly
that's just a car.
Disgusted with the genocide, pro-Palestine, opposed to the status quo of our relationship with Israel, an association with Hassan Piker became a symbol of, oh, you're on the good side of this issue. You're with the good guys that oppose the genocide. So not only in terms of the actual organizing that he did that may genuinely have helped to make the difference in this very close race with Daria Lisa, but also in the way that that they made him this litmus test. I don't know that I've seen a more foolhardy and disastrous political tactic that's been deployed. And you can see not just in New York City, obviously. I mean, the other campaign that really stands out for this is Michigan and Abdul El-Sayed, who has only surged to the lead in the polls since this whole flap about, oh, how dare you campaign with Hassan Piker and one of his opponents, Mallory McMorrow, who chose the other side of that debate.
I'm just running around in circles, I think.
Yeah, and he also, I think, played a pivotal role in helping to elect Adam Hamaway in New Jersey, and then Chris Rabb nearby in Philadelphia.
I don't know where I am.
And it helped them kind of pop off. I was with Hassan in Harlem yesterday while he was streaming, and you can see it on the stream. The reaction to him is wild. Like the number of people, in that district, white, black, brown. New residents, old residents.
I think it's over there.
Under 45 or so, all of them, or under 40. But a very broad base, and a ton of people were, coming up to him saying like they watched the stream regularly. They voted because of him. They got into politics because of him. thanking him for kind of giving some meaning.
Have we been there yet? Yeah, we just came from there.
It feels like they have, which he talks about on the stream, is like that to channel your rage into your community and get active in order to kind of push back against the atomization and the kind of the depression that just comes about.
You motherfucker.
The kind of modern society that we live in. So yeah, I think that all of these efforts by the New York Times or by Third Way or by any of these other candidates to try to stigmatize him have only elevated his visibility, which then forces people to polarize around that question of good and evil, moral and immoral. And I think you're exactly right that when people have to face those questions, certainly in a Democratic primary, they're going to come down on the side of good.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and take a listen to just a little bit of Hassan reacting to some of the victories from last night. This is A8 and him talking about how he may change his endorsement process going forward.
Hey, after tonight, my price went up. You have to be a Democratic Socialist if you want some of this fucking shine. Sorry.
So only DSA members may apply now. I mean, talk about DSA, though, because it's very important for Zoran's victory. He deserves a lot of credit for the risks that he took and the selective nature. He didn't jump on board with everything. He famously refused to endorse Chiosei against Hakeem Jeffries, and she decides, okay, I'm going to take a pass on this. Didn't endorse any of the challengers to Richie Torres. Torres is able to win, although, his challengers did get some chunk of the vote. Didn't endorse, and this one I'm a little bit bummed about, but Chuck Park actually came pretty close against Grace Meng with not a lot of support whatsoever. It seems like if he had some endorsement and backing, he may actually have been able to get across the finish line there. And we
hold still
like a great guy and a great candidate
as
well. But talk about what this means for DSA and their role in the Democratic Party. I saw CNN with some polling that says, DSA and socialists in general more popular than Democrats in Congress at this point. So it should be no surprise that in Democratic primaries, you increasingly see DSA-backed candidates rising to the top.
Yeah, and with Chiosei, it was interesting way that he approached it. He did it kind of democratically. DSA is very famously a very democratic organization internally.
Got him.
He, like any other member, kind of went to the New York City DSA and made his case.
Oh God, where's my car?
They should not endorse him at this moment, just strategically and tactically. And he narrowly won that vote, and without that support, Chi wasn't able to go forward. Clearly he wanted to, focus his energy on other races. I think you're right, by the way, that and Park should probably run again in 2 years, and if he gets, if he gets any attention at all, I think he can win that race. New York, of course, is a little bit unique when it comes to the ability to
where the fuck
professionals in their 20s.
Am I?
Hard.
Oh God, that's
replicated everywhere around the country. But
don't want to go over there.
Cities like Philadelphia and Chicago, where you do have urban cores, you're seeing similar ability to kind of come together, and it really
genuinely. Where the fuck am I? Oh, this looks promising.
Coalitional politics that.
Oh, there's radiation.
UFP represented in Brooklyn, like. They got behind Antonio Reynoso, who had the support of basically all the labor unions, all these
Do the charcoal tablets get rid of the radiation?
That have, memberships and that, do work in the district. And they didn't have the kind of manpower behind it. Like it did not, there's something broken between it.
I don't think they clean water.
Like they weren't able to turn that out. So they're going to have to do some real thinking about, why DSA was able to, build so much power in New York City, whereas they couldn't. But they are they're the predominant force in New York City politics at this point. And just basically 8 years ago was when June of 2018 when AOC won her shot.
How do you cure radiation?
Then to now, they have become not just a player but dominant.
I want to talk a little bit about AOC because in some ways, I know she endorsed down ballot some of the same candidates as Zoran, and they were predominantly.
Crystal is pissed at AOC.
She not only didn't endorse any of the victorious federal.
She's like, this fucking bitch.
Any Democratic incumbents. And so, you know, that creates, she's had this like sort of very no risk strategy, doesn't want to rock the boat with her relationships inside the House. That's, you know, apparently the reason why also she decided not to endorse her own chief of staff, Shoikat Chakrabarti, in a way that could have very much made a difference for him too.
I think he was down by like 30 points or something.
Being recognized as,
I mean, maybe, I guess.
Now, it's pretty wild to see AOC, who in a lot of ways kicked off this moment and this movement that, you know, ultimately builds to where we are today, seeing her being absent from the movement that it's very easy to imagine her being the one that's getting all the credit now. Like, look at all the power AOC
That could have been you. She said that could have been you.
To effectively be an incumbent protector since she refuses to endorse against any of them. I find that pretty extraordinary. I mean, she wouldn't even endorse Brad Lander, for example.
She means cowardly.
Slam dunk against Dan Goldman. And it's easy to take that for granted because that was kind of a foregone conclusion. The margin was so large. But as you rightly point out, anytime any incumbent goes down, that's pretty wild. So
usually in med crates or high radiation places.
For this big Dem Tea Party moment, because I think it's in terms of, you know, as someone who wants to see these.
The name of the game is on the screen under my beautiful bald head.
Not being brought to bear in these instances, but also if she has.
You will find all the answers you are looking for.
It really seems like a massive political missed opportunity for her.
Right. I mean, we've been talking about, you know, kind of Mamdani and the DSA through this whole conversation because she, you know, absented herself from it. The Dan Goldman example is really perfect because can you imagine?
I don't know where I'm at.
On the other foot, you know, if AOC had a credible challenger in her district, do you think Dan Goldman, of all people, is going to give her the respect of incumbency and not support that? Like, so she's giving, you know, she's the
Dan Goldman.
She didn't endorse him, but like she didn't help Brad Lander. She's doing this for people whose political project is to destroy her.
Goldman.
Now that's not the case with Brooklyn 7, which is Claire Valdez, and I saw her after her victory last night, and AOC was one of the few calls that Claire took. That was an open race, like that there wasn't even an incumbent there. What was different there is that Nydia Velázquez,
wait, that looks familiar.
Who a Puerto Rican Congress.
Is that where I need to be? I think that's it. Let's go.
And had become something of a mentor to AOC and on Capitol Hill, was retiring, and she wanted Reynoso, and so she pushed very hard for AOC to stay out of the race, and AOC, out of respect for that relationship, decided to do so. But that's an interesting decision. Like, this is a retiring congresswoman.
Mamdani.
Interesting is a bullshit word.
Because is that the one where he actually told her, like,
she's like, Crystal's like, I just think that's interesting. He's like, oh, that's an interesting decision. Just say what you have to say. Say it with your full chest.
Yeah, and Mamdani
it was a bad decision. That's what you think.
That both, you know, Nydia Velázquez, the WFP, and DSA could all agree on. Like that there was a path to that, but they decided, no, we're going to fight this. We're going all the way for it, and then AOC stayed out of it, and then also stayed out of the Espaillat race, even though you know AIPAC, which would love to see AOC's project destroyed, was spending millions to try to boost Espaillat. But yeah, the difference.
Can you break glass in this game?
Between her and
let's find out
is interesting there because to your point, all the reporting is, and this is my understanding too, that when Espaillat endorsed after the primary, endorsed Mamdani's, you know, promised not to primary him or to get behind a challenger, and he did that, which is
why is it so radioactive here?
Which is unusual on the left.
It is very unusual. In fact, I don't recall ever seeing it. So it's pretty incredible. You know, a couple of the so I watched some of the CNN coverage last night, and you and I are co-hosting again tomorrow. We'll do a whole thing on like the media reaction and the establishment reaction. We'll get into all of that. Never you worry. But you know, a couple of things that I heard from Republicans and from the Neera Tandons and Cory Bookers of the world. Well, this is still, if you look at the watch.
We got a sledgehammer.
Parties, it's still mostly these young white professionals. And that's what DSA ultimately is. You know, my view is that's an increasingly difficult not that there isn't some truth, like in terms of the bedrock, like the core sort of organizing base of the DSA. I think there is some truth there, but it becomes a very difficult argument to sustain when now, just with the victories last night, you had extremely diverse districts that were won in every borough of the city, save for Staten Island. So how can you look, for example, at Daria Lisa, who obviously herself is not white and who won the, majority
Can we get a fact check on that?
Voters in the district and say, oh, this is just
a
thing for white gentrifiers in these
need to be sure.
Yeah, and I think if they only won with these like gentrified neighborhoods and it's a bunch of gentrifiers that are doing the organizing, then I think you have a pretty clean hit on that. But both in Mamdani's mayoral race and then in Espaillat here, I mean, Brooklyn 7's so gentrified that it's kind of beyond, it's very, like, that's just what it is. But in Harlem, like you were saying,
colonizers,
a significant portion and probably a majority of the black vote in Harlem. So what I would say to people who are skeptical of this element of politics is that, okay, yes, it is true that in the past, a lot of voters would support somebody.
How can you tell what time it is?
And you feel like
I have no idea.
You're kind of getting pushed out by these people.
Oh, I have a compass. I had a compass this whole time. I swear to God.
Block by block organizing. But what's so critical is that they're not doing it with big money. They're not doing it with corporate money. They're not doing it with AIPAC support. They're doing it with small dollars, which means that it is a clean fight. It's bringing action.
I didn't even realize I had a fucking compass this whole time.
So the previous supporters of Espaillat, if they don't like exactly what Daria Lisa is doing, they actually now have a way to influence her with their individual voices,
we need to go
with their organized voices in a way that they didn't when it's organized money.
I think we need to, I don't know where I am.
And so it really opens up possibilities for kind of all.
I think we need to go southeast.
Districts.
I think that way.
I also, I sort of object to the idea of dividing people along these racial lines in any case. The young white professionals who moved into these districts are also desperate for affordable housing and, and support for genocide. So there's, I think, also a lot more common cause and common, concerns among these voting blocks than is sometimes portrayed, where they, we saw it in Daria Lisa's race where they tried to exploit ethnic divisions and it obviously didn't end up working on Espaillat's.
Come here, you little fucking demon.
DSA has been, objectively, if you count the races that they've won at the state and federal level, the most successful actually in Queens, which is, Queens doesn't get as much attention as Brooklyn or the Bronx or Manhattan for whatever reason. But Queens is the most diverse. One of maybe the most diverse kind of urban area in the world.
Truly is like the melting pot of the world in Queens.
It really is. It really is.
Yeah.
And they are more dominant there than anywhere else. And so that should tell you something about the way that their class politics are able to bring so many diverse people together.
The other thing that I have heard, Ryan, is, oh, well, this doesn't really matter because it's just New York City and New York City's different. And so, that's nice for you, but this is not going to be replicable in other places, to which I would say, okay, well, let's take a look at Grand Platner. Does Maine count? Let's take a look at Abdul El-Sayed. Michigan, I think, is a pretty important state in the country. So we're going to talk a little bit more in a minute about the way, positions on Israel.
I need to go southeast. If we can get to the settlement, we're in great shape.
Nationwide reckoning that is happening in the Democratic Party is just ultimately deluding themselves.
Yeah, and also just throughout history, New York has really driven American politics. Like it was the crucible of the
Can I run them over?
Kind of politics that then surged. It was the progressive reformers really were dominant in New York first before they kind of became national in the early 1900s. FDR obviously comes out of New York. Like the idea that New York is this kind of separate entity from the rest of the United States ignores the fact that the politics there usually end up influencing national politics, relatively quickly and in a profound way.
The last argument I heard is like, well, careful what you wish for. Daria Lisa has some, I think it's fair to say, radical views, against like the thing.
Wait, that's a supermarket.
Kamala Harris is saying, like, she actually holds some of those views.
Right.
Is that this or is that this?
We asked her about it the other day, the famous.
I think it's that. So wait, do we go south?
I know that there's a lot of angst in the Democratic Party that, like, oh my God, now they're going to say we're open borders. And I'm like, they've been saying that all along.
Right.
So I'm not sure that really changes the game for you here.
Right. I hate this logic. I got to be honest with you.
Saying your prison abolition. And so, yeah, now they can.
Might as well just be a prison abolitionist.
Don't have candidates that are so bad that you lose to people like that. I mean, come on, like it's pretty embarrassing. And at the same time, when the Republicans have Randy Fine in the House and Donald Trump in the White House, I think the public's kind of willingness to get worked up about
just literal whataboutism, just the textbook definition,
is pretty limited.
Yeah. And I also, I mean, I hate the comparison between, someone who wants a different system of policing and more immigrants and someone who's like, let's nuke an entire, let's do a Holocaust just out in the open. So there is that as well. Lastly, before we move on to the Israel piece, let me put up a 7 because we have, kind of a list here of some of the other races from Taniel. I put this up earlier as well, but it wasn't just New York.
Of course they have a producer named Taniel.
Following some of these races in Maryland, so I wanted to get you to weigh on this in particular. Taniel says I'm counting 12 Democratic incumbents who lost, or in one case are
the most
to challenge her to the
breaking points name I've ever heard.
6 state house members, and then he breaks all of them down.
Taniel with a T. He's not like Daniels.
That you were following.
Actually, I've got to look because I know they were going after the Senate leader, and I've got to check to see if.
All right, we got something that showed up on the map here. That's good. Good news.
Standing in the way of the redistricting effort that Democrats wanted to do. I'll check that. We can talk about it tomorrow. But yeah, down in Southern Maryland, we covered this race a little bit. This guy AIPAC Adrian Boafo, who was a former Steny Hoyer aide and got $12 million in AIPAC and crypto support. He wound up winning, but it was a crowded field of literally 24 candidates. And so he wound up with just 32% of the vote. So
I gotta eat some food here pretty soon.
$12 million to get that poor of a performance gave kind of AIPAC the only thing that they could celebrate last night. They did their line they always use. Being pro-Israel is good policy and good politics. Congratulations to Adrian Boafo. So such great politics that normally they kind of funnel the money behind a different PAC like they did with Espaillat. But so they won that race. But otherwise, just a brutal night for them. And even there, like you lost 68% of the vote. Like not
brutal is a harsh. I wouldn't say brutal.
Dynamic was.
I wouldn't say that.
Which one? That Upper West Side, Upper East Side district.
Not ideal.
Whatever that one was. Michael Lasher, who was the candidate, chosen by Jerry Nadler to succeed him, he ends up pulling it off. Is pretty close with Alex Borez. Borez really positioned himself as an AI critic.
Hit him on the one shot.
Millions of dollars of AI PAC money flowed into this race. I know you follow this closely. Isn't this one where the Anthropic AI PAC, which is supposedly pro-regulation, backed Borez, the OpenAI PAC backed Lasher? It became a bit of a central issue. And I know voters were telling some of the reporters in the area that was part of what they were voting on. Israel didn't loom as large in this race because the candidates had kind of similar relatively, status quo friendly positions on Israel. So what did you see as noteworthy in that particular race?
Yeah, that it was closer, I think, than people thought it would be, which suggests that there is a decent amount of anxiety, in particularly in that district, but also I think everywhere.
All right, we have to.
There was some fear that if
think about
Boris lost,
food,
that would be a signal to Democrats that they need to just completely bend the knee to AI or risk, getting, massively
the way they did on crypto.
Right, exactly. But I don't think the results signal that to Democrats. I think it remains kind of an open fight, particularly because the public is just so hostile on the other side of this issue. So yes, like the AI money might come at you, but voters are going to come at you if
Hassan yapping about Hutch again. What did I do?
And on also all of
I've been so nice today.
tied to the massive, economic disruption that
Some people call that motion, my friends.
Let's talk about Israel, because I do think this was really central in these races. But in particular, those three in New York City, with Daria Lisa in particular. So she was an organizer at the
oh boy, where did I park my car?
Just not long ago getting arrested as a protester.
Wait, do we?
And now she's going to represent that district. Pretty incredible turnabout. She says she was really motivated by the treatment of Mahmoud Khalil and Representative failure.
Where did I park my car? Was it over?
When he was arrested, you had a chance to actually speak with Mahmoud Khalil, who was there, in the district and is close with Daria Lisa. Let's go ahead and play A10.
There are consequences of abandoning your communities. There are consequences of supporting a genocidal state. So I really feel.
So what is my opposition? What's my opposition to whomst?
Even if I get deported, to me, the fact that
to
now is well aware of AIPAC's
Mamdani?
very dirty tactics. That's enough for me. Like, even if I get deported, but at least now we're getting that change.
I don't know where I parked my car.
Claire Valdez also won her campaign.
And I need to eat some food pretty soon.
Press rap in the past. So this is, to me, is really like, I feel sort of like some sort of justice. I got some sort of justice, even if I don't get it from the...
Oh, there it is. Let's go.
From the public opinion. Yeah.
And by the way, the Trump administration is still trying to deport him, which is
all right.
First two there. I mean, there is something really beautiful.
Abandoned house, small apartments, destroyed farmhouse.
So Daria Lisa and he knew each other from the
abandoned houses. Oh, I think I just need to go due east.
And when he was grabbed, his wife reached out to their member of Congress, which is what you do. She's an American citizen. She called her member of Congress, and he would not. He in the office just wouldn't respond. Did nothing. And so she eventually got AOC and other members of the New York congressional delegation to
go
kind of make some noise about it. And it was immediately a very national story. And it cuts to the problem that Espaillat has there, which is that the old school kind of corrupt machine politics worked when the machine.
Did we already hit that helicopter?
Be responsive.
I think so. Yeah.
Like, okay, we know that these guys are on the take. We know they're taking bribes. We know they're friends with the realtors. I have a problem. If I have a problem at work, if I have a problem,
my car is on fire. I'm fine. It's fine.
I can call my member of Congress, and they have a constituent service operation that is going to be well oiled and that is going to care, because then when it's time to vote, we're going to come out and we're going to keep electing these guys, even though we think that they're corrupt. Like that's the machine in the best case. But because he was so dependent on AIPAC support, he couldn't do that part of the constituent service for this very famous constituent. And it became then...
Is it bad if my car is aflame?
For everything else about him. And it really gave her the kind of rationale, the case, like, why are you running? Like, oh, well, my friend got arrested in the district and he didn't care. And people are like, oh, okay.
Is this bad?
That's a legit reason to run. Yeah. And I actually, maybe we could roll this. I saw Espaillat on Lenox Avenue, Malcolm X Avenue yesterday outside of the Harlem Hospital.
How do those zombies just follow you forever?
Roll this. My thing is that if you guys would have called out genocide and told AIPAC F off, you wouldn't have had a race at all. Like, there'd be no opening.
No, because everyone's right. It's the run. Everyone has the right to run.
And I really actually do believe, maybe just, but I
water jug. Let's go.
That if
Drink.
6 months ago, if he had taken Mahmoud Khalil's wife's calls, just done the bare minimum to help her, and said, you know what, I'm not taking AIPAC support anymore. Like, I took it in the past. I regret it. I don't like what they've done in Gaza. I'm not taking AIPAC support anymore.
We got to eat raw meat.
That's been carried out. Where does a challenger have any opening whatsoever to take him on? I don't see it. And I think he would have cruised to re-election last.
Not ideal.
Well, and Valerie Foushee sort of tested that case. You know, she.
Oh my God! I almost
changed her views, repudiated AIPAC, and she hung on.
Right.
You know, the other. Let's talk a little. So this was
yikes
last night.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. She didn't want to miss it. She flew up from North Carolina.
That's awesome. This was my favorite tweet from last night with regard to Daria Lisa and Espaillat from Edinger Mentum. He said, taking out the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus with a self-described communist 32-year-old PhD student who tweeted, fuck Kamala Harris, is beyond insane. DEFCON 1 moment for the Democratic establishment. And, you know, similarly, Claire Valdez, I feel like we sort of glossed over her a bit, but she won easily. Like it was 20 plus points. And she beat the sitting Brooklyn Borough president, who, by the way, is progressive in many regards.
He's like super progressive
in all of this. He had
that guy.
All the unions, Working Families Party,
Okay.
Velasquez, this power base, this Brooklyn Borough president, which coveted position, etc.
I don't know where the fuck I am, you guys. How am I?
You have to look at that and say there were two major differences.
So
well, three, I would say. Number one,
where's the settlement?
Number two, Zoran Mamdani, and number three, you know, AIPAC and Israel.
Is it
and I think you here? The first two without the third.
Or is it here?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, and when we had him on the show, and he is
maybe it's just straight south.
ICE out of Rikers. He took on the machine himself in Brooklyn. He's a progressive up and down the board, except for the fact that
I just came from south
and on Israel and its genocide until he ran for office. And so people think, well, people are too obsessed with Israel. And that's not what it is. What it is that tells people that he's not willing to fight for them, that he's not there when it's going to get hard. And they know that if you're going to,
I'll be there when it gets hard.
Power, you're going to take on any other power centers. You have to be willing to do the hard things and tell the powers that be no, even when and especially when it's difficult for you. And the fact that he didn't do that, I think, like that really resonated with people.
I really wish I knew where the fuck I was.
One thing, if you don't believe it, but then to do it as you're launching your campaign just tells people, oh, okay, yes, he's.
I don't know where's the settlement. Is it here or is it here?
Was there Israel lobby money in that?
Gotta be here.
There was a lot of controversy because
the Southwest.
I think Real Fight PAC got in, and we know for a fact that about $200,000 of that money was teachers union money, some other union money in this big super PAC. Valdez was accusing it of possibly being AIPAC money. We don't know yet. It seems more likely that it's real estate focused money, but so there's no evidence yet that they got in, because I think AIPAC understood. I think they would have preferred Reynoso, obviously, to Mamdani's candidate, but they also understood that once Reynoso was in office, if he'd have won, he's gone to them, like a Valerie Foushee style. Like he wasn't coming back.
Yeah, the politics of the district dictate that if he would want to hold on to that job, he would need to.
Guys, I have
take those
no
and position
earthly idea where I'm at.
Completely. Let's talk a little bit about Dan Goldman and Brad Lander. Goldman, I don't think, is as consistent or progressive. He's got some, some corporate centrist in him for sure, more so than Reynoso.
I think I'm here.
But also very clear here that the dividing line was.
I go on the road and then go north.
Brad Lander endorses Mamdani.
Oh God, what have I done?
Comes out, and I don't know that he would describe.
What have I done?
As an anti-Zionist. He's
Why is
not a DSA member. He's a little bit more, to the center than certainly like a Daria Lisa or a Claire Valdez, but also has made it plain.
My mouse died.
That he opposes these war crimes and human rights violations. And,
it's a disaster.
Wins handily. It was a foregone conclusion, basically, as soon as they closed the polls. Lander,
it's not good.
Was able to declare victory. So, talk a little bit about the dynamics there and why that was such an incredible slam dunk for him. By the way, I think one of the most heavily Jewish districts in the entire country, if not the most heavily Jewish district in the entire country.
All right, we got to triangulate.
Yeah,
we'll go to this.
Really could have been Goldman's seat for life if he would have
church,
even a normal Democrat in that district. Instead, he decided to make, and he was this hero of the resistance, leading the Trump impeachment and Trump won. He's like a real kind of Resistance 1.0 MSNBC type figure who rode that fame to then a very divided race. If people remember, there was Mondaire Jones.
That's a nuclear weapon.
Very split field. So he kind of squeaked by and never had a huge base of support, and was able to win thanks to spending a fortune of his own money. He's an heir of Levi Strauss, which also San Francisco's mayor is also a Levi Strauss heir. What's going on with his family?
Let's see if we can unlock this POI. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Antagonist to Mamdani and to all of the protesters against the genocide. Like, he became one of these, like, the chief spokespeople against that. And I don't think he's still, to this day, like, endorsed Mamdani, definitely not in the primary, not in the general. And he still is kind of fighting with Mamdani constantly. And I saw somebody floating like, oh, maybe Goldman
can sneak down there and hit
to Mamdani for re-election. It's like, bro, yes.
Good
so
luck
he
with
got
that.
absolutely destroyed in his own district, but he's going to be more popular in the rest of the city. But yeah, so that he made that his issue.
That might be doable over there.
Blew up.
Let's get out and save.
The last couple of days of the race, the big scandal there was that he went into a coffee shop called Poetica, and so his daughter could use the bathroom, and so he bought a coffee so she used it.
All right, guys, we're gonna call it there. I'm going on a little mini vacay with the missus. I will not be with you guys tomorrow or Friday or Sunday. We're doing a little 4-day little getaway. We haven't done that in a while, so that's going to be nice. But I'll be back on Monday, guys. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your week and your weekends. Hope you guys don't do anything I wouldn't do. Stay frosty out there, and I will see you guys in about 4 days. Bye, guys. Have a good one. Take it easy. Bye.